This girl, because she was too ugly, was dragged out alive by the Ji-Wu sect. When Ji Yu transmigrated, she was being buried alive. The servants shed a tear when they buried her. Ji Yu decided to take things one step at a time, kicking the stupid head that wanted her dead. Ji Yu pulled the hairpin out of her head. It was the legendary Qian Yi Shenshen. It instantly cut the ropes binding her. She held the silver needles, feeling life and death in her hands. Since you won't let me live, I won't let you live either. Meanwhile, because eldest miss had not returned, Ji Yu's father was furious. Ji Yu's stepmother, was pretending to blame herself. It's all my fault, I'm incompetent as a mother, I couldn't stop eldest miss. Meanwhile, Ji Xinrong, her stepsister, was defending her mother. It's clearly eldest sister's own fault, she doesn't know restraint. Just then, Ji Yu swaggered in, looking at them with hostility. Ji Jin, her father, was shocked. How is this possible? Could it be a ghost? The servant who had reported her death rushed in. Ji Yu said eerily, I came from the underworld, but I didn't see the souls of a few rats. Ji Xinrong rushed over, pretending to be worried. Eldest sister, you're back. Mother and I were so worried. Where did you go? Ji Yu was disgusted by her hypocrisy. This half-sister was putting on quite a show, as if the scars on her face weren't caused by this little wretch. Ji Xinrong had given her some Zuli Gao, pretending to be kind. After Ji Yu ate it, her face was ruined. Ji Yu grabbed her hand. You have the nerve to cry after doing such a heartless thing. How shameless, but Ji Wu immediately stepped forward to protect Ji Xinrong, pretending to be concerned. Then she turned and scolded the servants in Ji Yu's courtyard. How could you be so careless? The eldest miss has such a violent temper, and none of you dared to restrain her. Do you not want to live? Ji Yu sneered. They thought they could control her with a few harsh words. She squeezed her hand, the sharp pain bringing her back to her senses. She threw herself into Ji Jin's arms and cried. Last night, I got lost. I had no one useful around me. In my panic, I just wanted to come back and tell you I was safe. I didn't expect mother to love me so much. She then wiped her snot and tears on Ji Jin's clothes. The servants in Ji Yu's courtyard were shocked. Their miss usually gritted her teeth at the sight of Madam. How could she be so docile now? Was she up to something? Ji Jin slapped her. How dare you stay out all night? How can our Ji family have such a shameless daughter? I'll beat you to death today. Ji Yu was furious. How dare he slap her? She would remember this. Lin Momo rushed over to protect Ji Yu, pleading, Eldest miss is the only blood left by Madame Du. If she can't withstand the beating, beat me instead. Ji Jin became even angrier. Ji Xinrong seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Eldest miss body is delicate, she can't handle a beating. Ji Jin was completely fooled and moved to hit Ji Yu. Again, Ji Yu questioned him righteously, Father, even if you want to beat me, you should give me a chance to explain. It's unreasonable to hit me without cause. Ji Jin was taken aback. Eldest miss had always been foolish. How could she suddenly become so eloquent? Ji Yu said clearly, Father, you are a fourth-rank official. Handling things this recklessly will make others laugh. Ji Jin felt his face was hurt. He questioned her, what explanation do you have? Don't you deserve to be beaten? Ji Yu immediately revealed the truth. I didn't come home last night, because I got lost and was attacked by bandits. The one who kindly took me out, and caused me to be lost was Ji Xinrong. Ji Jin immediately looked at Ji Xinrong with suspicion. He was about to be promoted, and anyone who hindered him could not be spared. Ji Xinrong started crying. I've always been good to eldest miss, how could I wrongly accuse me? My life is so hard. Ji Xinrong continued to provoke her. Eldest sister, since you met bandits, how could they let you go? Those bandits are all men. A girl must have suffered. Ji Yu retorted, it's hard to believe Ji Xinrong is so concerned about a girl's reputation. Unfortunately, I'm ugly. They weren't interested in me. If it were Ji Xinrong, she might not be so lucky. Everyone was speechless, convinced by her powerful reasoning. Ji Jin warned everyone, no one is allowed to mention this again today, or I'll beat you to death. Ji Xinrong pretended to agree, but she gritted her teeth in hatred. They weren't too worried though. Eldest miss fate was already sealed, and she would only be humiliated in the future. On the way back, The maids were indignant for Jiyu Chuyue. Not only was their miss wronged, but the matter was also dropped. Fortunately, eldest miss was kind, easy to talk to, and didn't hold grudges. Jiyu Chuyue sneered. Revenge was her true nature. She was just biding her time. Finally, Jiyu Chuyue had Lin Momo take the maids back to Qingyu Pavilion, while she went to the study. Her body was too weak. The Qianyi Shenzhen could only be used at a fraction of its power. This wouldn't do. The study was full of medical books left by Madame Du, all invaluable. But she wasn't here to read today. Jiyu Chuyue opened a secret compartment in the study, following the original owner's memories. Inside was a large medicine cabinet. This was the medicine cabinet hidden by a skilled physician. If taken with the Qianyi Shenzhen, it could instantly increase one's internal energy by 60 years. Moreover, these medicines would become highly toxic after 10 days. Since she had inherited Jiyu Chuyue's body, she would keep them safe for Madame Du's sake. Jiyu Chuyue took the prescription and memorized it. Then she used the Qianyi Shenzhen. Enduring the pain, she watched her internal energy increase. Just then, a figure flashed by. Jiyu Chuyue just reacted, before a black cloth covered her eyes. This woman, because she was too ugly. The male lead didn't even want to touch her. He told her to kill herself. Jiyu Chuyue was cultivating her internal energy. Suddenly, someone barged in. They directly covered her eyes with a black cloth. Jiyu Chuyue said desperately, "I definitely won't tell anyone." "What do you want?" "I have only one request. Don't touch me. Don't kill me." The man, Yuan Mingxiu, pinched her chin. "There's only one outcome for those who see my face. Death." His icy voice was chilling. Jiyu Chuyue was annoyed. "You've covered my eyes. How can I see you?" Yuan Mingxiu became interested in her. This woman was quite bold. The seductive voice and the strong fragrance intrigued Jiyu Chuyue. Yuan Mingxiu pushed her aside, warning her not to move. "I'll take what I want and leave." Jiyu Chuyue immediately suggested, "You definitely won't find it. Why don't you remove the cloth and let me help?" Yuan Mingxiu didn't trust anyone, especially not a beautiful woman. Seeing that being nice didn't work, Jiyu Chuyue cursed, "Stop wasting my time. I'm unlucky to fall into your hands today. Kill or do whatever you want, just stop talking nonsense." Yuan Mingxiu's eyes turned cold. "No one has ever dared to speak to me so vulgarly. I really want to tear your mouth apart." Jiyu Chuyue instantly realized he was serious. Saving her life was more important. She quickly told Yuan Mingxiu about the hidden mechanisms in the study. Yuan Mingxiu opened the medicine cabinet according to her instructions. A strange fragrance filled the air as the door opened, but Yuan Mingxiu didn't care. He found the Zhu Huan Hun Dan. He took a bite of the pill. His internal injuries were very serious, and he would die in 6 months. Fortunately, he had found the pills refined by Madame Du. This medicine was truly miraculous. Yuan Mingxiu looked at Jiyu Chuyue with murderous intent. Now that he had the medicine, there was no need for this woman to live. This woman had martial arts skills. She would be a problem in the future. It was better to kill her today. Jiyu Chuyue gritted her teeth. If she had a little more time, her cultivation would increase enough to kill him. She was so close. Yuan Mingxiu drew his sword, but in the next second, his body went limp, and he collapsed. He thought, oh no, was it the fragrance from the pills? Jiyu Chuyue laughed triumphantly. Now you can't kill me. She had known those pills would be useful, so she had added a poison. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. Do you know what those pills do? Jiyu Chuyue froze. She had only read the beginning of the instructions, which mentioned that the effects could be neutralized with internal energy. The poison caused intense hallucinations. She hadn't read the rest. Yuan Mingxiu gritted his teeth. You inhaled a small amount as well. This will catalyze it. He pushed her down. I'll use you to solve this. Jiyu Chuyue screamed and cursed. You can suppress the poison with your internal energy. Why do this to a woman? Yuan Mingxiu stopped. Then kill yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Only those with internal energy can neutralize the poison from Madame Du's pills. You have no internal energy. Only this method can save you. Jiyu Chuyue was furious. If one of us has to die, why not you? Just then, her strength returned. She sneered and stabbed at him with her hairpin. Now you can't kill me, but I can kill you. Yuan Mingxiu was affected by the poison and couldn't use his internal energy. He was about to be killed. He suddenly let out a deafening whistle. The next second, a dark figure jumped in from the window. Zhu Sha looked coldly at Ji Yuchuyue. How dare you attack my master? He then lunged at Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue's heart sank. This person's skills were formidable. Neither of them were ordinary. The two fought fiercely. Yu Wenmingxiu was stunned. This was her true face. She had captivating scars. He suddenly felt weak and shouted for Zhu Sha to stop. Then the two jumped out and left. Ji Yuchuyue was regretful. She hadn't seen the man's face clearly. If I find you in the future, I won't spare you. Yu Wenmingxiu had been taken to safety by Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha had found out that the woman was Ji Yuchuyue, the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family, who was said to be a good-for-nothing idiot. She was engaged to the Shao family's young master. Yu Wenmingxiu was no ordinary person, but the poison was acting up. Zhu Sha worriedly wanted to find someone to help him detoxify. But Yu Wenmingxiu remembered Ji Yuchuyue's words. He didn't want to be laughed at by her. Moreover, the situation was unstable, and he had to keep an eye on the Ningguang faction. Meanwhile, Xiaomuan had arrived at the Jiyu residence. The servants urged Ji Yuchuyue to go out and greet him. Lin Momo was excited. The marriage would be finalized soon. Ji Yuchuyue sneered. Her fiancé hadn't shown up for a long time. This visit couldn't be good. She went out to see what he was up to. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiaomuan and Jiyu Xinrong laughing together. This girl, because her face was ruined, was cruelly rejected by her fiancé. Her sister even openly flirted with her fiancé, pointing at the girl and mocking her. As soon as Ji Yuchuyue came out, she saw them flirting. The maid angrily rebuked, "Young Master Xiao, how can you be with second miss? You are our Miss Fiancé." Xiaomuan said nonchalantly, "So what if I am Ji Yuchuyue's fiancé?" Jiyu Xinrong sneered, "You should be happy that Muange is here, sister. Why are you so angry? We were just laughing." He might have even forgotten what eldest sister looks like since he's here. Ji Yuchuyue was in a bad mood. Jiyu Xinrong had delivered herself to her doorstep. She cut the crap and flicked a small pebble directly at Jiyu Xinrong's knee. Jiyu Xinrong fell to her knees. Ji Yuchuyue said innocently, "Oh, you don't have to kneel, even if you respect me. I can't handle that." Jiyu Xinrong was furious. She had lost all face. Xiaomuan helped her up, looking at her tearful face. He was furious. He scolded Ji Yuchuyue, "How could you bully Xinrong? How could there be such a vicious and heartless woman like you? Look what you've done." Ji Yuchuyue widened her eyes. "We grew up together. I didn't know you were truly blind." Xiaomuan was stunned. Ji Yuchuyue had never spoken to him like this. She should be heartbroken and begging him not to be angry. He said coldly, "I'm here to break off the engagement." "Just you wait." Lin Momo was anxious. This engagement couldn't be broken off. But Ji Yuchuyue didn't care. Let him break it off. She wouldn't waste her time on a blind man. Xiaomuan went to find the elders of both families. He said that Ji Yuchuyue wasn't worthy of being the Shao family's daughter-in-law, and wanted to break off the engagement. Ji Yujin was furious. "My daughter will be ruined if the engagement is broken off. Where will she find a husband in the future? Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" Master Xiao said calmly, "We can't force this. Besides, the Shao family's reputation will also be affected. It's better to just break it off. We can still meet in court." Ji Yujin was furious. The Shao family was bullying him. Suddenly, Ji Yuchuyue walked over and said, "Father, break off the engagement. Forced marriages won't last. If it weren't for mother saving Shao family's ancestor, how could they have agreed to marry a high-ranking official's family just because of a life-saving favor?" Master Xiao was stunned. Ji Yuchuyue was using the favor to her advantage. They couldn't argue with that. Ji Yuchuyue continued, "If you want to break off the engagement, you need to compensate for my mother's kindness and my emotional distress. 30,000 taels of silver will do. Otherwise, even if I don't like Xiaomuan, I will still marry him for the sake of the bigger picture." Seeing the expressions of the two men, Madame Jiyu secretly praised her daughter. This was brilliant. The Shao family was angry but couldn't refuse. They reluctantly agreed. Xiaomuan was furious. "I didn't expect you to become so shameless. Even if you beg me in the future, I won't come back." Ji Yuchuyue was disgusted. Where did this blind man get his confidence? Jiyu Xinrong was almost crying. They had invested so much in the Shao family. How could she get close to Muange now? Ji Yujin praised Ji Yuchuyue, and decided to send her and Ji Shinrong to the academy. Ji Yuchuyue secretly rejoiced. Now Ji Shinrong would suffer. As expected, Ji Shinrong was furious. Her father was becoming more and more biased. Ji Wu was also hateful. But the academy was her territory. She would make sure Ji Yuchuyue was expelled. After returning, Ji Yuchuyue went out to buy things for school. Just then, a carriage rushed past. The guards shouted for people to clear the way. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly realized the guard was Zhu Sha from that day. She immediately guessed the person in the carriage was the one who stole the medicine. She finally saw his face clearly. The people were infatuated, saying that Yu Wenmingxiu was the most handsome man in the world. He was the emperor's most trusted official. Ji Yuchuyue didn't expect it to be such an important person. It seemed revenge would be difficult. After returning, Ji Yuchuyue was still unwilling to give up. She had someone draw a picture of the jade pendant based on her memory. This jade pendant was what Yu Wenmingxiu was wearing that day. Her subordinate said this jade pendant was unique. Only 4 people in the world possessed it. The Crown Prince, the 6th Prince, the 9th Prince, and Yu Wenmingxiu, the most trusted general of the emperor. It was said that he had killed tens of thousands of enemies, and was a god of war. He was poisoned during the Miaojiang campaign, and hadn't recovered. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly understood. No wonder he was looking for the Zhuzhuan Huanhun Dan left by her mother. Only this medicine could cure him. It was better to befriend such a powerful person than to make an enemy of him. Moreover, this subordinate was quite capable. Ji Yuchuyue decided to keep him by her side and take him to the academy tomorrow. She quickly found out that Bailu Academy had 1,000 students, divided into classes of 130 students each. The curriculum included Confucian classics, history, and calligraphy and painting. But for Ji Yuchuyue, studying was only one aspect. There was much more to do. Soon, they arrived at Bailu Academy. As soon as Deputy Headmaster Li saw Ji Yuchuyue, he sneered. He said rudely, "So this is the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family. You're nothing compared to Shinrong." This woman, because she was too ugly, was rejected by her fiancé. Even the teachers in the academy looked down on her. On the first day, they treated her coldly. "How are you worthy of being a student? You're not even as good as your sister." He assigned her to the lowest class. The teacher of the lowest class felt insulted. He immediately went to complain to the headmaster. He didn't want such a student. The students also pointed at her and gossiped. This woman is not only ugly, but she was also rejected. If this gets out, how will we ever get married? Ji Yuchuyue was furious. "You dare to look down on me today? It'll make you regret it." She had someone call the 2 deputy headmasters over. She said sternly, "The imperial court has decreed that academies cannot reject female students. Moreover, my mother was a distinguished physician. You'd better accept reality and swallow your anger." The deputy headmasters were stunned into silence. Then Ji Yuchuyue said mysteriously, "I want to donate 20,000 taels of silver to the academy in my mother's name, as a scholarship for outstanding students." The deputy headmasters immediately perked up. This was not a small sum. The emperor only rewarded officials with 1,000 taels at a time. They immediately said flatteringly, "If you really donate 20,000 taels, we will ask the empress to issue a commendation for you. You can choose any class you want." Ji Yuchuyue said calmly, "Since I've already been assigned to this class, I'll stay here." The deputy headmasters were secretly relieved. They had almost rejected a wealthy student. Wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? So Ji Yuchuyue's life at the academy was peaceful. But when she returned home that evening, Lin Momo was worried. "Isn't this too much money?" Ji Yuchuyue didn't care. She had just received 30,000 taels from the Shao family. If she didn't spend it, her father and stepmother would take it. Moreover, she wanted to continue her mother's legacy. Ji Yuchuyue had realized that only the 2 of them could revive it. Lin Momo was overjoyed. Madame Du finally had a successor. Ji Yuchuyue was tired after a long day. She finally had a chance to relax in a bath. Suddenly, a sound came from the window. Ji Yuchuyue sensed something was wrong. She immediately jumped out of the tub, put on her clothes, and cautiously opened the window. Before she could see anything, someone grabbed her. A familiar fragrance filled the air. Ji Yuchuyue instantly realized it was the medicine thief again. Yu Wenmingxiu was surprised that she recognized him. Ji Yuchuyue smiled playfully. "We've had intimate contact, of course I recognize you. Lord Yuwen, you don't have to hide." I'm looking for a backer. Why don't we cooperate? Yu Wenmingxiu had never met such a bold woman. He chuckled. You think highly of yourself. Ji Yuchuyue smiled flirtatiously. You're powerful and skilled in martial arts. Killing me would be easy. Why did you hesitate? Are you interested in me? Yu Wenmingxiu's face turned cold. He glared at her. Ji Yuchuyue shuddered. I was just joking. I'm just a fourth-rank official's daughter. Of course, you're not interested. Yu Wenmingxiu thought she had self-awareness. Ji Yuchuyue continued. I'm just bold, you should at least react a little. Yu Wenmingxiu only said that he was amused by her, but who knew, in July, the situation suddenly changed. My investigation showed that when Daren is still highly regarded, I heard your fiancé broke up with you and you're all alone in Nanjiang City. Isn't it perfect for us to cooperate? Yu Wenmingxiu was furious. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? You really aren't afraid of death. Wu Chuyue smiled charmingly. When Daren is extraordinarily handsome, even when he's angry. I just want to cooperate with you and bring you infinite benefits. Yu Wenmingxiu didn't believe her nonsense. A useless young miss from the Bu family, average in everything, and even got dumped. What good can you bring? Wu Chuyue wasn't angry at all. This man being so handsome is a crime. I really can't help, but want to press when Daren down on the bed. She then deliberately moved closer and said, You came to me. I've already seen your internal injuries. My mother's medicine is definitely very effective. If you cooperate with me, you can also use other medicines. But Yu Wenmingxiu ruthlessly pushed her away. He only wanted the dowry left by Du Furen, not an ugly woman. But Bu Chuyue instead vigorously promoted herself. I inherited my mother's true teachings, and have even more powerful medical skills. If when Daren lets me follow you, you won't be disappointed. Wu Chuyue was desperately trying to sell herself. Yu Wenmingxiu suddenly became interested in her. This woman wasn't anything like the rumors. She was resourceful and intelligent, so he gave her a task, letting her prove herself. Wu Chuyue asked, What proof do you want, when Daren? The next second, she was abruptly pulled into the man's embrace. The window turned redder and redder. The two soared through the night sky. Wu Chuyue was surprised. This person's inner strength is so high, he's a pervert. His figure is also handsome. No wonder the current emperor thinks so highly of him, but such a good opportunity can't be missed. If I get him, I must sleep with him. That's what I deserve. She immediately started to touch him. Jueisha was stunned behind his master. He rubbed his eyes. He thought he was seeing things. His master was actually being felt up by that useless Bu family's eldest miss, and his master hadn't thrown this audacious woman from the sky. At this time, Bu Chuyue was drooling. 8-pack abs, broad shoulders, narrow waist, not a trace of excess fat. Just as I imagined, this woman was obsessed with the beautiful man's abs. As a result, she was grabbed and taken to a laboratory. Bu Chuyue couldn't help but complain. He's so petty. It's just because I touched his abs in midair. But those 8-pack abs, broad shoulders, and narrow waist without any excess fat. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. In her past life, she was a forensic doctor in the Divine Doctor Valley, dealing with corpses and patients every day. It was hard to even think about getting married. A normal man was already a rarity. This Yu Wenmingxiu's perfect muscles were 100 times better than any corpse she'd dissected. Now Ji Yuchuyue just wanted to dissect his body with her own hands. Ji Yuchuyue realized they had arrived at a deserted and complex building. Yu Wenmingxiu directly threw her down, coldly warning, behave yourself and get rid of your indecent thoughts. He thought he must be crazy to tolerate this woman touching him. Ji Yuchuyue felt a bit regretful. Ah, what a pity. I only got to touch him a few times before having to part with the handsome man. Finally, she looked up and saw a sign on the door that read Zhuang's Medical Academy. Ji Yuchuyue was dissatisfied. What are we doing here in the middle of the night? Even if I'm a divine doctor, I can't resurrect the dead, and I'm only interested in one person's body now, which is dissecting Yu Wenmingxius. But under duress, I have no choice but to lower my head. Ji Yuchuyue could only follow Yu Wenmingxiu and them into a building. Who knew? A bloody woman rushed towards her in the medical academy. She cried sadly, Bu Chuyue, you harmed me. I died so tragically. Unexpectedly, Bu Chuyue wasn't afraid at all and punched the female ghost. She even provocatively said, I harmed you. Come out if you have the guts. Let's see if you scare me or if I dissect you. Another female ghost suddenly pounced on her, pointing at Ji Yuchuyue and accusing Imu. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't afraid of her. You're already dead, why are you still wandering around? Is Yuan Mingxiu crazy? He's actually using this kind of thing to scare a young miss. I'm a divine doctor. He's so embarrassed to use such childish tricks. She then asked maliciously, since you were Du Furen's daughter-in-law, I'll test you. Do you know what the 5 types of pulse conditions are? Someone is deficient in yin, with a thin pulse, irregular breathing, and listlessness. What should be used to treat them? The female ghost was stumped and couldn't say a word. Wu Chuyue immediately exposed her. You can't even pretend to be a ghost. You don't even know such basic medical knowledge. You're too embarrassing. As soon as she finished speaking, the female ghost immediately ran away. Wu Chuyue then walked towards a brightly lit room. She pushed the door open and saw Yuan Mingxiu leisurely drinking tea in a room full of ancient medical books. Wu Chuyue was immediately furious. I'm being scared by ghosts outside, and you're sitting here leisurely drinking tea. How boring. You think such childish tricks can fool me? She immediately demanded tea from him. Who knew? Yuan Mingxiu calmly handed her the teacup. This tea is a tribute from the western regions. It's a rare treasure. Don't waste it, Wu Chuyue complained to herself. He's clearly still upset about being touched by me earlier, and is now taking the opportunity for revenge. But Yuan Mingxiu said she hadn't passed the test yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a corpse was thrown in front of her. Wu Chuyue was immediately angry. I'm a doctor, I treat living people. I don't treat dead people. That's a coroner's job. The man chuckled coldly. So, the eldest miss can't do it. Then just pretend I didn't see anything. Let's forget about the cooperation. Wu Chuyue was immediately stopped. Was this man deliberately teasing her just to make her look bad? Jueisha then patiently explained, Master's meaning is that a good doctor must first understand the structure and mechanics of the human body. Only then can they diagnose and treat. A good doctor will naturally also be a good coroner. Wu Chiyu's anger subsided. There was no illness in this world that could stump her. In the Divine Doctor Valley, her master taught her everything, combining the skills of her 10 senior brothers. But mastering these skills came at a price. Ji Yuchuyue immediately took out her scalpel. This knife was small and sharp, requiring steady hands. Even Jueisha couldn't help but admire her. A young woman using a knife could be so impressive. The next second, he saw Wu Chuyue squat beside the corpse, seemingly about to make the first cut. Jueisha couldn't help but ask, dissecting a corpse is terrifying. Are you really sure? But for Ji Yuchuyue, dissecting a corpse was nothing out of the ordinary. Alive as a human, dead as a corpse. This is for peace of mind. After Ji Yuchuyue lit incense and bowed, she lifted the scalpel and cut the corpse's skin, beginning the professional autopsy. The guards were stunned. They had seen plenty of dismembered bodies on the battlefield, but they had never seen a young woman so bold. Her autopsy movements were natural and fluid, skills that were definitely not taught by the late Du Furen. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't help but be impressed. By now, Ji Yuchuyue had finished the autopsy. She looked directly at Yuan Mingxiu. She then calmly instructed Jueisha to fetch water and scented soap for hand washing. Jueisha was overwhelmed by the bloody smell and was very reluctant. He was a member of the Imperial Guard, only taking orders from his master. How could he serve this woman so casually? And his master usually hated people who were presumptuous. This time, he finally found a way to get back at her. Who knew? Yuan Mingxiu didn't say anything, clearly acquiescing. Jueisha was instantly dumbfounded. Was this still his master? He could only obediently follow Bu Chiyu's instructions and fetch water for her to wash her hands. After washing her hands, Bu Chiyu explained, the time of death was 2 nights ago. Although the neck has a deep wound, the cause of death was drowning. Preliminary judgment is that it was a vengeful acquaintance familiar with the deceased's movements, a premeditated murder. Jueisha was immediately stunned. This deduction was consistent with the coroner's report. How could this woman know so much just by dissecting the body? The young lady transmigrated into an ugly, abandoned woman and dared to touch the cold and stern Yuan Mingxiu. She even deliberately dissected a corpse, but she accurately deduced the murder process. Everyone found it unbelievable, but for Ji Yuchuyue, it was very simple. Even just from the appearance of the corpse, she could discover many things. It was just that Yuan Mingxiu was too arrogant. She had to choose a more impactful method to let him see what a real autopsy was. As expected, after pondering for a while, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly burst into laughter, praising her work. This smile was doubly charming. Ji Yuchuyue was instantly drooling, wanting to pounce on him and capture this smile. At this moment, Yuan Mingxiu handed her a token. From now on, if she needed help, she could use this token. Wu Chuyue was suddenly excited. This meant she was now connected to Yuan Mingxiu. Seeing Yuan Mingxiu about to leave after he finished speaking, she immediately pounced on him, hugging him tightly, and softly whined, "It's so late, I'm scared. You brought me here, so you have to take me back." The guards' jaws dropped. In front of everyone, this woman actually dared to hug their master. Their master was a ruthless killer, capable of burying tens of thousands of soldiers alive with a single word. He was also in charge of the secret police, a great demon who could cause rivers of blood to flow with a single move. Last time, someone accidentally bumped into their master, and that person turned into a bloody mess the next second. It seemed this Jiyu family's eldest miss was doomed. Unexpectedly, Yuan Mingxiu simply said softly, "Let's go." Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, feeling like they were hearing things. Wu Chuyue hadn't slept well all night, and was so sleepy the next day at school that she couldn't keep her eyes open. The classmates all sneered at her. What a good for nothing. She can't even focus in class. She's a waste. The next second, a ruler hit her head. The teacher yelled angrily, "Wu Chuyue, you came to school to study. Look at you, dozing off and not knowing what's going on." Wu Chuyue felt wronged. She didn't want to sleep, but every word the teacher said made her drowsy. The teacher, furious, scolded her severely. At this time, Lin family's second miss, Jiyu Xingrong, said sarcastically, "Jiyu family's eldest miss is so sleepy. Did she chase after some man last night?" The classmates all pointed at Wu Chuyue. Jiyu family's eldest miss is so shameless. Even her younger sister is better than her. No wonder young Master Xiao wants to break off the engagement. The teacher became even angrier after hearing this and punished her. Copy today's lesson times and hand it in tomorrow morning. Wu Chuyue felt even more wronged. Copying wasn't a problem, but she would probably fall asleep in class again. The teacher had given up on her. "If you can't do it, just drop out. I don't want a student like you anyway." Wu Chuyue gritted her teeth, blaming Yuan Mingxiu. It was all his fault that she angered the teacher. So after class, Jiyu Chuyue went to fetch water to wash her face and wake up. Who knew? 3 classmates blocked her in the back garden and arrogantly said, "Although the academy's teacher can punish you, that doesn't mean we will." They then started to insult her, telling her to get lost from the school, and one of them even tried to hit her. Wu Chuyue immediately grabbed his hand. Second Miss Lin cried out in pain. Wu Chuyue threw him away, yawning and provocatively saying, "You want me to drop out? Is this how you do it?" She then yawned and returned to the classroom. Second Miss Lin was furious. "You stubborn fool. Just you wait." That evening, when she returned home, Yao Huan told her that she had been bullied. She immediately rushed into her arms, crying, "Miss, you can't let this go. They dared to bully you today, and feel be even worse tomorrow." Wu Chuyue didn't take them seriously, but seeing Yao Huan so worried about her, she felt touched. She immediately doubled everyone's salary. Then she thought about the 3,000 taels of silver the matchmaker had given her. She had previously taken 5,000 taels, spending 2,000 on herself, donating 2,000 to the academy, and the remaining 1,000 wasn't enough for medicine. So, Wu Chuyue asked Qingzhou to prepare a carriage and take her to the pawn shop. She needed to get money for her livelihood. Wu Chuyue arrived at Wenan Pharmacy. The owner was said to have been a doctor for Du Furen, but at this time, the pharmacy was in chaos. A group of thugs wielding knives were cursing the shopkeeper. "No money and you still want medicine." The shopkeeper pleaded, "It was my wife who owed gambling debts. I haven't seen her for 3 days now. If I don't get the money, the pharmacy will be seized." The thug immediately kicked the shopkeeper. "You think you can escape by running? No money? Then use this pharmacy to pay. You'll be beaten to a pulp later." Chen Ju overheard their conversation from the crowd. He immediately returned to report to Wu Chuyue. Wu Chuyue then knew that these people were here to seize the pharmacy. Qingzhou added, "Among those thugs, one specializes in collecting debts for illegal gambling dens. I heard this pharmacy was bought by Jin Wang. This must be premeditated." Wu Chuyue immediately asked him to investigate the person behind the gambling den. Before finding out, they couldn't act rashly. If it involved a powerful person, she would ask the pharmacy owner to come to her. However, Bu Chuyue also knew that with her own abilities, she couldn't resolve this kind of issue. So after returning home, she hung the token outside the window. Yuan Mingxiu had told her the use of this token. If she wanted to handle this matter well, she needed his help. She just didn't know if he would come. Unexpectedly, Yuan Mingxiu appeared in front of her soon after. Bu Chuyue was surprised. She didn't expect him to come personally. A small fry like her was actually so important to him. What did she mean to him? This woman is an ugly monster, but the handsome Yuan Mingxiu always came to her rescue. Whenever Bu Chuyue was in trouble, Yuan Mingxiu would immediately appear. Bu Chuyue pretended to be pitiful and weak. Yuan Mingxiu, however, remained cold and indifferent, directly asking her what was the matter. Bu Chuyue immediately explained the situation, and said she wanted to open a pharmacy, but didn't have enough manpower. So, she wanted to borrow money and people from him. However, the pharmacy originally belonged to Yuan Mingxiu. She just wanted to manage it. Yuan Mingxiu laughed upon hearing this. I heard the eldest miss once caused Du Furen's shop to close down. If you want to open a shop now, at least show me your abilities. I haven't seen any skills from you, yet you have so many demands. Bu Chiyu's face turned green. Was he clearly looking down on her? She confidently declared, I was just hiding my strength before. This time, I will definitely manage the pharmacy well and guarantee profits. But Yuan Mingxiu didn't believe her. Bu Chuyue immediately threatened, if you don't help me, I won't be your subordinate. I'll take Du Furen's prescriptions to the Crown Prince and Prince Wen. Yuan Mingxiu was stunned. Have you forgotten how many people you've offended? Just with your guts, going to find them will only make them more disgusted with you. Bu Chuyue couldn't stand this and immediately threw herself at him, coquettishly saying, Daran, look closely, this subordinate has a pair of seductive eyes. And these lips are also alluring. Doesn't Daran want to taste them? Bu Chuyue was confident. No man could escape this trick of hers. A few more times, and any man would surrender. As a result, Yuan Mingxiu coldly slapped her hand away. You are my subordinate, not a courtesan. Don't use these tricks on me. Bu Chuyue was furious. This man was a blockhead. So insensitive and not fun at all. So she returned to her serious demeanor, and smiled mischievously. Forget it. I'll use this trick on other men in the future. Yuan Mingxiu was immediately taken aback. He couldn't imagine her behaving like that with other men. Bu Chuyue impatiently said, Are you giving me the money to open the pharmacy or not? Just give me a straight answer. Without a word, Yuan Mingxiu ordered Jueisha to give her 10,000 taels of silver. Bu Chiyu's eyes widened as she held the silver. She didn't expect him to give her so much, more than she imagined, but she was also curious. Doesn't Daran carry any silver on you? Yuan Mingxiu replied matter-of-factly, My silver is always within Wei. Win him out, and Wei arranges everything. Bu Chuyue was envious. Daran's life is so comfortable. One day, I'll live like this too. But since I have the money, Daran should go back now. Yuan Mingxiu's face immediately turned cold. Now that you have what you want, there's no need for me to stay. Jueisha was furious. This woman clearly didn't respect his master, but Yuan Mingxiu stopped him and said with a smirk, The money I lend out comes with high interest. Young Miss borrowed 10,000 taels, remember to return 30,000. Bu Chuyue was dumbfounded. This damn profiteer, even exploiting a beautiful girl like her. Not long after, Jiu Fu had someone call Bu Chuyue back. As soon as he saw her, he started scolding her. If my sister hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. You actually donated 20,000 taels of the dowry to a useless academy. You want to disgrace our Jiu family. Jiu Xingrong also added fuel to the fire. That much money is enough for the whole family to live on for a year. It was meant for father. Jiu Fu became even angrier. If the money was in his hands, how much could he have achieved? He could have risen 2 ranks at least. He furiously ordered Bu Chuyue to kneel. Bu Chuyue had expected this. These people wanted to seize her dowry. She could only obediently kneel. Jiu Bu then pretended to mediate. Chuyue is still young and doesn't know any better. Please forgive her. Jiu Jingshu also chimed in. Furen has always treated Chuyue like her own daughter. If you punish her, Furen will be worried. Jiu Fu's anger finally subsided a bit. Go and get the money back. Being a teacher isn't easy. His monthly salary is meager. You should have helped him. Bu Chuyue wasn't the naive original owner, who would believe such sweet talk. Ji Yufu's sudden change of heart was probably due to Du Furen. So, she said righteously, I did nothing wrong and won't get the money back. Beat or scold me as you wish, or you can go to the academy and ask for the money back yourself. You can also publicly announce that you're using my dowry for your own benefit. Ji Yufu was immediately enraged. He called for the guards to beat her. Wu Chuyue coldly warned, if you hit me today, our father-daughter relationship is over. Ji Yufu wasn't threatened by her resolute look. He ordered the guards to beat her even harder. Intense pain surged through her, but Wu Chuyue clenched her teeth without making a sound. Ji Yufu became even more enraged, hitting her harder and harder. Everyone was scared. This is too much. Just lock her up, why be so ruthless? This is crazy. Seeing that Ji Yufu wouldn't stop, Wu Chuyue suddenly moved. She grabbed his hand. Ji Yufu was furious. Are you rebelling? But his angry words were stopped by Wu Chuyue's cold and painful gaze. Wu Chuyue said calmly, all of you, watch carefully. This beating today is to repay your kindness in raising me. From now on, you are no longer my father, and you have no right to touch me. There won't be a next time. This young lady was abandoned because of her ugliness. Her vicious family wanted to steal her dowry. Because she wouldn't give it to her father, he beat her to death. The young lady's heart was filled with despair. She grabbed her father's hand and coldly announced, from today onwards, our father-daughter relationship is over. You are no longer my father, and you have no right to touch me. There won't be a next time. Everyone was stunned. Ji Yu family's second young master, Ji Yu Jingshu, was shocked when he heard the news. As soon as he entered, he pulled Wu Chuyue behind him and gently coaxed her, don't be upset. Eldest sister has always been alone. No one in the entire Ji Yu family truly cares about her. She only has those 2 pieces of silver. Father, don't keep going on about it. Ji Yu then urged Ji Yu Chuyue to quickly find a doctor. Ji Yu Chuyue's heart suddenly felt a pang of sadness. It turned out that in the entire Ji Yu family, only Ji Yu had a shred of decency. So, she pulled him to be a witness. From today onwards, Ji Yu Yanqing and I are no longer engaged. He treats me inhumanely, and I owe him nothing. Ji Yu Fuki's whole body trembled with rage. This daughter is unfilial and disrespectful. Ji Yu Chuyue didn't even look at him, turning back unceremoniously. You, for the sake of promotion, want to withdraw from your daughter's engagement. If I don't agree, you would beat me to death. What kind of father are you? I, Ji Yu Chuyue, am not a pushover. I don't need parents like you. From now on, we're cutting ties. I don't need your Yueli cloth shop, I'll live on my own. She then flung her sleeves and left angrily. Ji Yu worriedly followed. He felt that eldest sister was completely different from before. Xia also felt surprised. Ji Yu was, after all, raised in a scholarly family. He later learned that Ji Yu was raised by his grandmother since childhood, so he and his stepmother weren't very close. Such an outwardly strict family, yet they raised such a different son. Quite intriguing. Such an outwardly strict family, yet they raised such a different son. Quite intriguing. He later learned that Ji Yu was raised by his grandmother since childhood. So his relationship with his stepmother wasn't very close. Although Ji Yu Chuyue already had Yuan Mingxiu, this powerful backer, having one more ally was naturally the best. Thus, she also became acquainted with Ji Yu. Afterwards, Ji Yu Chuyue peacefully embroidered flowers in her room, too lazy to deal with the drama within the family. But on this day, Ji Yu Xinrong and Xiaogong came over. The servants informed Ji Yu Chuyue to come out and greet them. Ji Yu Chuyue, upon seeing them, directly sent them away. Xiang Murong, upon hearing the news, was predictably furious. But Xiang Wan found it strange. Since the broken engagement, Ji Yu Chuyue hadn't cried or made a fuss, nor had she tried to attract attention. She didn't know how he had become like this when he grew up. He was much cuter as a child. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel nostalgic. If only Chuyue could go back to the way she was. Xiang Murong gnashed his teeth. They are already disengaged, yet whenever Muan mentions him, it's still with disaffection. She only remembers that dead girl, and doesn't even see me. Xiang Murong dramatically pretended to faint, collapsing softly into Xiaomuan's arms. The two instantly embraced, and at this moment, Qingju happened to pass by and witnessed this scene. Xiaomuan naturally saw him too, secretly curious. What is Chuyue doing? That woman always makes one curious. Meanwhile, Qingju was reporting back to Ji Yu Chuyue. He had investigated the medicinal department and their suspicions were correct. Unfortunately, When he tried to follow and track down the people obstructing the herb supply, he was discovered. The opponents were all highly skilled in martial arts and almost killed him, but Ji Yuchuyue didn't seem to blame him for exposing himself. Cheng Jia's life was more important. However, she still needed to recruit some skilled martial artists, preferably at the level of Imperial Guards. Cheng Jia's lips twitched. Young Miss ambitions are growing. How dare she say such things? Which Imperial Guard would work for a fourth-rank official's daughter? Ji Yuchuyue could only arrange for Cheng Ju to continue finding people and investigating the obstructed herb supply. As for the person behind it all, she would investigate personally. Speaking of which, it was time to visit Yu Wenmingxiu. So, that night, she dressed up and went to seek help from her backer. Last time, the Imperial Kitchen contract was secured, but the Imperial Guards were still needed. Without manpower, what could she do? At the same time, Yu Wenmingxiu was listening to his subordinate's intelligence report. Recently, they were tracking Ning Wang, whose ambition was evident. Not only did they understand it, but the Emperor was also aware. But before he could finish, Yu Wenmingxiu dismissed the guard. He then turned around and said coldly, "Come out. Which little thief dares trespass into this lord's residence?" He grabbed the intruder. Ji Yuchuyue's wrist was gripped tightly, causing her to cry out in pain. Yu Wenmingxiu not only didn't loosen his grip, but pressed her down forcefully. His entire body radiated a chilling aura. "Speak. What are your intentions? Don't tell me you want to assassinate this lord." Unexpectedly, Ji Yuchuyue suddenly laughed, her eyes sparkling. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I want to kill you? I still want to marry you." Yu Wenmingxiu's expression darkened, gripping her even tighter. His expression clearly showed murderous intent. Ji Yuchuyue's body stiffened, but in this critical moment, she could only try to negotiate. So she leaned close to his ear and whispered. Yu Wenmingxiu immediately ordered him to let go. Ji Yuchuyue secretly rejoiced. This tactic worked, but since they were so close, and he was still so guarded, it showed his inherently cautious and innocent nature. She immediately kissed him. Yu Wenmingxiu was caught off guard, his tightly clenched jaw refusing to release. Ji Yuchuyue complained coquettishly, "My lord, why are you so shy? I've already offered myself to you. Do you really not like me?" Yu Wenmingxiu's heart skipped a beat. He hoarsely said, "If you want to be this lord's woman, this lord can give you a chance." He then moved downwards. Ji Yuchuyue's expression changed. Oh no, she had gone too far. Seeing that things were about to go too far, Ji Yuchuyue panicked. She struggled desperately. She had a reason to come, but it wasn't to throw herself at him. This young girl was incredibly ugly, yet she dared to throw herself at the number one beauty in the world. Unexpectedly, the handsome man was obsessed with an ugly monster. This was his first defeat. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. He actually lowered himself to such an ugly monster. This was her victory. Yu Wenmingxiu looked smug. Let you seduce people randomly. Now you've learned your lesson. But Ji Yuchuyue shamelessly climbed back up. Since I'm your person now, then it's not a problem for you to lend me a few of your subordinates, right? Yu Wenmingxiu was speechless. This woman would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Today, he had truly seen it all. But the next second, he felt a pang of jealousy. Would this woman throw herself at others like she just did with me? Ji Yuchuyue was dumbfounded. What nonsense was this man talking about? How did the topic jump here? But she didn't see any problem with it. Her divine Doctor Master had already instructed her that as long as it didn't violate moral principles, she could pursue and be with any man she liked. Happiness was key. Yu Wenmingxiu's face instantly turned cold, his body radiating a chilling aura. Ji Yuchuyue immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly reassured him. My lord, rest assured, I only used this beauty trick on you. This bootlicking behavior was completely shameless. Yu Wenmingxiu raised an eyebrow, his face frighteningly dark, but he still said hypocritically, what you want, I will naturally give you. I'll send them over in 2 days. Ji Yuchuyue was overjoyed. Yu Wenmingxiu then gave her a token. He told her to use this entrance next time, so she wouldn't have to go through the main gate. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. Her image was completely ruined today, but ever since that night, whenever he closed his eyes, he could think of that scene. It seemed he had truly suffered a loss this time. He would never play with her again. The maids, hearing her words, were surprised. When did young Miss get to know Yu Wenmingxiu? What did Yu Wenmingxiu do to make young Miss so angry? Ji Yuchuyue felt wronged. He kissed me. How could he do this? I must get revenge. Ji Yuchuyue angrily stomped her foot. The maids found this hard to believe. Yuan Mingxiu was the most trusted person by the current emperor. Young Miss is having another episode, actually fantasizing about Lord Yuan. So they decided to pretend they heard nothing, not wanting to ruin young Miss' reputation further. The next day, when Ji Yuchuyue went to school, she was stopped by her two younger sisters at the door. They said the family carriage had something to do, so the three sisters would share a ride. Ji Yuchuyue, however, keenly noticed that Ji Minchang seemed unwell. She kindly asked her where she felt uncomfortable. Have you been experiencing loss of appetite, nausea, dizziness, and fatigue recently? Ji Minchang was stunned. Eldest sister, you're spot on. Ji Xinrong sneered from the side. I can't believe it. Like mother, like daughter. You're giving medical advice. Be careful, if you can't cure her, you'll ruin your mother's reputation. You're not even careful. You'll be scolded as a quack. Ji Yuchuyue couldn't help but chuckle. Haven't been disciplined for a few days, and you're itching for a beating. You better keep quiet. If you spout any more nonsense, I can't guarantee what it'll do. Ji Xinrong was scared into silence. Ji Yuchuyue then kindly advised, Minchang's illness is quite serious. I'll give you a prescription. But Ji Minchang, seeing Ji Xinrong's gloating eyes, felt uncomfortable. She politely declined Ji Yuchuyue's kindness, wanting to go back and find another doctor. Ji Yuchuyue couldn't do anything about her. This younger sister had no backbone, only caring about saving face. Finally, the three sisters arrived at school. Classmates enthusiastically surrounded Ji Xinrong, excitedly telling her, Lord Yuan has been assigned to Bailu Academy to teach us. He's the most handsome man in the entire capital. We're so lucky to meet him, but some also disliked Yuan Mingxiu. What's the use of being handsome? His methods are cruel and terrifying. Haven't you heard of the incident where he buried 10,000 people alive? Besides, with such a high status, no one in the capital is worthy of Yuan Mingxiu. Only the Empress niece, the esteemed Princess Chu, is a suitable match, and this person was Chu Linglong, the Princess Chu. In the capital, almost every girl envied and admired Chu Linglong, and almost every man adored her. She was born noble, elegant, and graceful, and today she was at Bailu Academy. Rumors spread that Chu Linglong liked Yuan Mingxiu. They were a match made in heaven. A while ago, Chu Linglong went to stay with the Empress Dowager for half a year. Now, she should be back. Bailu Academy was going to be lively. Ji Xinrong was both excited and anxious. At that moment, someone bumped into Gong Li. Not only did they not apologize, but they also cursed at him. Gong Li could only shrink to the side. Ji Xinrong, finding him embarrassing, went over to pretend to be kind and gentle. But secretly, she pinched him. Ji Minchang's eyes welled up with tears. Her body was covered in such pinch marks. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. You're being bullied like this, and you can still tolerate it. Ji Xinrong was two-faced. She acted kind on the surface, but was so cruel underneath. So many bruises on your arm must hurt badly. Don't you want to get back at her? If she did this to me, I'd definitely retaliate tenfold. She then gave Ji Minchang some medicine, and told her to go back and apply it to her brother. And she also said she would help treat Ji Minchang's illness if she did this. Ji Minchang was confused. They had never interacted before, why would she help? Ji Yuchuyue sighed. It's because I was also once sick, so I can't bear to see others suffer. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yuan Mingxiu walking towards them in the distance. The girls in the academy all looked at him with adoration. Ji Yuchuyue didn't want to see him at all. After all, he had just taken advantage of her. At this moment, the fake Cheng Xiangdi and Zhang Zuan, those noble ladies who usually loved to cause trouble, also arrived. They all sneered at Ji Yuchuyue. A fallen noble dares to show her face here, presuming to be close to Lord Yuan. What audacity! Zhong Erxiaoji from the Duke Gong's family even aggressively confronted Ji Yuchuyue. This girl was disfigured and her engagement was broken off. The most eligible bachelor had kissed and taken advantage of her, and now she encountered her ex-fiancé and his new lover. This was truly a dramatic scene. A handsome man becomes a teacher at the academy. The girls are excited and curious, but the girl doesn't want to see him at all. After all, who would like a rogue who bullied them? At this moment, the fake Cheng Xiangdi and Zhang Zuan, those noble ladies who usually loved to cause trouble, also arrived. They all sneered at Ji Yuchuyue. A fallen noble dares to show her face here, presuming to be close to Lord Yuan. What audacity! Zhong Erxiaoji from the Duke Gong's family even yelled at her, clearly looking for trouble. Ji Yuchuyue felt helpless. Why did everyone seem intent on making things difficult for her? Seeing that she didn't react, Zhong Erxiaoji angrily lashed out. Are you deaf? Who do you think you are? I'm calling you, yet you dare ignore me. Ji Yuchuyue immediately pushed her away. Zhong Erxiaoji felt humiliated. She immediately dragged her classmates to join the fray. Everyone began to taunt Ji Yuchuyue, demanding she apologize to Zhong Erxiaoji. Zhong Erxiaoji became even more arrogant, demanding not only an apology to herself, but also to all the noble ladies present. Ji Yuchuyue was almost amused. These people probably thought everyone owed them something. She said coldly, "What if I refuse? I will not apologize." Everyone was stunned, momentarily speechless. At this moment, the male lead also noticed the commotion. He sighed inwardly. This Ji Yuchuyue really knew how to stir up trouble anytime, anywhere. The other male students were also curious. Those noble ladies were all from prominent families, while the girl being asked to apologize looked ordinary. She was the infamous Ji Yuchuyue, the ugly, untalented, and disabled girl who was recently dumped by Xiang Murong. At that moment, Xiang Murong happened to walk by. Everyone quickly gestured for him to watch his ex-fiancée's predicament. Xiang Murong felt a pang of annoyance. It's that Ji Yuchuyue again. Why can't she ever stay quiet? At this moment, Yuan Mingxiu watched Xiang Murong with interest, thinking this Jiu family's eldest daughter had terrible taste before. He wanted to see how this drama would unfold. Seeing Yuan Mingxiu arrive, the girls became even more spirited. They demanded even more forcefully that Ji Yuchuyue apologize. Junzuan, pretending to be kind, mediated, no matter what, were all classmates. Why don't you just apologize and be done with it? Ji Yuchuyue almost laughed. They were clearly the ones who were rude first. Just because they are nobles, you want to bully me. Annoyed that she wasn't giving her face, Junzuan pretended to cry. I was just trying to be fair, yet you're so rude and unreasonable. Ji Yuchuyue admired them. Tears on demand. Are those even real tears? Xiaomuan couldn't stand it anymore and angrily pulled Ji Yuchuyue away. You should at least care about your reputation. You're embarrassing both me and the family. Ji Yuchuyue forcefully shook her off. Don't touch me. I don't want to be associated with a scumbag. This dared to lecture her. It was ludicrous. At this moment, Ji Yuchuyue saw Yuan Mingxiu. Her heart skipped a beat. He was vengeful and petty. If this matter escalated, wouldn't the silver he promised be gone? Ji Yuchuyue was determined. The silver she had secured couldn't fly away. Xiaomuan was still angrily lecturing her, scolding her for embarrassing herself. Ji Yuchuyue just wanted to slap him. I have nothing to do with you now. Our previous engagement is null and void. Mind your own business. Xiang Murong was shocked. How dare you say such things? Aren't you afraid I'll completely give up on you? Ji Yuchuyue almost exploded. This scumbag's brain was full of water. What kind of mess was this? She couldn't tolerate it for another second. Since all of you idiots are competing with each other, I'll show you what a real backer is. Ji Yuchuyue pushed Xiaomuan away and ran towards Yuan Mingxiu. She would find the biggest backer to show them all. Ji Yuchuyue then threw herself into Yuan Mingxiu's arms, clinging to him and calling him my lord. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Jueisha, hiding in the shadows, watched with interest. This shameless young miss is quite skilled at using people. The girls were both furious and jealous. This woman is too shameless. Lord Yuan, quickly push her away and step on her. But Yuan Mingxiu simply patted Ji Yuchuyue's back, looking indifferent, and didn't push her away. He merely asked coldly, now that you've come to this lord, have you considered the price you'll have to pay? Ji Yuchuyue's expression froze. What price? Wasn't it just acting? Yuan Mingxiu leaned close and whispered, you've used this lord repeatedly. This lord will naturally collect my due. Ji Yuchuyue maintained her composure, but inwardly, she was triumphant. This way, no one would dare to bully her again. Suddenly, she felt a wave of heat behind her, as if she was about to be engulfed in flames. She saw the girls glaring at her, their eyes filled with hatred. Junzu Ju grabbed her and slapped her hard. At the critical moment, Yuan Mingxiu grabbed Ju's hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. Junzu Ju, you're quite audacious, daring to act like this in front of this lord. Ju's face instantly paled, frozen in place. Ji Yuchuyue watched with satisfaction. These noble ladies were so arrogant just now, but upon seeing Yuwen Mingxiu, they became meek as kittens. What a pity, she then coquettishly said, my lord, are you that heartless? Junzu Ju only wanted to teach me a lesson. Look at your murderous gaze. It's too much. Yuwen Mingxiu flung Ju's hand away. They bullied you, yet you're speaking up for them. You're quite something. His possessive behavior made Ju secretly hate Ji Yuchuyue. What was their relationship? When did they become so close? A young girl encounters bullying at school, and her scumbag ex-fiance is watching. The girl cries into her cold and aloof protector's arms, acting coquettishly and relying on him. Yuwen Mingxiu's killing intent intensifies. The noble ladies are scared witless, their hatred for Ji Yuchuyue deepening. The scumbag Xiang Murong is also gnashing his teeth. This woman dared to act so intimately with another man in front of everyone. Did she not care about his feelings as her ex-fiance? At this moment, elegant Guqin music starts playing. The intense atmosphere dissipates slightly. Yuwen Mingxiu's eyes soften slightly. He immediately turns and leaves, while Ji Yuxinrong takes the opportunity to taunt Ji Yuchuyue. Don't think just anyone can cling to Lord Yuwen. Only the most beautiful woman in the capital, the Chu family's third young miss, Chu Linglong, is worthy of him. Compared to her, you're just dirt. Ji Yuchuyue simply found it amusing. Why should she compare herself to anyone? In her heart, no one could compare to her. Ji Yuchuyue coldly warned her. I have no interest in your beloved Xiang Murong. If you like him, go after him openly. Don't involve me. I'm really annoyed. She then turned and left, leaving Ji Yuxinrong fuming. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't like those delicate flowers. No matter how much she liked someone, she would never lose herself. Meanwhile, Yuwen Mingxiu followed the sound of the music. There weren't many people in the world who could play this piece to such a profound level. Upon meeting, he realized it was the long-lost Chu Linglong. He didn't expect her to return early. Chu Linglong joyfully called out, Brother Yuwen. She excitedly walked towards him, but thoughtfully stopped half a meter away. Brother Yuwen doesn't like people getting too close. This distance is just right. Chu Linglong continued chatting animatedly, but Yuwen Mingxiu didn't hear a word. His attention was completely on Ji Yuchuyue. He suddenly noticed that the ordinary-looking Ji Yuchuyue had become much more attractive. Her watchful gaze couldn't escape Chu Linglong's notice, who then curiously asked who he was looking for. Yuwen Mingxiu chuckled and said, looking for a little wildcat. Chu Linglong was suddenly curious. Who could be called a little wildcat by him? Yuwen Mingxiu simply lowered his head and played with Xiao Hei, ignoring the question. Turning his head, he summoned Jueisha and ordered him to investigate immediately. Afterward, he didn't even glance at Chu Linglong, directly leading his people away. Watching his figure disappear, Chu Linglong's expression instantly darkened. She immediately ordered someone to investigate what Yuwen Mingxiu had seen with Ji Yuchuyue. Thus, Ji Yuchuyue, who was bored in the schoolhouse, eagerly anticipating the end of class, suddenly saw a maid approach her, with an unfriendly expression, asking her to come along. Ji Yuchuyue just felt it was troublesome. It seemed someone was looking for trouble again. She wondered if it was Princess Ju or Prince Renhan. The maid said deliberately, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? I heard you're quite the fighter. Ji Yuchuyue's curiosity was piqued. She followed the maid. The maid deliberately led her to a secluded place, making it clear that the visitor was not friendly. Sure enough, a woman suddenly turned around, glared at Ji Yuchuyue ferociously, and reached out to grab her. Ji Yuchuyue immediately took out her silver needle in response. The maid was clearly startled, but the woman was as agile as a monkey, dodging skillfully. Ji Yuchuyue was even more certain that she had seen correctly. This woman was trained. She immediately changed her weapon to a surgical knife. This knife could not only heal but also kill. I didn't expect the rumored Jiyu family's eldest daughter to have such good skills. The woman said. Her attacks became more ruthless. She looked like a professional assassin. Ji Yuchuyue knew she was in danger. If she didn't obey, she would die. The maid's eyes flashed with killing intent. If she didn't get rid of Ji Yuchuyue for her young mistress today, she would surely become a major threat in the future. Ji Yuchuyue said calmly, I will naturally become a major threat, but first, I have to kill you. Saying this, she grabbed the maid's hand. The maid's face instantly turned pale. This woman was not the real Jiyu family's eldest daughter. She dodged the surgical knife's attack, turned and tried to run back to report. But before she could run, Ji Yuchuyue blocked her. Tell me, who is your master? but the maid refused to say, attempting suicide to maintain secrecy. But Ji Yuchuyue easily dodged her attack, and slashed her arm in return. The maid's heart sank. This was no ordinary noble miss. Her fighting skills and aura were incredibly strong. Ji Yuchuyue asked again, "Who is your master?" But the maid said stubbornly, "I won't tell you. But if you dare kill me, you'll offend someone you can't afford to." Ji Yuchuyue scoffed. She was never threatened by anyone. She directly slashed across the maid's throat. The maid instantly fell to the ground, dead. Ji Yuchuyue mocked, "How stupid. Even a man like Yuan Mingxiu, the best doctor in the world, I only use. What makes you think him afraid of a small assassin? You'll find out who's behind you." But the assassin had chosen the right place. This was the agreed meeting point. Ji Yuchuyue immediately hid and waited for the person behind the scenes to appear. But she waited for a long time, and only saw two dark figures. The assassin, from Anwei, was already dead. The two figures were shocked. Ji Yuchuyue frowned. It seemed the only one who could use Anwei assassins was Huang Jingguo. Among the people she had offended, only Princess Ju or Prince Ren Han could afford Anwei assassins, but it didn't seem like they would resort to murder. Before she could figure it out, she saw the holy maiden, Xinghua Shuidao, rushing over. The maid instantly turned into a pool of blood. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly felt sorry for the assassin. Dying for her master, but discarded like this. And her master didn't even show up after her death. She had waited for nothing. As Ji Yuchuyue was about to leave, a dark figure suddenly appeared. Before she could react, she was bumped into. A cold embrace trapped her. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled, "So, you've seen my killing technique. Are you going to silence me now?" Ji Yuchuyue thought, "Damn it. I dodged two Anwei spies, but I couldn't dodge this devil, Yuan Mingxiu." She had to endure, so she leaned into Yuan Mingxiu's arms and said coquettishly, "I admire you so much. How could I possibly kill you? You are always busy with official duties. Being with me for even a few hours is such a blessing for me." Jueisha felt helpless. Every time the eldest miss used this trick, his master clearly fell for it. It was truly a case of one thing conquers another. Yuan Mingxiu laughed and asked her how she would repay him. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. She was just flirting. Since her shop was opening in 3 days, she decided to offer him a share of the profits. Even Jueisha admired her shamelessness. He could actually say such things. Yuan Mingxiu raised an eyebrow. "You haven't done anything for me yet, and you want to repay me. What have you done?" Seeing his darkening face, Ji Yuchuyue could only laugh awkwardly and compromise. "Then, how about 30% for me? How about 60% for me, 40 for you? That's the final offer. Otherwise, you'll take back the shop." Yuan Mingxiu said ruthlessly. Ji Yuchuyue nodded in agreement, pretending to be happy, but she thought to herself, "He'll just make more money. I'm not afraid of not making enough." Yuan Mingxiu was more concerned about her safety. He immediately called Jueisha. He ordered him to investigate the assassins, and why they hadn't returned to Shigu. Speaking of this, Ji Yuchuyue became anxious. "Someone dared to assassinate me openly. It's all because I'm not strong enough. My hidden guards are useless." Yuan Mingxiu's expression turned serious. He solemnly promised her, "No one will bully you again. Whoever bullies you, I will deal with them." Ji Yuchuyue's face flushed. His words were so captivating. Such a powerful man also likes me. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and lean in for a kiss. Yuan Mingxiu, however, gently pushed her away. Seeing that it was getting late, he urged her to go home. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly woke up. She was still a virgin. How could she be seduced by Yuan Mingxiu? She even wanted to kiss him. She needed to set some boundaries. She turned and fled, not wanting to see Yuan Mingxiu for a while. That night, Jueisha returned to report that the 3 assassins seemed to be connected to Prince Ning. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes darkened. Jueisha was so negligent. He didn't take her seriously, almost letting Ji Yuchuyue get hurt. Jueisha repeatedly guaranteed that he would quickly arrange new hidden guards for her, but he also felt strange. It was the first time he saw his master moved by a woman. If so, why not just take her? Yuan Mingxiu frowned. He turned and left, punishing Jueisha by forbidding him from appearing before him for 3 days. Jueisha, however, understood his master's intentions. He was clearly asking him to personally protect Ji Yuchuyue. He immediately turned around and left, promising that those assassins would never get close to Ji Yuchuyue again. Yuan Mingxiu hated that she had learned Jiyu Qiu's shamelessness, but the thought of having her by his side wasn't so bad. On the other side, Jiyu Qiu returned home alone. Jiyu Xinrong and Jiyu Mingchang had already left. They were furious at her for not going back. Jiyu Qiu didn't care. It was a good opportunity to find Wang Jingxi and settle things so that her shop could open tomorrow. As soon as Jiyu Qiu entered the pharmacy, Wang Jingxi rushed them out. Jiyu Qiu pretended that there was a seriously ill patient at home and asked him for help. Wang Jingxi smiled wryly. The pharmacy was trashed. All the herbs were in disarray. How could he treat anyone? He might even lose the pharmacy. Jiyu Qiu knew that he was a skilled physician and swordsman. He would be a great help in the future. She offered to help him buy the pharmacy. Wang Jingxi suddenly flew into a rage. I won't sell. You won't get any benefit from this. Get out, Jiyu Qiu said directly. I intend to buy this pharmacy. You can continue to practice medicine here and manage it. You won't lose any income, and it will even increase. Wang Jingxi didn't believe her. A little girl like her couldn't have much money. Even if she did, she couldn't afford the gambling debts. Jiyu Qiu had a headache, knowing it wouldn't be easy to convince him. She proposed a competition. Let's have a competition tomorrow. If I lose, I will pay your gambling debts. If you lose, this pharmacy will belong to me. Of course, the conditions I mentioned earlier still stand. It was the first time Wang Jingxi had seen such a confident little girl. He agreed, wanting to make her give up. He then drove them out. The next day, the apprentices of the pharmacy heard about this and were indignant. Master, why lower yourself to compete with a little girl? We can each find a way to raise the money. We can't let villains succeed. Wang Jingxi didn't want to implicate his apprentices. Those villains will get their retribution one day. When Jiyu Qiu arrived, she saw this scene. Although the pharmacy wasn't profitable, it had good people. Wang Jingxi was indeed kind, but she didn't understand that people who were too kind should learn not how to be good to others, but how to protect themselves. At this moment, a group of thugs aggressively barged in. They were the debt collectors. Today was the deadline. Wang, if you can pay up, we'll take your pharmacy. The debt collectors were unscrupulous, smashing things, and even trying to chop off Wang Jingxi's hand. Jiyu Qiu, who had transmigrated into a despised young miss, wanted to buy the pharmacy, but she encountered debt collectors smashing the place and trying to chop off the old doctor's hand. The old doctor fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing that he was about to be dismembered, Jiyu Qiu rushed in. Seeing Wang Jingxi's pale face and weak breath, she realized he had been poisoned. She immediately took out a silver needle and inserted it into his acupoint. This was one of the major acupoints of the human body. If the needle was inserted incorrectly, the patient would die. Wang Jingxi's apprentices were all shocked. This woman wants to kill him. How dare she use such a dangerous needle with her few years of experience? Jiyu Qiu smiled confidently. Don't you know there's such a thing as talent? I naturally have talent that surpasses all of you. The thugs saw that Wang Jingxi was still alive and became aggressive again. If you can't pay up, get out. And never step foot in this pharmacy again. Jiyu Qiu directly threw out 8,000 taels of silver, paying off Wang Jingxi's debt. From now on, this pharmacy belongs to me. One of the thugs casually kicked the silver to the side. He sneered, you want to show off? Too bad I don't want to sell. Jiyu Qiu saw his disdainful expression. You're not a child anymore, stop throwing things around. How are you going to pay me back later? The thug laughed. You dare to act so boldly without even knowing our boss background. Jiyu Qiu was even more arrogant. Why should I be afraid? Even if your boss knows me, he'll have to speak respectfully. Who do you think you are? The thug hesitated. He was worried that she might be someone he couldn't afford to offend. That would be troublesome. While he was hesitating, Jiyu Xinrong suddenly walked in and called out, Sister, what are you doing here? We've been looking for you. Jiyu Qiu cursed inwardly. He had appeared at such a crucial moment. She coldly turned her head, not wanting to acknowledge him. Jiyu Xinrong, however, shamelessly stuck to her. The thug's eyes lit up. He took the opportunity to ask if they were from the Jiyu family. Jiyu Xinrong was secretly delighted. He had finally found an opportunity to ruin Jiyu Qiu. He said unscrupulously, Jiyu Qiu is that notorious good for nothing. The thugs immediately realized. Isn't she that Jiyu Qiu, who was just rejected? Her reputation is ruined. Jiyu Qiu rolled her eyes. You really love gossip. You didn't come to help me, but you're quick to kick me when I'm down. Ji Yuxinrong complained. I clearly came to help you, but I just didn't understand the situation. Ji Yuxue sneered. Then please bring your brain next time. Don't always side with pretty faces. People will think our family is mourning. Ji Yuxinrong was furious and was about to pounce on her. Ji Yuxue took out her silver needle and threatened him, get lost, or I'll stab you. Ji Yuxinrong could only retreat unwillingly, crying and complaining all the way. Ji Yuxue shook her head. Her younger brother was truly attractive. If he were a woman, he would definitely be a famous beauty. The thug asked maliciously, Miss Ji, who is your backer? Tell us, we're not afraid of anyone. Ji Yuxue said proudly, my backer is someone you can't afford to offend. Have you heard of Yuan Mingxiu? The thug was thunderstruck, his body trembling involuntarily. No one dared to use Yuan Mingxiu's name in vain. If you're lying, you'll only harm yourself. Ji Yuxue remained calm. Look at how cowardly you are. Is Yuan Mingxiu that scary? The thug started to believe her. They couldn't afford to offend Yuan Mingxiu. He obediently picked up the silver. Let's end this here. His underling was unwilling. What if she's lying? We're so close to succeeding. The thug slapped him. Do you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Do you know who Lord Yuan is? If you mention this again, I'll kill you. Saying this, he dragged his underling away. Wang Jingxi also woke up. After learning what had happened, he was extremely grateful to Ji Yuxue and immediately offered the pharmacy to her. Ji Yuxue was surprised. He made his decision quickly. Wang Jingxi smiled wryly. If I had known that Madame Du's daughter was not as useless as the rumors said, I wouldn't have been so stubborn. I misjudged her. Ji Yuxue was not only skilled in medicine, but also decisive, truly different. Ji Yuxue confidently said, as long as you work for me, this pharmacy will surely become extremely profitable. Wang Jingxi paused before he understood. She wanted him to stay and continue practicing medicine. He was instantly overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Ji Yuxue then asked him to treat the apprentice's injured hand. Wang Jingxi was stunned. Her prescription was even better than his. He was truly outdated. Ji Yuxue, so young, yet so skilled in medicine. They quickly finalized their collaboration. Ji Yuxue then left in her carriage. Yan Huan and Qing Feng were relieved. Miss, how dare you use Lord Yuan as your backer? Ji Yuxue was annoyed. He knew she had such a powerful backer, and still took her money. Yuan Mingxiu wasn't a reliable backer after all. On the road, Ji Yuxue suddenly heard beautiful zither music. She wanted to invite the musician back to her mansion, but unexpectedly, the musician was Chu Linglong. Many noble ladies were gathered around her, including Ji Yuxinrong. As Ji Yuxue was watching, two maids suddenly blocked her path and forced her onto a boat. It was clear they were hostile. Ji Yuxue was forcibly taken onto the boat. They demanded she apologize. Qing Feng and Yan Huan immediately became angry. Seeing that the visitors were hostile, Ji Yuxue didn't resist. She just secretly ordered Chen Ju to go back and inform her second brother. Chen Ju immediately went to find Ji Yuxiao. Ji Yuxue calmly boarded the boat. As soon as she entered, she saw Chu Linglong sitting in the main seat. The other noble ladies were all from families she didn't interact with, but they were all hostile towards her. As expected, Chu Linglong glared at her with disgust. Although she was beautiful, her expression ruined it. Ji Yuxue thought, no wonder Yuan Mingxiu was attracted to her that day. She was like a puppy wagging its tail for its master. Zhu Guyue said coldly, the crown prince is not here. Chu Linglong added fuel to the fire. We are all from noble families, so we won't bother with you. But that day, you embarrassed us in public. That's unforgivable. Everyone was scared to death by her. How dare she mention that? Everyone knew that Lord Yuan favored the crown prince. For so many years, the only woman who could stay by Lord Yuan's side was Chu Linglong. Chu Linglong glared at Ji Yuxue, clearly showing her hostility. Ji Yuxue laughed. I also think this name sounds nice. Your taste is indeed good. But then Chu Linglong said, this name is the same as Princess Ju's. To avoid offending her, why don't you change your name? Ji Yuxue was stunned. One moment she was praising her, the next she was insulting her. This was clearly a provocation. She said stubbornly, no way. Princess Ju is Princess Ju, and I am me. If you're worried about offending her, we can just avoid each other. Zhu Guyue was furious. Who are you to talk to the crown princess like that? Ji Yuxinrong secretly cursed her. She wasn't just courting death for herself, but also for the entire Jiyu family. It was the first time Chu Linglong had been so defied. Her face darkened. A noble lady beside her jumped out angrily. How dare a lowly concubine's daughter like you talk back to the princess? Chu Linglong pretended to persuade her calmly. Don't be angry. Maybe I was wrong, the noble lady said domineeringly. Princess, you are noble and virtuous. Whatever you say is right, even if it's wrong, it's right. She pointed at Jiyu Chuyue and ordered her to kneel and apologize. Jiyu Chuyue refused, worried about the reputation of the Jiyu family, so she pretended to be dizzy and fell into Ren Hankin's arms. Ren Hankin, who had just returned from the palace, immediately ordered someone to drag her out and give her 20 lashes. Chi also didn't expect this old woman to be so difficult. But if she doesn't offend me, I won't offend her. Since that's the case, let's see who is more. So he backhanded her with the fragrant balls. Then he felt his whole body go limp and collapsed on the ground. Weakly, he said, I think I've been poisoned. Don't come near me, in case you get infected, it'll be terrible. Momo, who was about to grab him, immediately froze. For a moment, she didn't dare to approach. Chu Linglong saw through his trick. Second miss, your methods are truly impressive. How many excuses have you come up with in such a short time? Jiyu Chuyue, however, remained calm. He was certainly exaggerating, but he had the ability to turn exaggeration into reality. Sure enough, in the next second, Ren Qinghan cried out in alarm. She felt dizzy and couldn't help but suspect that she had also been poisoned. Jiyu Chuyue's acting was effective. The powder he made had never failed. Chu Linglong, seeing him still smiling, angrily grabbed his hair and was about to hit him. But upon contact, she also touched the powder and her whole body went limp, falling to the ground in a mess. At the same time, everyone in the painting room fainted. Only Jiyu Chuyue remained conscious. These so-called nobles are truly hateful, not treating commoners as human beings. Even Momo, a servant, was so arrogant. Who knows how many other servants she had bullied. So Jiyu Chuyue didn't feel any guilt at all. He directly took out the silver needles and fiercely stabbed them into everyone's necks, especially Jiyu Xinrong, who always pretended to be innocent and pitiful, framing others on a daily basis. Jiyu Chuyue used 3 silver needles on her, paralyzing her body. Even if she were a peerless martial artist, she would be powerless. He, Jiyu Chuyue, was a unique genius, unparalleled in the world. Anyone who offended him would not go unpunished. At the same time, Jiyu Yushu and Yi Jisung opened the window on the 12th floor, looking from afar at the painting room. No one came out, no guards were seen, and not even a sound could be heard. This looked very wrong. Anxious, they were about to rush to the painting room, when Dag reminded them of Ren Lanzu. Those on the ship are all noble ladies. It's possible they haven't even reached the ship yet and have been mistaken for assassins by the city guards. Jiyu Yushu had no choice but to ask Chen Ju to seek help from the Shao family, and went to request an audience with Lin Longjun himself. But the guards unceremoniously sent him away, saying that the Junzu wouldn't see a nameless person like him. It was only after Jiyu Yushu's repeated pleas and Yi Jikong's coercion that they finally broke through. But they discovered that the Junzu and Jiyu Xinrong had both fainted. This threw everyone into chaos. Jiyu Yushu's heart was in his throat. Shirao and Xinrong are both inside. Could something have happened to them? He was worried because of their status. Just as he was anxious, he saw Chen Ju returning with someone, and that person was actually Yu Wenming. As soon as they met, Yu Wenming inquired anxiously about the situation in the painting room, and asked him to come in with him. Yu Wenming even brought an imperial physician. Jiyu Yushu felt that his voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature. Not only did he speak to an ordinary scholar like him, but he also wanted to investigate the scene together. He was so excited that his face flushed red, instantly becoming a little fanboy of Yu Wenming. Soon, the imperial physician came to a conclusion. Yes, they have been poisoned by Qi Sha. Although Qi Sha is a colorless and odorless poison, fortunately, it will naturally dissipate within an hour. Jiyu Yushu was overjoyed and grateful. Elder sister and third sister will definitely remember Lord Yu Wen's life-saving grace this time. Yu Wenming chuckled. Will they really remember? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what he meant. This ugly woman offended the entire Pure World Conference. Reboot crazy magic star skill such as powder with imperial physician to save. Everyone is fine, only Jiyu Chuyue is still unconscious. Yu Wenming was really worried and quickly urged the imperial physician to find a way. But unbeknownst to them, this was a poison Jiyu Chuyue had administered to himself to avoid suspicion. After a while, he also woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Ji Yushu's excited face, and thought he was the one who saved him. But Ji Yushu said with a face full of admiration, "The person who saved you is Lord Yuan. I finally understand why everyone is both in awe and admiration of him. I can't believe Lord Yuan is such a kind and good person." Ji Yushu's heart sank. Wait a minute, why is it Yuan Ming again? Just one look at his cold face, and he knew what he wanted to say. Ji Yushu, you don't have to pretend anymore. This time, it's not your plan. He immediately took the initiative and said, "I just fainted. I don't know who did it." At the same time, the scheming Junzu Chulinglong heard that Yuan cared about Ji Yushu, and was so quick to act, she assumed he was worried about her and felt a warmth in her heart. Actually, Yunj is a very good person, just a bit temperamental. Sometimes, he doesn't even give me face. I originally wanted to teach Ji Yushu a lesson, but he ended up helping him. Although I'm unwilling, but I must see Yunj immediately. So, with a face full of anticipation, she rushed to see Yuan Ming. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Yuan Ming turning to look at Ji Yushu. Her heart pounded. Yunj is looking at me. In front of so many people, what should I do? The next second, Yuan Ming looked away. His attention returned to Ji Yushu. He looked at him worriedly, constantly asking him how he was doing, as if an iceberg had melted. Everyone was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe that Chulinglong had been ignored. That was Chulinglong. Yuan actually cared about that notorious man-hater in the capital. Chulinglong's face turned livid with anger. Ji Yushu was overjoyed. This was definitely this dog man's scheme. He immediately started cursing. Damn Yuan Ming, is he crazy? Caring about me in front of so many people, is he trying to provoke me on purpose? Saying this, he pulled Ji Yushu to leave quickly. I'm dizzy and need to go home to rest. Ji Yushinrong was about to explode with anger. Why can Ji Yushu, who is also a man-hater, attract the attention of such an outstanding man, while I can't? She immediately grabbed Ji Yushu, crying and saying, "You can't just leave me like this. I'm also suffering." Yuan Ming's plan worked perfectly. He pulled Ji Yushu behind him, and let Ji Yushu take care of Ji Yushinrong. Ji Yushu immediately said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. And I'm a notorious woman. You should care about Junzu Chu. She's talented, beautiful, kind." But Yuan Ming suddenly interrupted him, seriously saying, "I don't think so." Saying this, he picked him up and strode outwards. He also told Ji Yushu to take care of Ji Yushinrong, and then help take care of Chulinglong. Everyone was stunned. Yuan actually carried Ji Yushu himself. This was a declaration to the world. Ji Yushu was speechless. This time, I'm really finished. He immediately rolled his eyes, pretending to faint again. But Yuan Ming, having been tricked by him many times, saw through his little trick. He continued to carry him outside without stopping. Chulinglong couldn't stand this stimulation and fainted. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Yuan Ming carried Ji Yushu to a room. Seeing him still motionless with his eyes closed, he lifted his small hand and began to. Ji Yushu pretended to be weak. "Master, you are also a doctor. With me, the world's best doctor, lying here, are you still worried?" But Yuan Ming suddenly threatened coldly, "If you keep pretending, I'll leave you alone." Ji Yushu wouldn't fall for his trick and continued to play dead. Yuan Ming then lowered his head and leaned close, as if trying to wake him. His hot breath sprayed on Ji Yushu's face. Ji Yushu suddenly sat up and pushed him away. "Damn dog man, stay away from me." Yuan Ming wasn't one to be trifled with. "You've used my name so many times, taking advantage of my reputation. Now you want to run away. Isn't that a bit too much?" Ji Yushu was immediately rendered speechless, unable to refute. The next moment, Yuan Ming suddenly leaned over him. Ji Yushu immediately pushed him away, wiping the corner of his lips and cursing, "Damn you, you're shameless." Yuan Ming immediately put on a cold face and pressed down on him. "It's not the first or second time you've hooked up with me. Now everyone knows about your existence. You used me, and now you want to run. Is that a bit too much?" Ji Yushu immediately started cryingly. "I was wrong before. I swear I will sever all ties with you, my lord. I still want to get married in the future. If my husband finds out, it would be a disaster. Please have mercy on me, my lord." Yuan Ming said good-naturedly, "It's not impossible for me to forgive you and let you go. But I have a condition. You have to become my concubine." Ji Yushu was instantly speechless. How could he say such shameless words? Seeing his displeasure, Yu Wenming said, "You can't even fulfill such a small request." Ji Yuchuyue angrily slapped him. "Shameless. You're trying to force me." But when he heard him say that if he didn't make a decision, he would make it for him, Ji Yuchuyue immediately gave in. "Fine, you win. I'll do whatever you want. I'll just treat it as being bitten by a dog." So he quickly kissed Yu Wenming on the cheek. Blushing, he said reluctantly, "Are you satisfied now?" But Yu Wenming was not satisfied and complained that it was too perfunctory. He insisted on a mouth-to-mouth kiss. After some back and forth, Ji Yuchuyue, with a look of resignation, suddenly raised his head and kissed him. Yu Wenming was still not satisfied and said it was his turn to pay back. He immediately pulled him into his arms and kissed him deeply. This whole process was witnessed by many, especially Chu Linglong, who was furious and jealous. The number one beauty, Junzu, was treated coldly and distantly. Chu Linglong caught up and gently called out, "Yunj." Yu Wenming coldly responded with his name. Chu Linglong was heartbroken. "He used to call me by my name directly. When did he start calling me Junzu?" Yu Wenming immediately made it clear that there was nothing between them. Chu Linglong thought it was because of their status difference and blindly said, "The Emperor and Empress, my aunt, will not object to us being together." Seeing that she still wouldn't give up, Yu Wenming said directly, "I don't like you. Please be mindful of your status in the future, Junzu." Chu Linglong was utterly humiliated. She angrily shouted, "Who do you like? Is it that Ji Yuchuyue inside?" Yu Wenming didn't answer directly, only warning her not to meddle in his business. Chu Linglong was furious. "It's all Ji Yuchuyue's fault, that ugly freak. It's all his fault that Yunj is upset. I won't let him off." Yu Wenming immediately grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with killing intent, and warned, "If you dare touch a single hair on Chiyu's head, I will make you regret it." Ji Yuchuyue, who was by the window, cursed silently, "You can offend me, but you can't offend Yu Wenming. This guy is now on my side. I just want to properly develop medicine, but I have to deal with this peach blossom every day." Just then, Yu Wenming suddenly appeared behind him and asked meaningfully, "What ideas do you have?" Ji Yuchuyue sighed helplessly. "Can you, for the sake of our kiss, help me resolve the issue of Junzu Chu's hatred? After all, my abilities are limited and my words carry little weight. In this era, it's all about who your father is. Her father is the deceased prince, and her mother is the current empress sister. I'm just an unloved ugly freak. I can't compete with her. With my identity, I'm like an ant that can be crushed at any time. I rely on you for safety." Yu Wenming suddenly laughed. "Then why don't you marry me?" Ji Yuchuyue was instantly stunned. "Wouldn't marrying you lead to a quicker death? My lord, can we find a safer solution? This really won't work." "I don't have the guts," Yu Wenming calmly replied. "This is the only way. Think about it carefully." After saying that, he left without giving him a chance to refuse. Soon after Ji Yuchuyue returned home, he heard that his father had called for him. Ji Yuchuyue sneered. He already broke off the engagement. Why does he want to talk about marriage again? So he went to see him to find out. At this time, Ji Fuzhong and his concubine were already there. Ji Yuchuyue casually sat down in the main seat. Ji Yanqing was furious. "How dare you? That seat is for your mother." Ji Yuchuyue sneered. "Is your concubine even worthy of being my mother? If you have something to say it quickly. I have important matters to attend to." Ji Yanqing gritted his teeth in anger, but he still forced himself to ask calmly, "I heard you offended Junzu Linglong today." Ji Yuchuyue said proudly, "I didn't offend her. I'm Junju's favorite." Ji Shinrong immediately jumped out to refute. Junzu Linglong wanted to make trouble for him. If it weren't for the assassins poisoning us halfway, eldest sister would have been caught and beaten by that old hag. But upon meeting Ji Yuchuyue's icy gaze, Ji Shinrong quickly shrank back. Ji Yuchuyue thought this shrew would start cursing again. But Ji Yanqing continued to ask, "Were you carried back to the boat by Yu Wenming?" His concubine's face was full of disbelief. "That's the esteemed Yu Wen, revered by thousands. How could he carry that ugly freak?" But Ji Yuchuyue said impatiently, "Yu Wenming is deeply in love with me. Wherever I go, he follows. Ji Yanqing instinctively wanted to slam the table and curse at him for his nonsense. But then he remembered that things were different now, so he kindly advised him to behave and not daydream. But Ji Yuchuyue dropped a bombshell. "Yu Wenming is pursuing me. He even said he wants to marry me as his official wife. I considered it and rejected him. After all, We are not suitable for each other. Everyone was stunned, feeling that this joke was not funny at all. Ji Yushu thought her elder sister might be telling the truth. I was also there when Lord Yuwen arrived that night. He did treat eldest sister differently from others. I thought he went to the scene for Lin Longjun, but later I realized that he was constantly paying attention to elder sister, and even personally took care of her. Ji Yanqing was ecstatic. To be loved by Lord Yuwen as a powerful official, controlling the lives and deaths of thousands of soldiers. As long as she can marry him, even if she can't be the official wife, being a concubine is good enough. Ji Yuchuyue exploded in anger. You want me to be a concubine? Dream on. I refuse. If you want to cause me trouble again, just try it. I, Ji Yuchuyue, am not easy to bully. Especially you, Ji Shinrong, this time you'll learn your lesson. After saying that, he left angrily. Ji Shinrong was almost angered to death, still complaining that he was speaking nonsense. But the next second, she was shocked to find a large red rash on her face. She immediately screamed in horror. How could she go out and see people like this? Her maid quickly comforted her, don't be afraid. We'll find the best doctor. Some medicine will fix it, but Ji Yuchuyue sneered. You can try. I want to see what my unique poison is like. At the same time, Chu Linglong's face also developed red rashes, and she had difficulty breathing. If it weren't for the servants holding her back, she would have scratched her face off. The servant Momo, who wanted to beat Ji Yuchuyue, also had red rashes all over her face. They searched for all the imperial physicians, but they all said there was nothing they could do. Even when they invited the emperor and empress, they were also helpless. Ji Shinrong was even more helpless, angrily cursing Ji Yuchuyue every day. This arrogant woman was proposed to by the current prime minister, but everyone scolded him for being blind. Even her own father wanted to send her to be the prime minister's concubine. Ji Yuchuyue angrily issued a challenge in the academy, announcing to all the students. Instantly, the entire Bailu Academy erupted. The teachers in charge of the female students were furious. It's that Ji Yuchuyue again. The women's academy is so dignified, and she's embarrassing us. They immediately ordered someone to bring Ji Yuchuyue over. If we let him be, sooner or later he'll cause trouble. Soon, Ji Yuchuyue arrived promptly and politely asked what the matter was. As soon as they met, the teacher started scolding him. Bailu Academy's reputation has been built by countless scholars who focus on their studies. A woman like you, with such a vulgar demeanor, still wants to imitate elegant scholars. You're disgracing the academy. The maid also sneered at him. Even if it's to attract men, this method is too much. Ji Yuchuyue immediately said with a cold face, how dare a servant interrupt when her master is speaking? The maid retorted angrily, don't use your status to suppress me. Even if I'm just a servant in the academy, I'm still part of the academy. The teacher scolded him more and more fiercely. You're lawless and arrogant. I will report this matter to the dean. This was clearly a threat, but Ji Yuchuyue was prepared. The dean has already agreed to this. After all, such a big academy, with such strict rules, can't just be for show. Everyone was stunned, staring at him speechlessly. Ji Yuchuyue immediately walked to the platform aggressively. You all say I'm an idiot and a good for nothing. Then I'll use my talent to prove you wrong. You say I'm a man-hater with no appeal. Then I'll prove you wrong by rejecting all suitors. I will prove that I, Ji Yuchuyue, am not incompetent. The news quickly spread like wildfire. The female students were all talking about it. A notorious man-hater dares to challenge the top scholars. Lord Yuwen is a genius like the sun and moon. How could he be compared to such a person? This arrogant noble will surely regret it later. Some even mocked Ji Yuchuyue directly. Can't speak now. You can't even handle this situation, let alone compete with scholars. How dare you boast? Ji Yuchuyue just found it funny. You all say Yuwen Ming is like the sun and moon, but I'm not inferior to him. Now I can finally prove it. This man-hater dares to compare himself to Lord Yuwen. The female students immediately pointed at him and scolded, Lord Yuwen is favored by the emperor, a genius beyond compare. You're courting death, but Ji Yuchuyue was not intimidated. In that case, let anyone who thinks they are better than me come forward and compete. Well, compete in literature and martial arts. I, Ji Yuchuyue, accept the challenge. Meanwhile, the complacent Ji Yanqing was still boasting. A fortune teller once said that our family will produce a noble and talented daughter. Indeed, my eldest daughter is intelligent and outstanding. This was actually meant to flatter his concubine. But Jiyu Shinrong was in pain from her illness, and begged her husband to find a cure. Jiyu Yanqing immediately said he would invite the best doctor from the Su family. He would definitely help for the sake of his deceased wife. His concubine smiled secretly, but cursed him in her heart. If he's so concerned about Chiyue, why doesn't he let her treat Shinrong? Jiyu Yanqing immediately decided to visit Chiyue when he returned. As the elder sister, she shouldn't just focus on her own studies and ignore her younger sister's illness. Actually, he didn't care whether Chiyue had medical skills or not. Since Shinrong was sick, he had to put on a good show. Just then, something big happened in the usually peaceful Bailu Academy. Jiyu Chiyue, the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family, issued a challenge, shocking all the students. Now the whole academy is in an uproar. Everyone was stunned, unable to react. Jiyu Sine was so anxious she nearly fainted. She worried about Jiyu Chiyu's audacity. Insulting Bailu Academy's representatives was a grave offense. If things went badly, it would implicate the entire Jiyu family. However, Jiyu Chiyue waited a long time, and no one came to accept her challenge. After a while, a student aggressively entered. He started scolding as soon as he entered. Jiyu Chiyue, you're a disgrace. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll be stabbed to death by a white blade to cleanse your family's name. Jiyu Chiyue retorted with a frown. Cut the crap. If you have the skills, compete with me. The student instantly faltered, not daring to accept the challenge. Seeing him hesitate, Jiyu Chiyue sneered. If you don't dare to fight, why bother talking? Cowardice is worse than incompetence. The student was humiliated, his fighting spirit instantly extinguished. He could only leave a harsh word, "Well, fight another day," and fled in embarrassment. Qingzu admired her mistress deeply. Women rarely had the courage to compete with men, but Jiyu Chiyue dared to do so. Hearing this, Jiyu Chiyue's eyes flashed with determination. Of course, women can control their own destinies. Meanwhile, the teachers were arguing fiercely. Bailu Academy's centuries-old reputation was at stake. If Jiyu Chiyue wasn't expelled, they might as well close the academy. They argued for a long time, but Yuan Mingxue remained silent. The headmaster understood his intention and asked, since Jiyu Chiyue is so arrogant, should we accept her challenge? The teachers were stumped. If so, who should they send? The female teachers were indignant. The male teachers always looked down on them, believing that only unmarriageable women became teachers. Teacher Li suddenly spoke. The female teachers should decide. Since the challenge was issued by a woman, a noble lady from the Women's Academy should accept it. The headmaster agreed. As long as Jiyu Chiyue was defeated, it didn't matter who fought her. However, many male teachers were still unwilling. Jiyu Chiyue claimed her strength was comparable to Yuan Mingxiu. How could this be? The headmaster couldn't decide and asked Yuan Mingxiu for his opinion. Yuan Mingxiu simply said, I agree. This meant a woman was challenging the entire academy. The male students immediately seized the opportunity. They arrogantly declared, with your meager skills, you dare challenge us. Although you issued the challenge, we set the rules. Whoever loses must leave the academy. The entire academy came to watch. They wanted to teach Jiyu Chiyue a lesson and make her leave Hongjing City. This was clearly unfair, but Jiyu Chiyue wasn't afraid. She was confident in her abilities and agreed. Whether it was literary or martial arts, she feared nothing. The news spread quickly, and everyone came to watch. The Jiyu family also heard the news and came in a carriage. But seeing so many people, they didn't dare enter, fearing they would lose face for the Jiyu family. Jiyu Shinrong was furious. Her elder sister's provocation offended so many officials and noble families. Jiyu Yanqing was also anxious. It was too late to do anything. He was powerless. At this point, everyone thought Jiyu Chiyue was courting death. Ren Hanqing was a prodigy, able to read at 3, write at 7, and finish 45 classics by 10. Zhu Junzu was also talented. His poem Ode to Plum Blossoms was widely praised. In contrast, Jiyu Chiyue was known for being ugly and a good for nothing. Teacher Li announced the start of the competition. The book in his hand contained the test questions. He would only read the title, and whoever couldn't answer would lose. The male students were relieved. Reciting texts was basic. Compared to them, the requirements for Jiyu Chiyue were indeed not too high. Ren Hanqing was confident. He wanted to make Jiyu Chiyue a stepping stone to his fame. The teacher announced the first question. Recite the Ballad of Mulan. As his voice fell, the three struck the wooden hammer simultaneously. Then, they began reciting. Jiyu Chiyue was no worse than the other two. Zhu Junzu was shocked. He didn't expect Ji Chunyue to know how to recite. The Ji family outside the academy was also in disbelief. They thought their eldest sister never read. Ji Yanqing seemed thoughtful as he watched Ji Chunyue. The male students whispered amongst themselves, "Isn't that your former fiancée? You always said she was useless. Why does she seem different from what you said?" By this time, Ji Chunyue had already recited the entire Ballad of Mulan. This was clearly a hidden talent. Ren Hanqing panicked. Could she really be talented? No, I must win. This competition must be mine. Then, Teacher Li announced the second question. Recite the Yellow Crane Tower. Ji Chunyue and Ren Hanqing immediately struck the wooden hammer. They recited fluently, but Zhu Junzu was dumbfounded. He had only read this essay and hadn't memorized it. Although Ren Hanqing recited it correctly, he sounded mechanical. Ji Chunyue, however, recited with emotion, fully immersed in the essay's meaning. Even Zhu Sha was surprised. He didn't expect Ji Chunyue to have such talent, resonating with the author's feelings. Even Teacher Li had to admit that the difference was obvious. Zhu Junzu looked at the two with admiration. The male students were still cheering for him. Women are indeed inferior. Zhu Junzu just recited a few lines, and she couldn't keep up. Zhu Junzu could only admit defeat, saying, "I never liked reciting anyway." Thus, he was eliminated. Teacher Li announced the third question. Recite the Analects of Confucius. By this point, Ji Chunyue's talent was already well known. Some said the Ji family had bribed the teachers, angering Ji Yanqing. Ji Yanqing comforted him, saying, "Don't listen to them. They don't understand and are just slandering you." Ji Yanqing looked at Ji Xinrong sharply. When did Chunyue learn to recite? How could her memory be better than yours? Ji Xinrong wanted to retort, but she couldn't recite the previous texts. She was speechless, thinking, is Ji Chunyue rebelling? The current mistress of the Ji family is. Soon, the three recited the Analects of Confucius. Ji Chunyue and Ren Hanqing were equally matched. Ren Hanqing suggested increasing the difficulty, otherwise, there would be no winner. Ji Chunyue agreed. She had wanted to suggest this as well. The male students were worried. Can that former fiancé of yours really do it? Who knew such a frail woman could be so talented? However, some understood. Ji Chunyue's appearance was lacking, so she excelled in literature. It would be a good thing. Then, Xian suddenly spoke up for Ji Chunyue. Her appearance is not ugly, but due to illness. Look closely, she is quite beautiful. The students were surprised that he was defending Ji Chunyue. He used to dislike her. Xiang Wan was also surprised. Perhaps he had never truly known Ji Chunyue. The next competition was reciting Chu Ci. Even Zhu Sha was shocked. These were obscure chapters that even they found difficult. However, both Ji Chunyue and Ren Hanqing recited fluently without any hesitation. Teacher Li became serious. Ren Hanqing had received rigorous training since childhood, so his reciting ability was not surprising. But he didn't expect Ji Chunyue to be so proficient. No one knew that Ji Chunyue was once a disciple of the divine doctor. Her master had trained her strictly since childhood. She studied diligently from dawn till dusk, practicing martial arts late into the night. Decades of hard work led to her current abilities. For example, she quickly memorized the text. She thought, master was right. Knowledge is power. Ren Hanqing gritted his teeth in anger. He had underestimated this woman. Ji Chunyue retorted, don't underestimate anyone. Sometimes it's not that you look down on others, but that you overestimate yourself. The two were evenly matched. The news quickly spread throughout the academy. The male teachers were dismissive. This woman is clearly using this opportunity to gain fame. Such arrogance will not lead to greatness. Yuan Mingxiu ignored them. His interest in Ji Chunyue grew. This unpredictable woman brought him amusement. He wanted to see how long Ji Chunyue's surprises could last. This woman was known as a good for nothing. She dared to challenge everyone in the academy, and she was evenly matched with the talented Ren Hanqing. On the last day, Ren Hanqing couldn't recite any further. The male students sneered. Women are still women. When it comes to political strategies and national affairs, they are inferior. Ji Chunyue was furious. Who says women shouldn't care about national affairs? If the country is ruined and families are destroyed, will it not affect women? This question struck everyone's hearts, leaving them speechless. Zhu Junzu couldn't help but admire her. He hadn't expected her to have such broad-mindedness. He had misjudged her. The female students were deeply impressed, praising Ji Chueyue for standing up for them. The teacher's expression softened, finally accepting this student. Ren Hanqing admitted defeat, acknowledging that he was inferior. Ji Chueyue confidently asked, "Is there anyone else willing to compete with me?" The male students were disgruntled. How arrogant she is. She doesn't know when to stop. She'll regret it later. Zheng Jingming couldn't stand it. Do you think reciting a few texts qualifies you to challenge the entire academy? He stepped forward to accept the challenge. He was the son of a prominent official, and had already passed the imperial examination. Ji Chueyue accepted the challenge with a smile, not feeling nervous at all. The stronger the opponent, the stronger she would become. Zheng Jingming sneered, "You shouldn't have shown your face. You're making a fool of yourself here. No one will marry you in the future." He then asked the teacher to set the questions. The teacher was shocked. This scope was too broad. Ji Chueyue was even more audacious. She said she could answer any question, from astronomy to geography, from literature to science. The male students were stunned. Is this woman crazy? Zheng Jingming thought Ji Chueyue was just pretending. Teacher Li had to start with the first question. Where do the 4 words Ayushio Menli come from? Recite the context and explain its meaning. While Zheng Jingming was still thinking, Ji Chueyue had already struck the wooden hammer, and recited fluently, without a single mistake. Teacher Li couldn't help but admire her. A woman should not be underestimated. The male students jeered, "Zheng Jingming, can you do it? Losing to a woman is too embarrassing." Zheng Jingming blushed and explained, "I was just unfamiliar with the rules. You won't be so lucky next time." Ji Chueyue just smiled provocatively. "I hope you really have the ability." After a while, Zheng Jingming was proven wrong. He couldn't answer a single question. He shamelessly argued, "The questions you just asked are unreasonable. How could I, a dignified scholar, be tested on such things?" Teacher Li thought books were meant to be read. How could there be a distinction between difficult and easy? The male teachers were truly worried. A seemingly useless woman had defeated a scholar. This woman's strength is extraordinary. The academy might really have to keep her. Someone couldn't help but approach Yuan Mingxiu. "You were also sent here by the Ministry of Rights. What should we do?" The others were shocked. "You dare question Yuan Mingxiu? You're courting death." Yuan Mingxiu suddenly smiled. "I'll compete with her." Meanwhile, Zheng Jingming was still making excuses, insisting that the female academy's teachers were colluding with Ji Chueyue. The male students were enraged, scolding the female students. How dare a woman refute a man? This is against the natural order. The women's academy should be closed. The female students were afraid. If Zheng Jingming spread rumors, they wouldn't be able to marry. Zhu Junzu suddenly stood up. They are just bullying women. What's so great about men? He encouraged Ji Chueyue. You won this round. I'll stand by you. Ren Hanqing also supported her, though he still said he was helping justice, not her. The 3 stood together against the men. These men are too despicable. They are just sore losers. Their so-called elegance was so unbearable, let alone their understanding of women's hearts. The male students angrily pointed at Ji Chueyue. You're a disgrace. You should shave your head and become a nun. See how you face the scholars then. Ji Chueyue's anger exploded. Zhu Junzu was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Ren Hanqing could only advise Ji Chueyue to retreat and avoid further conflict. But since Ji Chueyue had issued the challenge, she had no intention of backing down. These men are not only sore losers, but they also dare to force a woman. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think they can walk all over me. Ji Chueyue pointed at the men. I am Ji Chueyue. If I don't teach you a lesson, my reputation, as a disciple of the divine doctor will be in vain. She shouted, if you're a man, stand up. Yuan Mingxiu arrived, just in time to hear the words old lady. He stopped, intrigued to see how Ji Chueyue would handle the situation. Jueisha was worried. Knowing Ji Chueyue's temper, if he didn't stop her now, he would have to clean up the mess later. Yuan Mingxiu said calmly, unwilling to accept her challenge. Jueisha was almost speechless. Master has become abnormal after meeting Miss Ji Yu. Zheng Jingming was also angered by Ji Chueyue's words. You're so rude. You're bringing shame to the Ji Yu family and yourself. Ji Chueyue retorted, you're shameless. With your narrow mind, why even accept the challenge? You just want fame. Zheng Jingming was speechless, only repeating shameless over and over. Ji Chueyue pushed him aside and shouted, I'll ask again, who's the leader? Step forward. I admire this woman for winning a round. The male students pointed at her, yelling, shave your head and become a nun. Zheng Jingming couldn't stand losing and started cursing. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't one to be bullied. She kicked him, sending him flying. Don't bully the weak. Fighting back is justified. To master martial arts, Ji Yuchuyue was thrown into a battlefield filled with mutated beasts. She was a survivor. Zheng Jingming was shocked. You're crazy. You dared hit me, but Ji Yuchuyue just glared at him. He didn't dare speak again. Ji Yuchuyue asked triumphantly, now, tell me, was I wrong? The male students were pale, but no one dared speak. Ji Yuchuyue smiled with satisfaction. Good. Silence means agreement. Men should be responsible for their actions. If you lose, admit it. Then, Xiang suddenly grabbed her arm. Stop it. Come home with me. I didn't know the broken engagement affected you so much. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. What was wrong with this man? Just then, Yuan Mingxiu appeared. Ji Yuchuyue, come here. Ji Yuchuyue's face lit up as she rushed to his side, finally seeing him. Zheng Jingming started crying. This woman challenged the entire academy, and even hit a student. Yuanzi, please uphold justice. The male students echoed his plea. Ji Yuchuyue was infuriated by their shamelessness, fearing that Yuan Mingxiu would be swayed. She whispered to him, in your person. They are outsiders. You must side with me. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. As students of Bailu Academy, you couldn't even defeat a woman. You've embarrassed our country. The male students were stunned. Zheng Jingming quickly explained, they colluded to cheat. Their questions were all things she knew. Ji Yuchuyue angrily retorted, you can't even tell right from wrong. You still have the nerve to talk about collusion. Shame on you. Yuan Mingxiu threatened him. Do you want me to sew your mouth shut? Ji Yuchuyue instantly shut up. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't continue scolding her in public. Zheng Jingming spoke again, even Yuanzi said you were wrong. Admit your mistake. Ji Yuchuyue gritted her teeth. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. Are you proud of yourself? I think living like you is worse than death. Zheng Jingming felt humiliated. Yuan Mingxiu's words meant he had no hope of marrying. Yuan Mingxiu turned to the male students. You are all like him. You should admit your mistakes. Your mistakes are 1. Underestimating your opponent. 2. Being arrogant and prejudiced. 3. Looking down on others while being inferior yourselves. This is ironic and pathetic. Go back and reflect on your actions. Write a self-criticism essay and submit it to your teachers. The male students were scolded and could only obediently accept their punishment. Ji Yuchuyue was impressed. Yuendida is so imposing. Yuan Mingxiu then turned to her. Winning the challenge is commendable, but your language is vulgar. Ji Yu Yanqing is a 4th-rank official. How could he have such a vulgar daughter? You're wrong. Come with me. The news quickly reached Ji Yu Yanqing. Ji Yu Xinrong scolded Ji Yuchuyue for being a disgrace and implicating her future marriage prospects. Ji Yu Yanqing had a new understanding of his 2 daughters. He was also afraid of being implicated by Ji Yuchuyue. He worriedly sent someone to find out more. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue followed Yuan Mingxiu to his room, but he remained silent about the punishment. Ji Yuchuyue became impatient. Just tell me what you want. Don't torture me like this. Yuan Mingxiu warned her, don't curse anymore. Ji Yuchuyue retorted, so what if I do? It's my catchphrase. I'll curse at whoever I want. Yuan Mingxiu threw a knife at her, its killing intent clear. Ji Yuchuyue dodged it, thinking, he won't kill me over this. Yuan Mingxiu said, my presence seems unwelcome. Let me see your face. Ji Yuchuyue breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but stare at his handsome face. Ji Yuchuyue was momentarily captivated. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly asked, is the scar on your face untreatable, or do you not want it treated? Ji Yuchuyue replied, it's treatable. Even a face transplant is possible. But I have too many admirers. I'm afraid removing the scar will make me even more irresistible. Yuan Mingxiu pointed at the invisible men. Suddenly, Ji Yuchuyue realized there was poison in her head. The poison was the same as the one on her face, likely from the same source. Yuan Mingxiu suggested the poison originated from Zhong Yuan. Ji Yuchuyue rolled her eyes. I know it's not from Zhong Yuan. Can you be more specific? Yuan Mingxiu's face turned cold. Don't be arrogant. Know who you're talking to. Ji Yuchuyue was shocked. Only I can cure this poison. You're in my hands now. Be polite. Yuan Mingxiu grabbed her arm. He pinned her down, threatening, "If you don't want treatment, I won't force you. I might die, but you'll die first." Ji Yuchuyue panicked. She apologized, promising to cooperate with treatment. Yu Wenmingxiu smirked, "Too late. You must accept the consequences." He pinched her cheek. Ji Yuchuyue realized he was flirting. She pushed him off and pinned him down. They both froze. The position was too compromising. An arrow suddenly flew in from outside. A voice shouted, "That ugly woman is kissing the handsome man." Yu Wenmingxiu reacted quickly, grabbing Ji Yuchuyue and flying to a safe spot. Ji Yuchuyue was also frightened. They would have been hit if they hadn't moved. She hid, leaving Yu Wenmingxiu to deal with the assassin. Ji Yuchuyue realized the arrows were expertly aimed. She spotted the hidden enemy. She directed Yu Wenmingxiu's attention. Yu Wenmingxiu ordered Jueisha to search the eaves. Jueisha obeyed. Ji Yuchuyue sighed, "It's always so dangerous around you. I need to cure your poison quickly to protect you." Yu Wenmingxiu suspected she wanted to kill him. Ji Yuchuyue tried to flatter him. Yu Wenmingxiu ordered her to prepare the medicine. He also needed to cure the princess poison. Ji Yuchuyue was shocked. She asked, "Do you like Chulinglong?" Yu Wenmingxiu looked at her silently. Ji Yuchuyue was furious. "Do you want to kill me? Even if you do, I'll still ask. I don't want to share you. If Chulinglong becomes your main wife, I won't be your wife." Zhu Guyue and Ren Hanqin waited anxiously outside. They felt sorry for Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue returned home to her family. Her father demanded she cure her sister's scar. Ji Yuchuyue chuckled, "I can, but why should I? She ruined my face." Her father wouldn't argue with her now that he'd seen her skills. He made her sister apologize. Her sister begged for forgiveness. Ji Yuchuyue agreed to treat her, with a condition. Her father agreed to any condition. Ji Yuchuyue made her sister swear never to marry Xiaowan. Her father agreed. Ji Yuchuyue wanted to separate them. She asked her sister to choose between her face and Xiaowan. Her sister chose her face. Ji Yuchuyue promised to find her another husband. Her sister reluctantly agreed. Their mother was worried about Ji Yuchuyue's skills. Ji Yuchuyue told her to leave if she didn't trust her. Her mother forced a smile and agreed. Ji Yuchuyue entered the room. Her sister warned her not to ruin her face. Ji Yuchuyue scoffed. She took out long needles and stabbed her sister. Her sister was terrified. She fainted. The needles weren't necessary. Ji Yuchuyue searched the room. She found a hidden box. Inside were 3 knives belonging to her mother. Her mother was a famous doctor. One of the knives was the ice snow knife, which could heal any injury. It was perfect for treating Ji Yuchuyue's scar. Her sister's scar was an afterthought. Ji Yuchuyue finished the treatment. Her parents praised her and apologized. Ji Yuchuyue didn't forgive them easily. She gave them a prescription. Her mother was happy. She was shocked when she saw the prescription. It said to use horse urine. Apply horse dung on the face. Her mother was furious. Ji Yuchuyue ignored her. She needed to prepare medicine for Yu Wenmingxiu. She was stopped by a maid who invited her to see Chulinglong. The maid used a paralysis drug. Use horse urine every morning. Apply horse dung on the face. It cured her sister's face. The princess also invited her for treatment. The princess had been crying for days. Even the emperor and empress were worried. They hoped Ji Yuchuyue could help. Chulinglong threatened her. Ji Yuchuyue was furious. She pushed aside the maid. The maid was shocked. Ji Yuchuyue examined the princess' face. The imperial doctors were angry. Ji Yuchuyue laughed. She wrote a prescription. The imperial doctors were amazed. They wondered who taught her. Ji Yuchuyue said she was a genius. She was worried about Chulinglong's face. It had been surgically altered. She wondered who did it. Did Yu Wenmingxiu know? The empress warned her to cure Chulinglong. Ji Yuchuyue didn't want to treat royalty. She remained silent. Chulinglong's face returned to normal. She refused to give Ji Yuchuyue a carriage. Ji Yuchuyue was angry. Jueisha invited her to see Yu Wenmingxiu. Ji Yuchuyue refused. Yu Wenmingxiu was waiting in a carriage. He told her not to regret it. Ji Yuchuyue screamed that she didn't regret it. She was still angry about him flirting with other women. Yu Wenmingxiu was confused. Jueisha suggested they leave. Yu Wenmingxiu refused. Ji Yuchuyue climbed over the wall. She sneaked into her room. She tapped his acupuncture points. Ji Yuchuyue was startled. She cursed at Yu Wenmingxiu. Yu Wenmingxiu complained about the tea. Ji Yuchuyue told him to leave. Yu Wenmingxiu threatened her. Ji Yuchuyue begged him to let her go. Yu Wenmingxiu asked why she refused him. Ji Yuchuyue hugged him and confessed her love. Yu Wenmingxiu was charmed. He asked why she thought he wouldn't kill her. Ji Yuchuyue said she loved him. She liked his looks and status. Jueisha was heartbroken. Yu Wenmingxiu felt tricked. Ji Yuchuyue suggested they get married. Yu Wenmingxiu grabbed her hand. Ji Yuchuyue cut his clothes with the ice snow knife. Yu Wenmingxiu was shocked. He was wary of her. Ji Yuchuyue was frustrated. She attacked him with another knife. That woman's face is ruined. She dared to touch the most handsome man. They pinched each other's faces. Ji Yuchuyue threw a scalpel. Yu Wenmingxiu caught it. He mocked her skills. Ji Yuchuyue was angry. Yu Wenmingxiu teased her. She told him to let her go. He said she was offering herself to him. He proposed marriage. Ji Yuchuyue wanted to talk business. Yu Wenmingxiu asked about the money she owed him. He accused her of trying to make him forget the debt. Ji Yuchuyue complained about him being petty. She asked him for a favor in exchange for the money. Yu Wenmingxiu was angry. Ji Yuchuyue threatened to leave him. Yu Wenmingxiu pinched her face. Jueisha cheered for his master. They pinched each other's faces again. They finally separated. Ji Yuchuyue said she had to pay a price as a woman. Yu Wenmingxiu was confident she couldn't find anyone better. Ji Yuchuyue smirked. She left. Yu Wenmingxiu asked her to treat a difficult patient. Ji Yuchuyue didn't answer. Jueisha complained about Ji Yuchuyue. Yu Wenmingxiu wanted to give her a challenge. Jueisha was scared. He changed the subject. Yu Wenmingxiu ordered him to deliver a message and bring back someone named Heidi. Ji Yuchuyue's father was kind to her. He gave her expensive fabrics. Ji Yuchuyue was suspicious. Her mother tried to make amends. Ji Yuxinrong told her to accept the gifts. Ji Yuchuyue took everything. She asked her father what he wanted. Her father had something to announce. Her mother told her to forget the past. Ji Yanqing didn't want to make the same mistake. Her mother was speechless. Yan Xinglong complained with dissatisfaction. Yong Wei worked so hard. Father, how can you say that? Ji Buyan was no longer the submissive person she used to be. She came today to hand over the household management to Ji Yuchuyue. Handing the household management to Ji Yuchuyue, Ji Yujin entered and exclaimed, "This is absurd. In the capital, there's no such thing as a daughter taking charge of the household when the mother is gone. It will make us a laughingstock." Ji Buyan remained indifferent. When he ruined Chiyu's reputation, did he consider the consequences? This family was once again in chaos. Ji Huchi found the situation tiresome. His father's attempts to mend their relationship were futile. What's the use of regretting now? Father's indulgence and acquiescence have already spoiled Yuan Zhu. He turned and left without another word. Ji Yusai left without looking back, ignoring the screams behind him. Ji Yujin was furious. Ji Buyan treating him like this was utterly disrespectful. Deep down, he still harbored resentment towards that woman. The thought of her made him seethe with anger. Ji Buxiong advised him not to be angry, as this was playing right into Ji Yuchuyue's hands. Besides, it wouldn't be easy for Ji Yuchuyue to manage the household. This large household will be too much for her. When she can't manage, she'll have to return the authority. Then father will have no choice. Ji Yuchuyue caused the fight between mother and father. I will never let her off the hook. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue's pharmacy business was booming, with many patients seeking her help. A servant rushed in, saying his master was critically ill and needed Ji Yuchuyue's help immediately. Ji Yuchuyue immediately stated her consultation fees were expensive, especially for the wealthy. The servant didn't mind. His master controlled the largest treasury in the land and wasn't short of money. This ugly freak is treating people. He tore open the handsome man's collar. Drooling, he ogled the handsome man. Ji Yuchuyue followed the servant to Nanfeng Mountain Villa. It was rumored that only the extremely wealthy and powerful resided in the villa. The owner's business dealings were shrouded in secrecy. Controlling the largest treasury and having ties to Yuan Mingxiu, has indeed no ordinary person. The villa's owner, Lan Zhuangzhu, came out. He was surprised to find the renowned physician so young. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. He's not that much older than me. Since I'm here to treat you, tell me what's wrong. Lan Zhuangzhu explained he had been poisoned at birth. Even Yuan Mingxiu couldn't cure him. He had no choice but to try Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue felt he was lucky. She was probably the only one in the world who could cure him. After examining him, Ji Yuchuyue declared she could cure him, but the cure required a rare ingredient. Lan Zhuangzhu promised to obtain it, no matter the difficulty. Ji Yuchuyue explained it wasn't a tangible ingredient, but the shadow of a human heart. She needed the heart of someone spiritually connected to Lan Zhuangzhu to recreate his heart. Lan Zhuangzhu was shocked. He wanted to live, but not at the cost of another's life. Ji Yuchuyue found his reaction unusual. Powerful people like him rarely cared about others' lives, but as long as he could provide the other ingredients, she could proceed. Ji Yuchuyue tore open Lan Zhuangzhu's clothes, revealing his pale, delicate skin. Lan Zhuangzhu was startled. Ji Yuqiuyue examined his physique, drooling. Though he lacked a six-pack, his smooth skin was a feast for the eyes. Shi Wei happened to witness this scene. He was stunned. He berated Ji Yuqiuyue, "You shameless hussy. You're clearly trying to take advantage of my master." Ji Yuqiuyue's expression turned cold. She flicked a needle at Shi Wei. It pierced his collar, leaving a bright streak of blood. "Take another step, and I won't be responsible for the consequences." Shi Wei gritted his teeth, but fearing for Lan Zhuangzhu's safety, he didn't dare say another word. He glanced at Lan Zhuangzhu's impressive physique. Then he quickly took out 19 silver needles. "This will stabilize his heart for 3 years. He can choose to do whatever he wants during this time." This meant Lan Zhuangzhu could finally leave the villa and experience the world. Lan Zhuangzhu was overjoyed, but Ji Yuqiuyue dampened his spirits. If he didn't find a suitable heart replacement within 3 years, he would die. Lan Zhuangzhu was still happy. Compared to living in darkness, he'd rather see the world, even if it meant death. Ji Yuqiuyue assured him it wouldn't be a problem as long as he prepared enough payment. She also had a small request. If he died within 3 years, she wanted to use his body for research. Lan Zhuangzhu agreed without hesitation. Shi Wei was furious. "I knew you were shameless. I knew you were abnormal, but I didn't expect you to have such morbid desires." Ji Yuqiuyue thought he was overreacting. "My patient hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so noisy?" Lan Zhuangzhu calmly accepted her request. He found Ji Yuqiuyue even more fascinating than he imagined. She was truly worthy of her reputation as a friend of Yuan Mingxiu. Ji Yuqiuyue was surprised by his easy acceptance. He was indeed a remarkable figure, a friend of Yuan Mingxiu. The housekeeper respectfully escorted Ji Yuqiuyue out, lamenting his master's poor luck, but acknowledging his good fortune in meeting her. Ji Yuqiuyue thought Lan Zhuangzhu was quite lucky to have met her. It was a turning point in his life. He watched as Ji Yuqiuyue boarded her carriage. Shi Wei complained about her, but the housekeeper thought he was too young and naive. The young lady was clearly a good person. In the carriage, Ji Yuqiuyue laughed excitedly. 10,000 taels. "Miss, you just inserted a few needles. This money comes too easily." Qing Feng said, unaware people were willing to pay much more for their lives. To celebrate, they went shopping for clothes. They encountered Ji Mai. "Sister, this time in with Princess Anning, daughter of General Wuan. I have backing now, so don't mess with me. You're so ugly, what's the point of buying clothes?" Ji Yuqiuyue ignored her. Ji Mai sneered, "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Do you dare to come play with us?" Ji Yuqiuyue didn't want to engage with them, avoiding trouble. But 2 guards blocked her path, clearly hostile. Ban Linjun pointed at Ji Yuqiuyue and laughed. "I always get what I want. Do you dare to compete with me?" Ji Yuqiuyue was speechless. The friends Ji Mai made were always as foolish as her. Ji Nene was indignant, and wanted to fight Ji Yuqiuyue. Ji Yuqiuyue tore open her clothes. She was truly exasperated by her sister's stupidity. Hadn't she learned her lesson after so many defeats? Ji Nene cried. Princess Anning, unable to stand it, decided to help her friend. Princess Anning couldn't stand Ji Yuqiuyue showing off. She invited Ji Mai to stroll with her. Ji Yuqiuyue readily accepted the challenge, but with a condition. "Time is money. You're wasting my time. If I win, you must pay me an extra 500 taels." Qing Feng worried about Ji Mai, but Ji Mai went to Princess Anning to find fault with Ji Yuqiuyue. She complained tearfully about being bullied. Princess Anning threatened Ji Yuqiuyue, annoyed by her showing off. She invited Ji Mai to go with her. Ji Yuqiuyue initially wanted to avoid getting involved, but the guards blocked her path, provoking her anger. So she accepted the challenge. She also added a condition: time is money. "You're wasting my time. If I win, you must pay me an extra 500 taels." Ji Mai feigned concern, telling Princess Anning to forget about it. 500 taels is too much. Princess Anning was enraged. She was a princess. 500 taels was nothing. She challenged Ji Yuqiuyue to a horse race the next day. "If you don't show up, come to my residence and apologize, and bring 1,000 taels. I'll buy new clothes for Nene." Ji Yuqiuyue was speechless. The princess was not only arrogant, but also foolish. Qing Feng was worried. Princess Anning, the daughter of a general, was skilled in horse riding and archery. Ji Yuqiuyue was no match for her. Ji Yuqiuyue was unconcerned. She never went into a battle unprepared. She initially didn't want to spend money on clothes, but now she could buy several new outfits. That evening, Jiyu Mai returned home with a smug look. If she hadn't been careless before, she wouldn't have fallen for Jiyu Chiyu's tricks. She grabbed Yahuan and forcefully opened her hand. She placed a poisonous insect on Yahuan's hand, using her body to raise it. She had read about this method in a book. It was supposed to be effective. Once the insect matured, it would become Jiyu Chiyu's nemesis. The next day, the racecourse was crowded. Princes and high-ranking officials, including the renowned Li Wen, were present. It was a sunny day, attracting even more spectators. Even Prince Wu arrived, engaging in polite conversation with Lord Li Wen. Jueisha praised his master to Prince Wu, mentioning he had brought his best horse for a race with the prince. Prince Wu complained, "I've been waiting for ages. Yuan is still like a dead person. With his aloof personality, how will he socialize? He'll scare away all the nobles in the capital." Jusha's lips twitched. Prince Wu was a good person, but too talkative. He pretended not to hear. Prince Wu continued talking to the unresponsive Yuan Mingxiu, sighing that no one had listened to him for so long. He began to recruit assassins. He even brought several highly skilled assassins, hoping to poach Jueisha. Yuan Mingxiu slammed his teacup on the table. He glared at the prince. "You're trying to poach my people." He turned to Jueisha. "Did you promise him anything?" Jueisha paled, denying any such intentions. He emphasized they were well paid and lacked nothing. Yuan Mingxiu nodded with satisfaction. Prince Wu explained it was just a joke. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly said, "I find your maid's eyes beautiful. I like those eyeballs. Should I dig them out?" Prince Wu was terrified. He had taken that maid after offending the empress. This man was too cruel. Yuan Mingxiu continued, "That other maid, Lin Dang, is too noisy. Perhaps I should make her mute." Prince Wu was thoroughly frightened. This man was too terrifying. He was no match for him. He quickly apologized, promising never to touch Jueisha again. Yuan Mingxiu finally relented. Prince San wanted to challenge Yuan Mingxiu to a horse race, but Yuan refused. He was a prince, and Yuan Mingxiu was his subject. He had no interest in crushing the prince's confidence. Chu Linglong arrived with a group of noble ladies. They greeted Yuan Mingxiu with admiring gazes. Yuan Mingxiu didn't even glance at them. Prince Wu wondered if the rumors were true. Did he really have a special someone, causing him to distance himself from other women? It was said Yuan Mingxiu had a younger sister, who looked very much like Chu Linglong, and shared the same name, Linglong. Unfortunately, that Linglong died at the age of 5. Yuan Mingxiu's kindness towards Chu Linglong stemmed from this. He went over to Chu Linglong and started chatting with her. Someone mentioned an interesting competition was about to take place. Princess Anning, known for her love of horse riding, was competing against someone special. Prince Wu was intrigued and invited Yuan Mingxiu to stay and watch. Yuan Mingxiu simply gave him a cold stare. Everyone was stunned, almost forgetting Yuan Mingxiu's dislike of crowds, especially women. They quickly backed away. Chu Linglong, rumored to be close to Yuan Mingxiu, tried to persuade him to stay. Prince Wu chimed in, "With me here, there won't be any trouble." Yuan Mingxiu retorted, "Go bother those noble ladies. Leave me alone." I'm annoyed. People mocked Jiyu Chiyue for using underhanded tactics to gain fame. They were certain Princess Anning would win. Jiyu Chiyue appeared, radiating confidence. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing her. Prince Wu stared, dumbfounded. The cold-blooded Yuan Mingxiu's eyes softened when he saw this woman. It was unbelievable. The crowd mocked Jiyu Chiyue's appearance. Princess Anning charged towards Jiyu Chiyue on horseback. Qing Feng rushed forward to shield Jiyu Chiyue. She had been tricked into participating in the race. She almost got trampled as soon as she entered the racecourse. Princess Anning rode towards her at full speed. Fortunately, Qing Feng reacted quickly and pulled Jiyu Chiyue back. They narrowly avoided the galloping horse. Princess Anning dismounted and glared at Jiyu Chiyue menacingly. Qing Feng and Jingzhong gritted their teeth. This was too much. What if the horse had kicked Miss? Could she afford the consequences? These people are waiting to see Miss joke. Miss, be careful. Before she finished speaking, Princess Anning whipped her horsewhip towards Jiyu Chiyue. It landed less than an inch from Jiyu Chiyue's face. She clearly wanted to scare her. Jiyu Chiyue taunted, "Your temper is too bad. What if you hit someone else, especially your rival, Princess Linglong?" Chu Linglong was standing near the horse, looking worried. Princess Anning cursed, "Stop spouting nonsense. I'm only targeting you." Jiyu Chiyue ignored her, and went to choose her horse for the race. Jiyu Mai watched with a sinister smile. She would wait and see. Even if Ji Yuchuyue won against Anning, others wouldn't let her off easily. She would make Ji Yuchuyue suffer. People were discussing how skilled Princess Anning was at horse riding and how Ji Yuchuyue was doomed. Qing Feng, worried, asked Chenjiu what was going on. Chenjiu explained that Princess Anning was so skilled because she was proficient in mounted archery. Her opponents were often intimidated or disarmed. Her opponents were often scared off by her mounted archery skills or even disarmed. Jing Zhong was on the verge of tears. If it's that dangerous, let's go and stop Miss. Chenjiu had faith in Ji Yuchuyue. She was fearless and resourceful. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue and Anning were ready. Ji Yuchuyue's horse looked ordinary. Princess Anning sneered, "You can't even pick a decent horse. You plan to compete with this nag." Ji Yuchuyue ignored her. She had chosen the most suitable horse for herself. Whether it was good or not would be determined by the race. Princess Anning was enraged and decided to teach this girl a lesson. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly looked at her face with a strange expression. "Your complexion doesn't look right. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should." Princess Anning thought she was stalling and told her to get to the point. Ji Yuchuyue said meaningfully, "You might be ill." Princess Anning exploded in anger. "How dare you say I'm ill? Are you looking for trouble?" Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Ji Yuchuyue shrugged. "Well, see when you get sick." The race began. The judge gave the signal. Ji Yuchuyue sped off like lightning. Princess Anning, distracted by anger, was slow to react. She gritted her teeth. She had been tricked. She quickly gave chase. Prince Wu laughed. "This Ji Yu family miss is interesting. Her personality is quite similar to Yuan's." Yuan Mingxue remained expressionless, sipping his tea. Prince Wu complained, "In talking to you. Is this how you treat a prince?" Yuan Mingxue looked at him disdainfully. "Should I kneel before you?" Prince Wu was furious. "Are we friends or enemies? You're always trying to provoke me." They were clearly enemies, constantly at odds with each other. Anning's horse riding skill was second to none. Few noble ladies, or even young men, could match her. Even if that Jiu girl used such tricks, it was unlikely that she would win. Yuan Mingxue chuckled disdainfully, "That riding skill isn't even as good as my ordinary soldiers. Anning is no match for Ji Yuchuyue. No one can beat my woman." The crowd watched in astonishment. Ji Yuchuyue was once again in the lead. Was Princess Anning not feeling well today? Chu Linglong was anxious. If this continued, Anning would lose face. She urged her servant to find out what was happening and to sabotage Ji Yuchuyue during the race. Prince Wu was impressed. This Ji Yu family miss was truly exceptional. Yuan Mingxue smirked smugly. "Of course Anning can't compare. My woman is naturally superior." Prince Wu found him hypocritical. "You claim to like her, but you're just using her skills for your own gain. If you truly like Ji Yuchuyue, think carefully. If she finds out what you've done, will she forgive you? There are no regrets in this world." Yuan Mingxue's face darkened. Prince Wu was too talkative. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue and Anning were still racing neck and neck. Anning gritted her teeth in frustration. How could that girl's horse be faster than hers? The finish line was in sight. Ji Yuchuyue smiled triumphantly. Just as she reached the finish line, Anning shot an arrow at her face. Ji Yuchuyue had anticipated this and dodged it. She snatched the flag at the finish line with remarkable agility. Her movements were extraordinary. Prince Wu's eyes widened in amazement. He hadn't expected a young lady from the Jiu family to possess such martial arts skills. It was impressive. Yuan Mingxue remained silent, calmly sipping his water. Prince Wu complained, "In talking to you. Are you ignoring me?" Yuan Mingxue retorted, "Should I entertain you like a clown?" Prince Wu was furious. "Are we friends or are we foes? You always try to provoke me." At the same time, Ji Yuchuyue had just dismounted when she heard an angry roar. "Ji Yuchuyue, you stinky little." In the next second, a horsewhip lashed straight towards her face. "This woman almost got me killed during the competition, and now she's being a sore loser." The braided whip cracked towards her face. Ji Yuchuyue narrowly dodged it, her face clearly showing anger. Li Anning cursed furiously, "You dare? Do you think I'm afraid to beat you?" Shouting, she swung the whip again. Ji Yuchuyue's anger flared up instantly. She grabbed the whip. "As a princess, aren't you a bit too arrogant?" Li Anning was so angry she almost exploded. "Ji Yuchuyue, I'll kill you." Ji Yuchuyue was almost amused by her childishness. "Princess Anning, your horsemanship is terrible. But now you even want to be someone else's scapegoat. If that arrow had actually hit me, you would have killed a court official. You just got Zhong Guifei punished, aren't you afraid he'll use this against you? Li Anning was, however, fearless. The Empress Dowager likes me. My mother has a good relationship with her too. Ji Yuchuyue chuckled. Princess, being in the royal family, don't you know how these things work? We have no real feud. You're just being used. If you've figured this out, why not cooperate with me? Li Anning felt that she was dreaming. How could she cooperate with her? But she couldn't help but feel a flicker of agreement. Meanwhile, Shi Jiagua and your group are plotting together. I'll deal with Ji Yuchuyue later. As expected, when Ji Yuchuyue and Princess Anning returned, they were confronted. Did you use some trickery to win against the princess? Saying this, they had the princess horse brought over. We knew Ji Yuchuyue would cheat, so now we'll let the facts speak for themselves. They called a servant over and asked him to explain what had happened to the horse. The servant said the horse had been spooked before the race and couldn't run properly. The noblewomen were furious and accused Ji Yuchuyue's victory of being fake. So despicable. She must be punished. Ji Yuchuyue didn't bother arguing. Since you insist on making a fuss, I won't stop you. But this was a private race between Princess Anning and me. You're so nosy, are you that bored? You should know best how wronged you were. How can you let Ji Yuchuyue off so easily? You should teach her a lesson. To their surprise, Anning said calmly, it was just a horse race. I lost, that's all there is to it. Even with a better horse, I might not have won. Everyone was shocked. You're actually defending this ugly freak. Chu Linglong stepped forward angrily. Handling things this way will only encourage those wicked practices, and disgrace our royal family. I'll handle this matter fairly. I've already investigated. This horse was indeed drugged and was too weak to run properly. Ji Yuchuyue's notoriety for using poison is well known. If someone used poison, it must be you, Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue chuckled. I heard Princess Linglong is very intelligent, but now it seems that's an exaggeration. Use your brain. If it was me, would I make it so obvious for you amateurs to discover? The people behind this race are the most suspicious. Bringing out such a weak horse for Princess Anning's race is quite questionable. Chu Linglong was speechless, she could only fume in anger. Ji Yuchuyue continued mockingly, Princess, are you leaving just like that? Don't you want to chat more? And this horse isn't it suitable for riding? Zhu Guyue and Ren Hanxing were worried for Ji Yuchuyue. She had completely offended Chu Linglong. Offending such a person, it was a miracle she was still alive. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. If you're scared, then hurry up and leave. It's too dangerous here. But these two stubbornly insisted on being her friends. Just then, a commotion came from the distance. It seems Xiao Xiangan, the Xiao family's young master, has fainted for some reason. Everyone's panicking. Ji Yuchuyue's lips twitched. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? Is it that Xiangan? Zhu Guyue immediately ordered someone to call the imperial physicians and other doctors to examine Xiao Xiangan. However, they heard that Guo Juye had also fallen ill. All the doctors had gone to Guo Juye's residence, and Xiao Xiangan's condition was critical. They feared he might die soon. At this moment, Jiyu Xinrong ran over crying. She begged Ji Yuchuyue to save Xiao Xiangan. I know I shouldn't ask after what happened with Yang Wu and Mu Anji. Sister, you're so kind. Now only you can save him. Ji Yuchuyue rolled her eyes. I didn't realize this stupid girl was actually serious about Xiao Xiangan. If you like him, go for it. What does it have to do with me? Even if I save him, it's not for you. It's because I'm a doctor. Saying this, she went to Xiao Xiangan's room. Everyone inside was panicking. Xiao Xiangan was the heir of the Xiao family. If anything happened to him, Princess Anning would be in trouble. What should they do? Ji Yuchuyue immediately ordered Cheng Zhuzhan to maintain order and drive all the chattering young masters aside. After all, only Ji Yuchuyue had medical skills. Chu Linglong immediately jumped out and blocked Ji Yuchuyue. This is a room only men can enter. You've already been dismissed by Xiao Xiangan. Barging in like this is inappropriate. Ji Xinrong was anxious. Xiao Xiangan is in critical condition. My sister is the daughter of the renowned divine physician. She's only here to save him. Chu Linglong sneered. I didn't expect you to speak up for this ugly freak. What she's really like, don't you think everyone knows? Everyone around started whispering. Last time Ji Yuchuyue caused trouble at the Imperial Hospital and offended Xiao Linglong. Now she dared to boast about her medical skills again. Unbelievable. This woman was dumped by her fiancé because of her ugliness. Her younger sister even stole her fiancé right in front of her. But now she's pretending to be a benevolent lifesaver. Ji Yuxinrong cried and begged her to save Xiao Xiangan's life. Sister, as long as you save Shanganjij, I'll do anything. I promise I'll never fight with you for him again. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. This shameless younger sister was actually serious about Xiao Xiangan. Due to her professional ethics, she decided to save him. However, Chu Linglong jumped out again and stopped her. How dare you try to treat him? Zhu Guyue and Ren Hanqing couldn't stand it anymore. The princess should know best about Ji Yuchuyue's medical skills. Wasn't there something wrong with your face a while ago? So many imperial physicians couldn't cure it, but Ji Yuchuyue did. Can you deny that? Everyone looked at Chu Linglong strangely. Chu Linglong gritted her teeth angrily. Even Zhu Guyue was helping Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue lost her patience. If you keep blocking me and questioning me, Xiao Xiangan will die. Are you going to let me in or not? Hearing these serious words, the young masters didn't dare to argue anymore and made way for her. By this time, Xiao Xiangan had fallen into a coma and was close to death. Her two friends were worried for her. If you save his life today, the Xiao family might come knocking on your door tomorrow to cause trouble. Ji Yuchuyue didn't care. If they dare to try anything, I can bring him back to life and I can also make him die again. Her two friends were stunned by her fierce words. Then, Ji Yuchuyue took out silver needles and swiftly inserted them into Xiao Xiangan. Zhu Guyue screamed in shock. The young masters outside heard the scream and were startled. What was Ji Yuchuyue doing inside? They decided to rush in. At this moment, the Xiao family's steward arrived with his men. Ji Yuxinrong said anxiously, "Steward Yu, you're finally here." Shanganjij is inside. Steward Yu was covered in cold sweat. The imperial physician said earlier that once the young master's condition flares up, there's no cure. If it isn't alleviated in time, he might die. He rushed towards the room. Cheng Jiuzhan immediately stopped them. Without the young Miss permission, no one can enter. Steward Yu roared, "Seize him." At this moment, Ji Yuchuyue calmly walked out of the room. Her expression was cold. "Steward Yu, you're very bold. You even dare to touch my people." Steward Yu was shocked. "It's you again. What have you done to our young master?" Ji Yuchuyue sneered. "Xiao Xiangan is dead or alive, it's none of my business. But your Xiao family touched my people. This debt must be settled." She ordered them to release Cheng Jiuzhan. The Xiao family's servants didn't take her seriously. Who is this little girl to give us orders? But in the next second, Ji Yuchuyue kicked him in the chest. The man flew backward. Cheng Jiuzhan was thrilled. "Master, you're so awesome." Steward Yu was terrified. Was this still the timid and cowardly Ji Yuchuyue? Ji Yuchuyue warned them domineeringly, "Touch my people and you'll face the consequences." Chu Linglong's lackey jumped out again angrily. "Princess Linglong is here. You dare to be so arrogant." At this moment, Zhu Guyue walked over. The lackey asked Zhu Guyue, "How is Xiao Xiangan? Has Ji Yuchuyue killed him?" Steward Yu cautiously entered the room. The next second, he rushed out, shouting, "Someone, arrest Ji Yuchuyue. She tried to murder our young master." Ji Yuchuyue glared at him coldly. "You can lie about anything, but not this. I kindly treated your young master, and you're accusing me of murder." Steward Yu was almost scared to death. "You made an incision on the young master's neck. Weren't you trying to kill him, you vicious woman? Just because you were dumped by our Xiao family, you hold a grudge, and try to murder our young master while he's ill. How outrageous." Ji Yuchuyue was exasperated by this idiot. "If it wasn't for my incision, he would already be dead. If you don't understand medicine, don't talk nonsense. Wait until he wakes up and ask him yourself." Steward Yu immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. He threatened, "If our young master doesn't wake up, your Jiyu family will pay the price." Ji Yuxinrong was genuinely worried. "Shanganjij, are you really all right?" Seeing her sincerity, Ji Yuchuyue couldn't help but remind her, "A woman who loves a man too much will not find happiness. It's easy to lose yourself. Your love for Xiao Xiangan has become irrational." But Ji Yuxinrong disagreed. "People in love are irrational. I love Shanganjij, I would do anything for him. Ji Yuchuyue felt that she was hopeless, and didn't bother saying anything more. Soon, Xiao Xiangan woke up. Steward Yu thanked Ji Yuchuyue profusely. But Ji Yuchuyue didn't care about his thanks. The compensation and fees must be paid. Steward Yu immediately agreed to everything and promised that the Xiao family would try their best to satisfy her, as long as Ji Yuchuyue continued to treat the young master. Chu Linglong sneered again. How vulgar. When did the Jiyu family's daughter become so greedy? Aren't you afraid of ruining the divine physician's reputation? Others also thought Chu Linglong was right. Ji Yuchuyue was so greedy, it was truly disgraceful. Cheng Jiuzhan also advised Ji Yuchuyue not to bother with them. But Ji Yuchuyue wasn't like these idiots. She had goals to achieve and needed money, but I'll give the Xiao family a discount for my first treatment. Just tales. Steward Yu didn't dare to offend her, and immediately promised to send Xiao Xiangan home first and then deliver the money later. He was secretly cursing the miss and the young master for being so extravagant. They demanded over tails and called it a discount. The young lady kindly treated her former fiancé, but others accused her of being greedy and immoral. The Xiao family's servants were impatient. They wanted to send Xiao Xiangan home first before delivering the money. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't afraid of them going back on their word. Xiao Xiangan's illness was complicated, and he would need her help in the future. Ji Yuchuyue prepared to go home. However, she was stopped by Anning. Anning told her that she couldn't leave yet. You offended Princess Linglong. I heard she has reported your deeds to the Empress. You're in trouble this time. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't worried. Chu Linglong thought she was untouchable because she was favored, but she wasn't that easy to deal with. Anning thanked her for helping her avoid Zhong Gaifei's scheme, and decided to help her in return. She ordered her people to take good care of Ji Yuchuyue, but not to make things difficult for her until Princess Linglong gave further instructions. Ji Yuchuyue didn't mind. Since so many people wanted to detain her, she would go along with it for now, but she kindly reminded Anning, "You're really sick. You need me to take a look at you." After saying that, she obediently followed the guards. Qing Feng and Chen Ju were worried. But no one from the Jiyu family could help. Only one person could help, and if that person didn't appear, there was nothing they could do. That person was the famous Yuan Mingxiu. Ji Yuchuyue was locked in a room, angrily kicking the door. That stinky princess. I restored her reputation, and she repays me with this. How despicable. Even if Ji Yuchuyue could escape, she would become a fugitive. Ji Yuchuyue was so frustrated her feet ached, but it was no use. At this moment, Chu Linglong walked in with a smug smile. I didn't expect Miss Jiyu to be so fearless. You're still so calm at a time like this. Ji Yuchuyue retorted, Princess Linglong, for the sake of your man, you're willing to resort to such methods to frame me. Ji Yuchuyue just needed to look at her face, to know that she wanted her to leave Yuan Mingxiu. As long as you leave him, I won't pursue this matter. Even if you want to develop your medical skills, you can only do so under my protection. Ji Yuchuyue found her words amusing. I'd love to agree, but am not in control of this situation. It's not that I insist on clinging to Yuan Mingxiu. It's him who loves me to death and can't leave me. What can I do? Chu Linglong's face twisted with anger. Ji Yuchuyue, I swear I'll make you die. Ji Yuchuyue calmly mocked Chu Linglong. Then she became dejected. She had said before that Yuan Mingxiu would be her downfall. She wasn't wrong. At this moment, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly appeared and said casually, you really know how to cause trouble. Ji Yuchuyue was immediately furious. It's clearly your admirer who's being crazy. Don't you think about why she's clinging to me? Isn't it because you're a troublemaker? She just came to warn me to back off. All the trouble is because of your face. You deal with your own admirer. Ji Yuchuyue poked his chest angrily as she spoke. Yuan Mingxiu didn't interrupt her, only saying calmly after she finished, are you short of money? This made Ji Yuchuyue explode. How can I not be short of money? I'm busy. Every day I have to worry about making money to support my family. Where do I have the money to deal with you big shots? Yuan Mingxiu looked slightly helpless. He wanted to help her but didn't know how, so he said, if you don't have money, you can ask me for it. Ji Yuchuyue didn't believe him. When was he so kind as to offer her money? But Yuan Mingxiu said sincerely, I've lent you a lot of money before, so I can naturally lend you more this time. Ji Yuchuyue was wary. The more he said this, the more cautious she had to be. She mustn't fall into his trap. She asked slyly, do you know the Empress temper? Does she have any weaknesses or quirks? And what about a map of the palace? In case I really offend the Empress, I need to know how to escape. Yuan Mingxiu immediately smiled slyly. I have all of that. But consider this another, tales borrowed from me. His profiteering look made Ji Yuchuyue furious. How can you be so shameless? Are you going to keep track of every penny I owe you? Yuan Mingxiu replied calmly, of course, I'll keep track. This is a business exchange, so it has to be long-term. When my account with you is large enough, it'll be time for you to repay. Ji Yuchuyue's lips twitched. She wasn't sure she could pay it back. Yuan Mingxiu smiled slyly. If you can't repay with money, then you can repay with your body. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. Was he serious about taking her body as payment? Locked in a small room, every day she would be forced to work off her debts. Ji Yuchuyue said angrily, you're dreaming. That's impossible. I won't, but Yuan Mingxiu took out the contract she had signed for the borrowed money. Ji Yuchuyue wasn't afraid of him. Her master said that those who do great things don't worry about small details. It was just repaying money, she would slowly figure it out. Then Yuan Mingxiu asked her to hold his hand. Although Ji Yuchuyue was reluctant, she held his hand. This business deal was considered settled. Then Ji Yuchuyue suddenly grabbed his hand. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. What's this, Miss Ji Yu? Going back on your word so soon? But Ji Yuchuyue smiled slyly. Master Yuan, you look too untrustworthy. I have to be careful. If I can't repay the money, then let my future husband and children repay you. I won't repay with my body. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. Future husband. Who else can you marry? He turned and left angrily. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. Was he serious? Before leaving, Yuan Mingxiu told her that he would leave someone with her. This person was very familiar with the palace, and having her around was like having a map, an intelligence agency of the palace. After saying this, Yuan Mingxiu left. The next moment, a cold-looking woman appeared, introducing herself as Fei Dai, sent by Yuan Mingxiu. Ji Yuchuyue was shocked. This woman appeared so suddenly, and she was so skilled that she couldn't detect her presence. At the same time, Chu Linglong went to the Empress to complain. She had been bullied. The young lady had kindly treated the princess, but the princess went to the Empress to complain and demanded punishment for her, and even sent people to assassinate her in the palace. Chu Linglong acted coquettishly and made the Empress laugh, but Momo couldn't stand it and complained, Princess Linglong is so considerate, but some people are so despicable that they even bully such a good princess. The Empress' face turned cold. What do you mean? Tell me what happened. Chu Linglong pretended to be magnanimous. I'm fine, Your Majesty. Momo, don't speak carelessly. But Momo couldn't help it. How can we let that lowly girl bully the princess? The Empress was furious. What kind of lowly girl dares to bully the princess? Tell me everything. Everyone admired Chu Linglong's scheming. With just a few words, she made the Empress happy and had Momo helping her complain. After Momo recounted the events, the Empress was enraged. That Jiyu family's daughter. How dare she? Bring her to me. I want to see what kind of tricks this girl has up her sleeve. Soon, someone was sent to bring Ji Yuchuyue to the Empress. Heidi was extremely worried. This time the palace has sent people. It's very dangerous. Ji Yuchuyue was fearless. Heidi, you still don't understand my abilities. This is a good opportunity to show you. Fei Dai was impressed. She had to admit, this Jiyu family's eldest daughter was not as simple as she seemed. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly remembered something about Fei Dai. Yuan Mingxiu had said that Fei Dai was highly capable and could be trusted, but she still needed to be wary because her presence was also a kind of danger. Ji Yuchuyue relayed this to Heidi and asked what it meant. Fei Dai replied calmly, my loyalty lies only with Master Yuan. I won't harm anyone Master Yuan doesn't want me to harm. But I won't stop anyone from killing him either. Ji Yuchuyue was furious. That damned Yuan Mingxiu. Is he playing me? Ji Yuchuyue then took Heidi with her. The eunuch warned her not to wander around, and that the Empress only wanted to see her alone. Her maid had to stay behind, so Ji Yuchuyue told Heidi to walk around but not get lost. Ji Yuchuyue followed the eunuch. But they were almost out of the palace, and the path was leading further and further away from their original location. Ji Yuchuyue felt uneasy. Suddenly, the eunuch pulled out a dagger and stabbed at her. Clearly, he wanted to kill her. Wu Chuyue sensed something was amiss early on and grabbed him. With a flying kick, She sent him sprawling. Even if you want to make a move, you should at least see who you're dealing with. What a fool, the kicked eunuch screamed. Bu Qiuyue couldn't let him die, nor could she let him escape. After all, the empress was still waiting for her report. She had to make him suffer a little, otherwise, escaping death in the palace would be too easy. Meanwhile, at the emperor's side, Yuan Mingxiu came to pay a visit. He arrived with an air of superiority. Everyone praised Princess Linlong for having a good father. Wherever he went, Wen Mingxiu would always keep him in mind. Linlong's face darkened. Wen Mingxiu never took the initiative to enter the palace to see him. This time, it must be because of Bu Qiuyue again. Don't worry, Ben Gong has prepared something for you. The empress comforted Linlong, concerned about her feelings. Some people want to climb up from the bottom, but it's not that easy. Wen Mingxiu strolled in casually. The empress had to be polite to him. I heard General is usually busy with military affairs. Recently, His Majesty also entrusted the teaching position at Bailu Academy to you, General. How come you have the time to visit me today? Wen Mingxiu revealed it was the emperor's order. The empress was a little surprised. She thought he came because of Bu Qiuyue. However, Wen Mingxiu said the emperor knew that the empress would be holding a reception ceremony soon and was worried, so he specifically asked him to come and say that the empress could use anyone. From his side, the empress praised Wen Mingxiu for being efficient. She even specifically asked Linlong to serve Wen Mingxiu tea. Linlong dutifully served the tea. Wen Mingxiu treated her like air, not even glancing at her. Just then, a palace maid came to report about Bu Qiuyue. The empress acted nonchalant. Ben Gong has invited the Jiyu family's eldest daughter to talk. I heard she's an interesting person and shares the same alma mater as Lin Meng. And was also taught by Master Yuan. Have you heard of her, my lord? Wen Mingxiu said coldly that he didn't know her and wasn't interested in gossip. Linlong felt resentful. How could he not be familiar? If it weren't for this big obstacle, Bu Qiuyue wouldn't be so arrogant. To everyone's surprise, only Bad walked in. Linlong was somewhat surprised. Where's your person, Bu Qiuyue? Bad replied. Miss was called away by someone in the palace. Linlong immediately put on an act. Knowing that the empress wants to see her, she dares to hide. Truly audacious. As expected, the empress flew into a rage. A mere fourth-rank official's daughter dares to be so disrespectful. Bring her to me at once. Linlong secretly smirked. She was certain Bu Qiuyue wouldn't appear today. However, Wen Mingxiu saw through everything. But he wasn't worried. After all, Jiyu Qi wasn't that capable. Sure enough, just as the empress was about to lose her patience, a palace maid arrived and announced Bu Qiyue's arrival. The next second, a eunuch was flung in from outside. Everyone screamed. Bu Qiuyue swaggered in with a smirk. Trying to frame me. Think again. She had beaten up the eunuch sent by the empress. The emperor actually praised her for being clever, and even betrothed her to the most handsome man in the world. Bu Qiuyue accepted the compliment, as she dragged the eunuch to the empress. The empress angrily scolded her. Linlong seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Bu Qiuyue, how dare you? This is clearly a slap in the face to Empress Aunt. Bu Qiuyue suddenly knelt down and started crying, praising the empress' kindness and beauty. Empress, you're as beautiful and kind as a fairy. How could I not listen to you? Mid-sentence, she noticed Wen Mingxiu. Her jaw almost dropped. Why was he here? The empress was about to lose her composure. Wasn't the Jiyu family's eldest daughter supposed to be a dangerous person? This was clearly a hypocritical, two-faced liar. After hearing so many flattering words, it was hard for her to say anything negative. But that eunuch is my trusted aide. Aren't you slapping me in the face by doing this, Bu Qiuyue? Do you understand? Bu Qiuyue continued her act. This incident was just an accident. I initially asked him to lead me to your palace, but he almost led me out of the palace. I was worried about getting lost, so I had to clarify things with him. The empress was furious. Do you think him a fool? Drag her down and give her 50 lashes. Bu Qiuyue's heart sank. Was she going to be beaten just like that? Yuan Mingxiu was calmly sipping his tea, seemingly unconcerned about helping. She didn't know if he intended to save her or not, but she had to try. Bu Qiuyue shouted, Empress, I tied up this eunuch for your safety. I found poison on him. She then found a dagger and a letter on the eunuch. She presented them to the Empress. Wen Mingxiu calmly picked up the letter. After a glance, his expression changed drastically. He turned and handed it to the Empress. The Empress frowned. She initially planned to arrest Bu Qiuyue, and have her executed later. She didn't expect this twist, but when she read the letter, her eyes widened in shock. Linlong protested, this dagger and letter could have been planted. Wu Qiuyue retorted, better safe than sorry, Empress. Who can afford to take risks? Linlong was about to explode in anger. The Empress immediately stopped her. She ordered the eunuch to be dragged out and beaten. Linlong was stunned. She had bribed the eunuch to frame Wu Qiuyue, so how did things turn out like this? What was with the dagger and letter? The Empress praised the eunuch's loyalty, and rewarded Wu Qiuyue with gold. Wu Qiyue's eyes lit up. She loved gold. Linlong gritted her teeth, her killing intent intensifying. The Empress then curiously asked, I heard you cured young Master Xiao. Wen Mingxiu almost choked on his tea, laughing uncontrollably. Wu Qiuyue glared at him. What's so funny? She explained, Xiao Wan would have died if it weren't for me. He's now recovering and will be healthy soon. I wonder who spread such rumors. If the Xiao family head finds out, he'll be furious. If you don't believe me, Empress, you can send someone to ask. I'll wait here for the news. The Empress frowned. Linlong had told her Xiao Wan was dead. How many lies had this girl told her? Just then, the Emperor arrived. Wu Qiyue's heart sank. The Emperor never visited the Empress Palace. This must be Wen Mingxiu's doing. What was his purpose? The Emperor praised the Empress for arranging the sacrificial ceremony well. He came to see if she was eating and sleeping well. The Empress was touched to tears. Wu Qiuyue didn't expect the Emperor to be so sweet-talking. Wen Mingxiu was no match for him. He was still single. Wu Qiuyue glanced at Wen Mingxiu. This guy was usually quite aloof. The Emperor then asked who Wu Qiuyue was. Wu Qiuyue stepped forward and curtsied. The Emperor looked her over. So this is the woman Yu Wenqing is so infatuated with. Nothing special. What qualities do you think you have that make you Wen Mingxiu so devoted to you? Wu Qiuyue was dumbfounded. Did she hear that right? Was the Emperor speaking human language? She quickly explained that she didn't like Yu Wendaran, and that she was already engaged. Wen Mingxiu interrupted, that engagement has already been broken off. You still owe them, tails. Wu Qiuyue was furious. Was he trying to ruin her reputation? Just because the engagement is broken doesn't mean I can't like Xiao Wan. Wen Mingxiu declared possessively, you're mine. You can only like me. The Emperor laughed at their bickering and betrothed them on the spot. Wu Qiuyue was stunned. How did she get engaged to this dangerous man just by entering the palace? Wen Mingxiu urged her to thank the Emperor. Wu Qiuyue whispered, what are you doing? Linlong sadly watched the scene, her eyes filled with jealousy. Why didn't you and Ji look at her? She was unwilling to give up. Wen Mingxiu happily led Wu Qiuyue to thank the Emperor. Wu Qiuyue wanted to die. This was simply inhumane. However, the Emperor was still dissatisfied with Wu Qiuyue's appearance, deeming her unworthy of being Yu Wenqing's wife. Wu Qiuyue could only agree to improve her appearance as soon as possible. The Emperor happily decreed that their wedding would be held in 2 months. At that moment, Le Fei suddenly collapsed. Her maid screamed, something's wrong with Le Fei. Wen Mingxiu had just gotten his wish from the Emperor. Before he could celebrate, Le Fei died in front of them. The Emperor was furious and ordered an investigation. Wu Qiuyue looked at Wen Mingxiu puzzled. Le Fei is dead. Why are you holding my hand? Wen Mingxiu warned her not to get involved. This has nothing to do with you. Stay by my side and don't interfere. Wu Qiuyue thought he was being overprotective. Wen Mingxiu was worried and refused to let go of her hand. The Empress anxiously explained that this incident had nothing to do with Wu Qiuyue. The Emperor comforted her, telling her not to worry, but An Fei wouldn't let it go. Le Fei was so kind. Who would harm her? This is the Empress Palace. The Empress must give us an explanation. The Empress gritted her teeth. An Fei was clearly trying to frame her. Wu Qiuyue exclaimed inwardly. This Empress was extraordinary. She had the ability to predict the future. The imperial physician hadn't determined whether Le Fei died from illness or foul play, yet she already had a conclusion. An Fei directly pointed her finger at Wu Qiuyue. Le Fei was always healthy. How could she suddenly fall ill? You're the only outsider here. Maybe you poisoned her. Wu Qiuyue was speechless. Was she the scapegoat now that they couldn't blame the Empress? Did they really think she was easy to bully? She retorted sarcastically, good friends often bicker. Who knows if you're the one who harmed Le Fei? Besides, Le Fei's cause of death is unknown. The priority is to find the truth, not make random accusations. The Empress praised her. Although Bu Qiuyue is ugly and has a bad personality, she's surprisingly just and fair. The emperor impatiently interrupted their argument. Let the imperial physicians examine the body carefully. No one is allowed to speak until everything is clear. He then invited Bu Qiuyue to sit beside him. Bu Qiuyue was stunned. Wasn't she supposed to keep a low profile? How did things become like this? Wen Mingxiu was fuming beside her. You're courting death. I told you to speak less and observe more. Just follow me. Why are you showing off? Bu Qiuyue retorted, in just being polite. You have to be nice to those who want to kill you so that they can't find a reason to attack. The imperial physicians examined the body for a long time, but couldn't determine the cause of death. The emperor was furious. Le Fay died right in front of me, yet you can't even determine the cause of death. What use are you? Then the emperor saw the calm and composed Wen Mingxiu. He felt irritated. He was suffering here, yet this guy seemed unconcerned, not saying a word from beginning to end. He ordered him to solve the case, or he would break off his engagement with Bu Qiuyue. Bu Qiuyue was secretly delighted. As long as Wen Mingxiu didn't solve the case, she would be free. However, Wen Mingxiu readily accepted the challenge, claiming he could quickly solve it. Then he turned and ordered Bu Qiuyue to investigate Le Fay's death. Bu Qiuyue didn't want to help. She wasn't stupid and didn't want to get involved with the royal family. But when Mingxiu threatened her, you can choose not to solve the case, but if I can't marry you, I won't let you go. And there are people like Chu Linlong, who will also take the opportunity to attack you. Are you sure you can leave the palace alive without the status of my wife? Bu Qiuyue had to admit he had a point. Linlong had always wanted revenge. Only by marrying Wen Mingxiu could she truly elevate her status. Wen Mingxiu added with a smirk, I'm about to be crowned king. You'll be the queen. Linlong is just a princess. She'll have to bow to you even if she marries Wang Yi. Are you sure you want to pass up such an opportunity? Bu Qiuyue cursed him inwardly. Shameless Wen Mingxiu, always digging pits for her to jump into. Wen Mingxiu knew she was cursing him. He retorted, I like to dig pits for you. From the first time we met, you drugged me. You're an idiot. Bu Qiuyue almost exploded. Idiot. Your whole family is idiot. She angrily went to examine the body, and suddenly found something interesting. She pulled out a needle from Le Fay's chest. Just a drop of the poison on the needle could be fatal. Only Bu Qiuyue could cure it, and once it passed a certain time, there would be no cure. Moreover, there were no puncture wounds on Le Fay's chest. The needle wasn't inserted from the outside. This death was indeed strange. Bu Qiuyue reported to the emperor, Le Fay died from the western region's poison, golden pearl poison. The needle was inserted into Le Fay's chest using a special method. The poison spread throughout her body through her bloodstream, causing these dark patterns. The emperor was shocked and horrified. Wen Mingxiu immediately concluded that someone had deliberately poisoned her, and requested a thorough investigation. The emperor gave him full authority and hinted that to marry Bu Qiuyue, he had to contribute. Wen Mingxiu agreed. They left with the emperor. Bu Qiuyue intentionally stayed behind to give Wen Mingxiu and Linlong some alone time. Wen Mingxiu was impatient. Why are you walking so slowly? Why did you have to wait so long? Linlong didn't want Wen Mingxiu to talk to Bu Qiuyue, so she said pitifully, Yuan Ji, I have something to tell you. Bu Qiuyue seized the opportunity to sneak away. She bumped into Wen Mingxiu's chest, almost breaking her nose. Bu Qiuyue was furious. Can't you just appear normally? Wen Mingxiu blamed her. I told you to follow me. Why did you run away? It hurts. Let go. Who told you to borrow money? Pay it back now if you can. Bu Qiuyue was furious. She should never have borrowed money from him. She would pay him back as soon as possible, and then they would part ways. Their bickering attracted everyone's attention. Linlong watched them sadly, her eyes filled with jealousy. Her dream lover was betrothed by the emperor to her biggest enemy. Her face turned pale. She said pitifully, Yuan Ji, after you marry Jiu Qiuyue, will Linlong have to keep a distance from you? She thought Wen Mingxiu would comfort her. However, Wen Mingxiu nodded. Indeed, we should keep our distance. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Linlong's heart ached as she watched them bicker. Bu Qiuyue complained, why are you always so mean? Wen Mingxiu retorted that he was being straightforward. Bu Qiuyue knew he was trying to save her. She said, if you have someone you like in the future, you'll give up the position of main wife. Wen Mingxiu said seriously, don't talk nonsense. Only you can be the main wife of the Yuan family. Bu Qiuyue suddenly felt that marrying him might not be so bad. No one else could catch her anyway. Wen Mingxiu didn't know why he wanted to marry her, but he just didn't want her to belong to anyone else. Wen Mingxiu brought Bu Qiuyue to a cold palace. The place was eerie and dilapidated. Bu Qiuyue was shocked. She grabbed his hand. Is there some grievance you have with this place? Are you getting sentimental? Harvesting is still beautiful. You must appreciate the sunshine. That's how it goes in dramas, right? Wen Mingxiu pushed her away. We're here to investigate. A concubine from the western regions used to live here. She was knowledgeable in poisons. After she died, this place was abandoned, leaving behind only a game board. Bu Qiuyue realized her mistake and started thinking about what the game board implied. Wen Mingxiu offered to help. I always thought you weren't capable of this. Bu Qiuyue was furious and motivated. After a while, she found a clue. She looked up at the ceiling. The clue is on the roof of the building to the southeast. Wen Mingxiu flew onto the roof without hesitation. He found a book. Bu Qiuyue noticed the book was dust-free, unlike everything else in the dusty cold palace. Clearly, someone had touched it. Wen Mingxiu scoffed, no kidding. Even a fool can see that. Bu Qiuyue gritted her teeth. Can't you speak without being sarcastic? If you continue like this, I won't help you. Bu Qiuyue wanted to continue investigating, but Wen Mingxiu already knew who the culprit was. He told her to wait at the palace gate while he took care of something. He then quickly disappeared. Bu Qiuyue refused to listen and left on her own. Unbeknownst to her, Zhan Daileng Fengying, who was singing harmoniously with Wen Mingxiu, whispered, Mu Fei is good. On the other side, Jiyu Qiuyue walked alone towards the outskirts of the manor. Halfway there, she was stopped by Chulinglong, whose hawkish expression clearly showed he was waiting for her. Chulinglong attacked as soon as they met, flashing his 18 slaps palm. Jiyu Qiuyue, with agile movements, easily dodged his attack. Chulinglong cursed loudly, I've already let Hai Jian. Jiyu Qiuyue felt sorry for him. He looked nothing like a Junzu now, more like a ruffian. Chulinglong's face turned green with anger. He originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but it turned out he was the one being humiliated. He prepared to use his 18 slaps palm again, but Qiuyue grabbed his hand. Chulinglong shrieked, let go of me. I'm a Junzu. Jiyu Qiuyue remained unmoved. I'm not afraid of Wen Mingxiu, and I'm certainly not afraid of you, a Junzu. How boring. Chulinglong twisted his wrist downwards forcefully. If anything happens to my wrist, I'll have my mother kill you. He then fled in a panic. Jiyu Qiuyue chuckled disdainfully. Dare to mess with me? That's all you get. Next time, you'll be bedridden for half a month, but it seems the imperial edict is quite important. I'll be the princess consort soon. Let's see who dares. The next day, the Xiao family sent someone to see Jiyu Qiuyue. Jiyu Qiuyue's heart skipped a beat. This must be to deliver the betrothal gifts. She hurried to the reception hall. The Jiyu and Xiao families were already in discussion. Upon seeing Jiyu Qiuyue, the Xiao father and son greeted her warmly. Jiyu Xinrong ground her teeth in hatred. They clearly forgot that Jiyu Qiuyue had extorted 30,000 silvers from the Xiao family. Xiao Yuanshan complimented Qiuyue on her increasing beauty. Jiyu Qiuyue's lips twitched. Xiao Yuanshan would say anything for his own benefit, but she wasn't polite, directly asking for the betrothal gifts. After all, she needed money for renovations. The air suddenly turned still, and everyone looked at her in shock. Jiyu Fugan quickly changed the subject. I heard you not only treated Xinrong and Junju's faces, but also helped Xiaomon alleviate his illness. I never knew you had such high medical skills. I've wronged you. I'll definitely correct these mistakes in the future. Jiyu Qiuyue couldn't be bothered to respond. The original owner was dead. Forgiveness wasn't something she could offer on her behalf. Jiyu Xinrong reprimanded her. How can you speak to father like that? Jiyu Qiuyue ignored her and continued discussing the betrothal gifts with Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan hesitated. Before giving the gifts, he had to understand Xiaomon's condition. Jiyu Qiuyue, faced with such shamelessness, stated that the illness was incurable but preventable. As long as the curse was removed, he would be like an ordinary person. My master said it's a curse. Just remove the curse, and with some care, it won't relapse. Xiao Yuanshan was overjoyed. Many doctors were helpless against this illness. Jiyu Xinrong interjected yin and yang. Xiaomon needs to be careful. Who knows what elder sister will do? After all, there's something between her and Moan Gij. This ugly woman saved her fiancé's life, and his whole family comes to thank her. Jiyu Xinrong continued her sarcastic remarks. Xiaomon, be careful. Who knows what elder sister might do? After all, there's a history between her and Moan Gij. Xiao Moan said sincerely, I believe Chuyue wouldn't hurt me. Jiyu Xinrong was furious, but didn't want to ruin her image in front of Xiao Moan, so she just turned away angrily. Xiao Yuanshan put on a stern face and haggled, the price is too high. Please, young miss, can you give us a discount? Jiyu Chuyue, unwilling to be taken advantage of, took the opportunity to ask for his help. Jiyu Xinrong and her mother pointed at her, and accused her of being shameless. We grew up together, and our families are close. Charging such a high price is heartless. Jiyu Chuyue looked surprised. I don't think it's excessive. Saving his life without asking for anything is already generous. Have you forgotten how the Xiao family treated me? I had a broken engagement with Xiao Moan. Jiyu Xinrong's face paled slightly. That's in the past. Can't you, for our sake, treat Moan Gij properly? Jiyu Chuyue laughed. Such hypocrisy. You're not even married into the Xiao family yet, and you're already so devoted. What if you don't end up marrying him? Qingzhong whispered to her, don't waste your breath. Second miss won't listen. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, quickly, go out and greet the imperial edict. Jiyu Chuyue had a bad feeling. Could it be what she was thinking? Jiyu Fugan excitedly rushed out first, ready to receive the imperial edict. However, the imperial envoy announced that the edict was for Jiyu Chuyue. The Jiyu family was stunned. They hurriedly inquired what had happened, but the envoy refused to tell them. Jiyu Wenyang cursed angrily, Jiyu Chuyue. What trouble have you caused again? You're always causing trouble. How can you face our ancestors? You being shameless is one thing, but if you disgrace the family, that's unforgivable. Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. Jiyu Wenyang wasn't afraid of retribution for his words. Jiyu Xinrong sneered, who are you trying to scare? We know what you are. The imperial envoy said coldly, how dare you all ignore the imperial edict? Jiyu Fugan hurriedly scolded, what are you doing? Quickly kneel down. The envoy then read the edict, praising Jiyu Chuyue, and bestowing upon her the title of Wenjun Jiangjun. The Jiyu family was shocked. They couldn't believe such good fortune had fallen upon Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Xinrong was furious. Jiyu Chuyue is ugly and has a bad reputation. She was even rejected by the Xiao family. Everyone in the capital knows her story. How can she be worthy of Wen Jiangjun? How can she be worthy of the title Wen Jiangjun? Jiyu Chuyue said sarcastically, you're right. Wen Daren just likes someone like me, ugly and rejected. And even though the emperor wants to bestow marriage, I don't want to marry him. It's Wen Mingxiu who's pestering me. These words infuriated Jiyu Xinrong. Jiyu Xinrong pointed at Jiyu Chuyue and started cursing. The imperial envoy couldn't stand it anymore. Second miss, how dare you question the emperor's edict? The edict praises eldest miss, and you refuse to accept it. Are you implying the emperor is blind or that you're wiser than him? Jiyu Xinrong trembled and quickly knelt down to apologize. Jiyu Chuyue sneered, how pathetic. Jiyu Lian begged for his daughter, but the envoy was unmoved. I want to see if she's still this arrogant in front of the emperor. Jiyu Fubei was also frightened and immediately ordered Jiyu Xinrong and her mother to kneel and remain silent. Jiyu Xinrong retorted, I'm telling the truth. Elder sister is so ugly and has a bad reputation. No decent family would want her. The imperial envoy admired Jiyu Chuyue's composure, but he wouldn't tolerate this. He slapped Jiyu Xinrong dozens of times. Jiyu Chuyue mocked, look at you, making things worse for yourself. You're so stupid. Jiyu Xinrong felt humiliated and her hatred for Jiyu Chuyue deepened. She swore to get revenge, but now, she had to thank the envoy for his teaching. The envoy glared at her, but he put on a smiling face and flattered Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue played along and gave him a large red envelope. The envoy praised her generosity, but Wen Daren has already made arrangements. No one will make things difficult for you. It's clear Wen Daren is deeply in love with young Miss Jiyu Chuyue sneered inwardly. She saw no such thing. The Jiyu family was worried that Jiyu Xinrong would cause trouble. Jiyu Chuyue wasn't worried. She was preparing for the academy exam in 2 days, which the emperor would attend. Meanwhile, Ning Junju's condition worsened. She initially thought Jiyu Chuyue was lying about the horse race, but upon returning, her illness flared up. A servant reported that Jiyu Chuyue and Wen Jiangjun had met the emperor, and Ning admired Jiyu Chuyue even more. She had defeated Chu Linglong and gained the emperor's favor. This meant she had gained the favor of both the emperor and Wen Mingxiu. These two were the most powerful and untouchable figures in the palace and court. Ke reminded her worriedly, Chu Linglong won't let this go. But Ning didn't want to be at someone's mercy. She decided to side with Ji Yuchuyue. Chu Linglong, upon hearing the news, smashed things in his home in a fit of rage. He then decided to hold a mid-autumn festival banquet, and specifically invited Ji Yuchuyue. Chu Linglong hates Ji Yuchuyue. She was bestowed marriage by the emperor to Ji Yuchuyue, whom he hates. The furious Chu Linglong decided to hold a mid-autumn festival banquet, and sent an invitation to Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue thought she must be crazy. Anyone could see she was planning something, but Ji Yuchuyue wasn't afraid. She would play along. Qing Feng thought Chu Linglong was foolish to antagonize her mistress. With Wen Jiangjun as her backing, no one dares to offend her. But Ji Yuchuyue was busy visiting Xiangmang and collecting her debt. She had to earn more money to repay Wen Mingxiu. The thought made her want to cry. Qing Feng's lips twitched. Isn't miss getting married to Wen Daren? They'll be husband and wife. What's with the talk of money? Wen Daren's money is Miss Money. Ji Yuchuyue's eyes brightened. She had forgotten this. She was so focused on the loss she suffered from Wen Mingxiu that she forgot about this benefit. Qing Feng was worried that Ji Yuchuyue would be bullied after marriage, as Wen Mingxiu was too powerful and uncaring. Ji Yuchuyue didn't care. She wasn't marrying him for love, but for practical reasons. Besides, Wen Mingxiu met all her criteria for a husband: handsome, unrivaled, and with a perfect physique. He would be impressive to show off. At that moment, Minglu rushed in, news from the Chu family. Chu Linglong caught a cold after returning home. Ji Yuchuyue was dumbfounded. Seriously, Chu Linglong had always been with Zudu Furen, and had taken care of the original owner, closer than family. Ji Yuchuyue asked anxiously, what exactly happened to Chu Linglong? Minglu didn't believe it. It must be Chu Linglong's family mistreating him. Ji Yuchuyue calmed down. Now wasn't the time for grief. She had to confirm the news. She immediately ordered a carriage to Chu Linglong's home to investigate. Ji Yuxinrong soon learned of this and sneered, she's asking for trouble. She always tries to step on me. If I keep giving way, won't I be looked down upon? Ke was worried. I heard Wen Daren is ruthless. Ji Yuxinrong scoffed. She didn't believe Wen Daren would truly fancy Ji Yuchuyue. Something must be fishy about the imperial edict. Besides, Chu Linglong's incident is likely Chu Linglong Junju's doing. Ji Yuchuyue won't get away with this. Ke was uneasy. No one had ever made Wen Daren submit. Meanwhile, Ji Yuchuyue was rushing to Chu Linglong's place. She regretted her arrogance. She never cared about those who tried to step on her, but now it had cost someone their life. An arrow suddenly hit the carriage with a note attached. Ji Yuchuyue opened it and saw it was from He Dai. Chu Linglong was dead, and the funeral would be held tomorrow. Ji Yuchuyue burst into tears. Linglong, why didn't you wait to see me marry Wen Mingxiu? But crying was useless. Chu Linglong was murdered, and she wouldn't let it go. Ji Yuchuyue swore that whoever harmed Chu Linglong would pay with blood, be it the emperor or a demon from hell. At the Chu residence, the funeral was prepared. Chu Linglong's son, Wu, had just returned. Everyone urged him to stop grieving and prepare for the burial. Ji Yuchuyue rushed in. The Chu family was shocked to see the esteemed Jiyu family young miss at their humble home. They rushed out to greet her. Ji Yuchuyue went straight to Chu Linglong's coffin. The Chu family quickly stopped her, urging her not to delay the funeral. Ji Yuchuyue's face turned cold. She insisted on seeing Chu Linglong alone. The Chu family panicked and tried to stop her again. Cheng Ju stepped forward. Everyone, step aside. Our young miss needs to see Chu Linglong. It won't take long. The Chu family mocked. Who needs to see a dead person? Is this Jiyu family young miss crazy? Ji Yuchuyue's face darkened. She gave an order. Bamboo poles flew out, surrounding the coffin. He Dai descended from the sky, covering the poles with a black cloth, creating a temporary room around Ji Yuchuyue and the coffin. He Dai warned coldly, our young miss is paying respects. Anyone who takes a step closer will face the consequences. He then casually flicked a nearby tree, shattering it into pieces. The Chu family paled and didn't dare to say another word. Ji Yuchuyue looked at Chu Linglong's body with grief. She was ready to examine the body. She had to find the cause of death. Elsewhere, Wen Mingxiu was with Fifth Prince. Fifth Prince kept losing, and complained, you're too strong. You're fit to be a general, not a prince. Go easy on me. Wen Mingxiu reminded him to maintain his image. As someone vying for the throne, such behavior was unbecoming. Fifth Prince was furious. Zhu Sha sighed. Why bother provoking Wen Daren? Wen Mingxiu was bored. Ji Yuchuyue was more interesting, daring to owe him money and even threatened to sleep with him. Playing with you is boring. I'm leaving. Wen Mingxiu stood up and left. Fifth Prince was almost speechless with rage. Wen Mingxiu then heard that Ji Yuchuyue had left the city for Chu Linglong's funeral. He was displeased. Such a small matter didn't warrant a personal trip. Why not come see him instead? Zhu Sha's eyes widened. This isn't a small matter. I heard eldest miss said. Wen Mingxi's expression changed drastically, and he rushed towards the Chu residence with a murderous aura. This ugly woman has a deep affection for her maid. She was even arrested by a corrupt official. Ji Yuchuyue was examining Chu Linglong's body. The Chu family tried to stop her, urging her not to delay the burial. He Dai instantly blocked them, preventing them from disturbing Ji Yuchuyue. He threatened them, one step closer, and I'll kill you. Wu shouted angrily, even if you kill me, I want my mother buried immediately. Qingfeng hurriedly stopped him, urging him to wait for He Dai to find the evidence. Ji Yuchuyue emerged from the black cloth tent. The examination was over. She had determined that Chu Linglong was poisoned with a rare poison. Ji Yuchuyue called the Chu family back for questioning. Lina blamed her for delaying the burial. Ji Yuchuyue sneered, you're certainly eager to bury her. Wu shouted, my mother treated you better than me, her own son. How can you say that? Second Uncle Lin said sadly, cousin was old and frail. She finally found some happiness, but she passed away before she could enjoy it. How heartbreaking. The Lin family started crying again. Ji Yuchuyue took out medical records. She had arranged for a doctor to see Chu Linglong every month. Chu Linglong had always been healthy, not even catching a cold, and she was fine just yesterday. How could she suddenly die? Shifeng said, wasn't Aunt Lin beaten when she returned? Wu accused Ji Yuchuyue of making things up. Ji Yuchuyue asked, if she died of illness, why are there dark bruises and black lips? Other members of the Chu family also found it strange. Chu Linglong seemed fine when she returned. Shifeng said, even if it's a curse, there were so many people around. Someone could have done something. A Chu family member said, Ji Yuchuyue touched the body. Maybe she did it. Qingfeng and Chen Ju were furious. If you doubt it, let's get the coroner to examine the body. The Chu family was scared and speechless. Shifeng couldn't bear to watch and agreed. Second Uncle Lin suggested going to the magistrate for an examination. Chen Ju was worried. It's not good to make a big fuss. Ji Yuchuyue insisted on getting to the bottom of it. She could be wronged, but not Chu Linglong. Wu was scared. The magistrate wasn't as powerful as the Jiyu family. Second Uncle Lin sneered, the magistrate is on our side. He owes me a favor. At the magistrate's office, Xian Ding was already biased against Ji Yuchuyue, a woman performing an autopsy. How shameless. If you hadn't caused trouble, we could have settled this peacefully. Ji Yuchuyue insisted on finding the truth and bringing the murderer to justice. Xian Ding was furious. This woman dares to disregard my authority. Then I'll uphold the law. The Chu family asked Qingfeng to persuade Ji Yuchuyue to stop causing trouble. Qingfeng didn't care. If it was something her mistress wanted, even the emperor's face wouldn't matter, let alone a magistrate. These ordinary bodies have undergone laboratory procedures. It's uncertain if they've been tampered with. It was a Wu Qi of the Zhijing department in July who tampered with my mother's body. The fifth-rank official looked displeased as he addressed Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yuchuyue readily admitted, Lin Momo was indeed poisoned. I know the poison. Blaming Yang, she was my mistake. I'm willing to accept punishment. But we must investigate who administered the poison. I don't care about anything else. I only know that Qiyu has confessed. Arrest him immediately. The fifth-rank official ordered. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly laughed meaningfully. Are you sure you want to do this to me, fifth-rank official? I'm easygoing, and Ziluo is reasonable, but some people aren't so patient. Be careful, or you'll regret it later. The fifth-rank official laughed heartily. He's just a fourth-rank official. Who would dare to question me? Ji Yuchuyue didn't resist and obediently allowed his hands to be bound. He had clearly hinted at it, but some people just wouldn't listen. Ling Obiashu watched in amusement. Miss Jiyu, why bother? You never listen. Ji Yuchuyue smiled back. You think you've won? I think it's too early to tell. Let's wait and see. Ba Wu clicked her tongue disapprovingly. This woman's reputation is ruined now that she's been imprisoned. She can't enter my Ning family's doors acting like this. Lin Jiren was even more judgmental. This Miss Jiyu has disgraced the Jiyu family. She'll probably be unmarriageable now. Meanwhile, Cheng Ju rushed back to seek help. On the way, he saw Yu Wenmingxiu's carriage. He immediately recognized Yu Wenmingxiu's attendant, Zhu Sha, and rushed over to ask what had happened. Meanwhile, Jiyu Qiyu was locked in a cell. The other inmates recognized her at once as another victim of the 5th rank official. A female inmate approached her curiously. Jiyu Qiyu immediately discerned that she was imprisoned for murdering her husband. The inmate was stunned. That's incredible. Jiyu Qiyu also saw her desire to leave and confidently assured her she'd help her escape later. The inmate didn't believe her. Once a woman is imprisoned, her family sees her as a disgrace and wants to sever ties. Jiyu Qiyu stubbornly said, I said I'd help, and I will. The female inmate advised her not to be so naive. Men are unreliable. Just then, someone came to visit Jiyu Qiyu. She looked up excitedly, only to find it was Xiao. The corrupt officials colluded to imprison Jiyu Qiyu. She relied on her powerful backer, Qing Ling, to save her. However, someone unexpectedly paid her fiancé to rescue her first. Jiyu Qiyu's expression darkened upon seeing Xiao Muan. Xiao Muan began with a barrage of accusations. Disappointed it's not who you expected, aren't you? Why are you so impulsive? Lin Momo is just a commoner. A noble lady like you will only suffer by getting involved. After I take you back, apologize to Boo Boo. The whole country is in chaos because of you. You can't ignore your family. Jiyu Qiyu scoffed. The country is in chaos because it's rotten to the core. I will clear Lin Momo's name. He's just a pitiful orphan. The only ones who care about him are Lin Momo and a few servants. No one else cares if he lives or dies. Xiao Muan felt a pang of sadness. He cared about Qiyu, but he couldn't voice it. Jiyu Qiyu didn't want to leave. This prison couldn't hold her. But she could ask him to free the other female inmate. However, the inmate refused, curious about the man who made Qiyu's eyes sparkle. Xiao Muan left, relieved to hear Qiyu wasn't suffering in prison. He ordered the jailer to give her extra blankets and burn some incense in her cell. Yu Wenmingxiu was surprised. Weren't they rumored to have broken off their engagement? It seems Xiao Xiao still cares about her. Just then, Yu Wenmingxiu arrived at the prison. Xiao Muan hurriedly greeted him, but Yu Wenmingxiu didn't stop, eager to see Jiyu Qiyu. Yu Wenmingxiu was too powerful to be obstructed. Other officials might only face minor charges, but the Empress Dowager favored Yu Wenmingxiu immensely. Displeasing him could be deadly. Xiao Muan pondered. Had Qiyu changed so much because of Yu Wenmingxiu? Meanwhile, Yu Wenmingxiu had entered the prison. The female inmate was curious to see the man who captivated Jiyu Qiyu. Upon seeing him, the inmate was speechless. Yu Wenmingxiu reached Jiyu Qiyu's cell. Qiyu was expecting a reprimand, but Yu Wenmingxiu didn't say a word. He simply looked around. Zhu Sha immediately cleared the area, including the neighboring cell. The female inmate smirked. You've snagged a powerful one. You gotta play hard to get. Jiyu Qiyu rolled her eyes. She wouldn't stoop to such tactics. The inmate mocked. Someone's eagerly awaiting rescue, flaunting her man. Yu Wenmingxiu's mood brightened. He smiled and urged Jiyu Qiyu to follow him. Jiyu Qiyu complained playfully, why are you so late? I've been waiting. Yu Wenmingxiu's face suddenly hardened. He wasn't the one who just came. Jiyu Qiyu knew he'd seen Xiao Muan and felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't asked him to come. Why had Xiao Muan suddenly appeared? She was shocked to see him. Yu Wenmingxiu was puzzled. Xiao Muan was usually so flamboyant. Why was he so quiet this time? Jiyu Qiyu was helpless. She had asked Chen Ju to get help. She couldn't be too harsh. Yu Wenmingxiu felt a stab of jealousy. He had come to help her, but couldn't say so. He stormed off angrily. Jiyu Qiyu cursed inwardly. Men were so petty. How could they achieve anything? Zhu Sha, sensing the tension, explained, Master was delayed because he went to Lin Momo's grave. He won't ignore Lin Momo. He prioritized your matters. With him backing you, you can do anything. They quickly left the prison. The female inmate was blinded by the sunlight. Zhu Sha advised her to shield her eyes and follow him closely. Prolonged darkness made her eyes vulnerable to the bright light. The inmate was touched and lowered her head shyly. Jiyu Qiyu teased Yu Wenmingxiu, look how Zhu Sha knows how to please people, unlike you, always so cold to me. Yu Wenmingxiu retorted, if you were blinded, I'd be nice to you too. Ji Yuqiu almost choked. What kind of response was that? They arrived at the Lin residence, which was under Imperial Guard control. The servants were terrified. Why were there so many soldiers? Wu was also bewildered. The Jiyu family was insignificant. How could they offend someone so powerful? Someone asked who he meant, but Wu dared not answer. Wu fearfully sought out Ling Biashu. Didn't you say everything would be fine once the 5th rank official arrived? Now look at this mess. Ling Biashu scoffed. The 5th rank official's backer is far beyond the Jiyu family's reach. You're so useless. Lin Momo was always strict with you, and you still failed to monitor things properly. Wu inwardly cursed. Ling Biashu had taken a share of the profits, but now washed his hands of the matter. He threatened desperately, you must help me. If I go down, I'll take you with me. Ling Biashu already had a plan, depending on Wu's compliance. Yuan Mingxiu was falsely accused of murder. He immediately rushed to the Lin residence, secured the scene, and arrested the corrupt officials. Lin Jiren was terrified. These soldiers were fierce and disciplined, clearly not ordinary troops. Panicking, they targeted Lin Momo's daughter, Shifeng. Suddenly, Shifeng collapsed. The scene erupted into chaos. Wu cried, holding Shifeng. The Jiyu family is too much. My mother suffered such a tragic fate, and now Shifeng. If you want to bully someone, come at me. Don't be cowards. Kill me. The crowd's anger boiled over. The Jiyu family was pushing them too far. Did they think they owned the world? Shi Wei stepped in to restore order, calling for a doctor and silencing the crowd. Cheng Ju expressed his gratitude. They had saved the day. Shi Wei explained that they acted on Yuan Mingxiu's orders. The emperor had granted him full authority, independent of any official. Cheng Ju was shocked. The emperor's favor towards Yuan Mingxiu was extraordinary. He had many sons, but none received such preferential treatment as Yuan Mingxiu. The emperor's bias was baffling. Seeing them chatting amicably, Ling Biashu sensed trouble and urged Wu to act before it was too late. Wu clenched her fists, finally making a decision. She waited for the doctor's arrival. The doctor announced Shifeng's death. Wu wailed, accusing the Jiyu family of wanting to kill them all. The enraged crowd demanded justice, clamoring to confront the Jiyu family. Zhu Sha kicked down the door, roaring, "You want to die? Wait until we've investigated." Silence fell. Yuan Mingxiu and Jiyu Qiyu strolled in casually. Shi Wei apologized profusely for the commotion had caused. The 5th rank official, alerted to the situation, frantically called Yuan Mingxiu. Seeing him groveling on the ground, everyone was stunned. Who could make even the 5th rank official so afraid? Yuan Mingxiu stated coldly, "I'm just observing. I won't interfere." The 5th rank official flattered him profusely. "I'm just a lowly official. I defer to you, my lord." Everyone knew Yuan Mingxiu's impeccable investigative skills. He never made a wrong judgment. They urged him to take charge, but Yuan Mingxiu seemed uninterested in intervening. The 5th rank official cursed inwardly. Then he boldly blamed Jiyu Qiyu for poisoning Lin Momo and driving Shifeng to death. Jiyu Qiyu was about to be unjustly convicted. Even her supposed backer remained impassive, and that damned Yuan Mingxiu, supposedly her support, just watched calmly. Jiyu Qiyu burst out, "Let's hear how you, a foolish official, will judge." The 5th rank official roared, "How dare you insult a court official?" Jiyu Qiyu argued logically, "You made rash judgments without a proper investigation. Are you colluding with the culprit to silence witnesses? Present the autopsy report, evidence, and witnesses. How can you judge life and death, and ruin reputations without any proof?" The 5th rank official had it all planned out. Shifeng was a witness killed by Jiyu Qiyu. Lin Momo's teacher, Ling Biashu, was also a witness. Now he had a valid argument. The autopsy report shows Lin Momo was poisoned post-mortem. Jiyu Qiyu scoffed. "Lin Momo was already dead when I arrived. At worst, I desecrated a corpse. How does that make me a murderer? What was the poison's source? What's my motive?" The 5th rank official was speechless. Yuan Mingxiu sneered. "Incoherent nonsense. This judgment is truly absurd." The crowd murmured in agreement. Miss Jiyu had a point. The Lin family seemed suspicious. She wasn't present when Shifeng died, and Lin Zhengwu wasn't exactly easy to control. The 5th rank official raged, "You've disgraced the Jiyu family. You desecrated Lin Momo's body and poisoned her. You've been planning this for a long time." Jiyu Qiyu pointed at him accusingly. Lin Momo saved nearly 1,000 taels under the Jiyu family name. Besides daily expenses, it was all saved. Where's that money now? Lin Jiren paled, his face ashen. Lin Zhengwu frantically denied it. My mother never mentioned those savings. We never saw them. You're trying to divert attention. Jiyu Qiyu sneered, asking about the exquisite hairpins on Shifeng's head. Those hairpins are genuine gold and jewels, from the most prestigious shop in town. Who in this village could afford such luxuries? Lin Zhengwu insisted they were Shifeng's favorites. Jiyu Qiyu laughed. The shop was renowned for its craftsmanship. A simple inquiry would reveal the buyer. As Jiyu Qiyu cornered Lin Zhengwu, the fifth-rank official grew uneasy. Finally, Yuan Mingxiu spoke. Miss Gus' words have merit. What say you, fifth-rank official? The fifth-rank official was speechless. The overbearing general stepped in to defend him. The fifth-rank official, seizing the opportunity, requested time to gather evidence in the capital, promising a verdict later. Jiyu Qiyu was annoyed. He was stalling, but she couldn't object. The fifth-rank official laughed triumphantly, preparing to leave. Lin Jiren sighed in relief. They could tamper with the evidence and escape unscathed. Suddenly, Yuan Mingxiu said, I passed by that hairpin shop and brought the owner. And I brought his account books. They are outside. Don't mention it, fifth-rank official. It's my duty. I'm always impartial and helpful. We're all officials. We should help each other. The fifth-rank official's face darkened. He cursed inwardly. Jiyu Qiyu was shocked by his shamelessness. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jusha quickly brought the shop owner in, holding Shifeng's hairpins. The owner recognized them immediately. Head sold them 7 days prior to a man who couldn't afford them. Head argued with a child, then flashed several silver notes, a rare occurrence, making it memorable. Jusha asked if he could identify the man again. A businessman, the owner was skilled at remembering faces. He reenacted the scene, identifying Lin Zhengwu as the buyer. Lin Biaoshu denied it vehemently, refusing to believe Lin Zhengwu would buy such things. But the owner presented evidence. The buyer had a limp, his left foot dragging, resulting in uneven shoe wear. Everyone in Linjia village knew Lin Zhengwu had such a limp. The owner couldn't be wrong. Jiyu Qiyu was appalled. Lin Zhengwu, you had a loving mother and wife. How could you be so heartless? Lin Zhengwu still denied killing anyone. Lin Momo leaving her savings to her son is normal. It proves nothing. The fifth-rank official agreed, dismissing the hairpin's relevance to the murder. Even if the owner was right, it meant nothing. He turned to Yuan Mingxiu, feigning politeness. Thank you for bringing the owner, my lord. Sadly, it was in vain. Yuan Mingxiu sneered. I anticipated the fifth-rank official's exceptional skills. I've also brought witnesses. Jiyu Qiyu realized he had been gathering evidence. Yuan Mingxiu smirked at her. You're reckless and foolish. I would have killed such a useless subordinate long ago. Jiyu Qiyu almost exploded. It's not my fault. I have no resources. Yuan Mingxiu raised an eyebrow. No resources. Jiyu Qiyu remembered Hei Yi. She stubbornly complained about insufficient manpower. Yuan Mingxiu pressed on. I give you capable people. Besides, you never ask for help. Jiyu Qiyu was speechless. Yuan Mingxiu smiled triumphantly. Anything else to say? The fifth-rank official felt uneasy. Yuan Mingxiu's familiarity with Jiyu Qiyu could expose his actions. Yuan Mingxiu summoned 3 witnesses. The gambling den owner, a waiter, and a loan shark. Lin Zhengwu paled upon seeing them. They testified that Lin Zhengwu was addicted to gambling, accumulating massive debts. He mortgaged all his property and borrowed heavily, owing nearly taels. Jiyu Qiyu understood. Desperate for money, Lin Zhengwu killed Lin Momo for her savings. The gambling den owner confirmed Lin Zhengwu's frequent visits and heavy losses. Lin Zhengwu despaired. He was exposed. He sobbed, I didn't want this. I wanted to repay the debts, but no one would lend me money. My mother would only give me taels, and Shifeng kept wanting clothes and hairpins. My mother's money would be mine eventually anyway. It was rightfully mine. Jiyu Qiyu cursed his ingratitude, regretting not noticing sooner. Lin Momo wouldn't have died. She pointed at him furiously. You ungrateful wretch. Lin Momo was teaching you a lesson, but you only saw money. The crowd condemned him. You're a disgrace. I would have disowned such a son. Ling Biaoshu knelt, confessing his nephew's crime. I had nothing to do with it. He forced me. Jiyu Qiyu knew he wasn't innocent, but lacked evidence against him. Yuan Mingxiu's calm demeanor reassured her. He had a plan. The fifth-rank official praised her insincerely. Miss Jiyu is truly remarkable. You solved such a complex case so easily. You live up to your reputation. Jiyu Qiyu was dumbfounded. Had he forgotten imprisoning her so recently? Yuan Mingxiu smiled faintly. He's testing our relationship. He turned to the fifth-rank official. You're impressive, fifth-rank official. I must commend you. The overbearing general rushed to his defense. The fifth-rank official groveled and flattered him profusely. Yuan Mingxiu looked smug. He just saw the affection between you and me, Jiyu Qiyu. A broken dog aunt who hasn't had a period in 7 months. Who has affection with you? Don't talk nonsense about kissing. Yuan Mingxiu smiled brightly. You've already kissed this lord, and you still want to deny it. Jiyu Qiyu's head was about to explode. Xiaozhe absolutely told me not to. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes darkened, and he directly threw a pillow. Jiyu Qiyu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly surrendered, saying, Ren. 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 Inwardly, she felt incredibly frustrated. Usually, I'm incredibly cheeky, but with Yuan Mingxiu, I inexplicably become docile. And I even became a plaything. Wu Xianling and Jueisha watched the show from the side, adding fuel to the fire while munching on snacks. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. Shouldn't Wu Xianling continue his investigation? The evidence and witnesses are here. There's no excuse to delay it for several days. Wu Xianling cautiously announced Lin Jingwu as the main culprit, but requested to bring him to court after further investigation. Yuan Mingxiu's face instantly turned gloomy, and he moved over with murderous intent. This was clearly using his backing to pressure him. Wu Xianling immediately backed down. He quickly suppressed Lin Jingwu and locked him up. Lin Jingwu finally broke down in regret. Lin Erbiaoshu was still feigning surprise. Who would have thought that such a pure child back then would do such a thing? After handling the matter, Wu Xianling ran to Yuan Mingxiu to flatter him. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly sneered and said, Wu Xianling, as a magistrate, you should be diligent in investigating cases. Catching criminals is even more your responsibility. Wasn't Jiyu family's eldest miss arrested before? Wu Xianling is truly remarkable. The case hasn't even been half investigated, and you've already arrested someone. Wu Xianling felt a sense of foreboding. He forced a smile and said, all this is for the safety of the common people. Even if I offend someone for this, I will not hesitate. Yuan Mingxiu smiled faintly. Wu Xianling is truly impressive. With such responsibility, I must take a good look at this matter. Wu Xianling was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be reprimanded? Why was he talking about investigation? Yuan Mingxiu suddenly turned to Jiyu Qiyu. The culprit in this case is obvious. Wu Xianling has truly gone too far, even daring to arrest my people. Wu Xianling was dumbfounded. This Jiyu family's eldest miss looked ordinary, but she was unexpectedly Yuan Mingxiu's. Jiyu Qiyu interrupted from behind. I'm not your person. Don't talk nonsense. Yuan Mingxiu glared at her. Women should stay out of men's conversations. Jiyu Qiyu was instantly furious. This kind of man is so chauvinistic. I'll speak if I want to. What can you do to me? I'm not your person. Don't call my name casually. Yuan Mingxiu was about to be angered to death. She had to clarify their relationship at this time. Jiyu Qiyu then turned to Wu Xianling. He bullies the weak. If he offends Yuan Mingxiu, he'll definitely be locked up by that dog official. She felt so frustrated. She didn't even have a chance to prove herself. It was so embarrassing. Yuan Mingxiu coldly questioned, this lord has a bad temper. Wu Xianling arrested this lord's person. How do you think this matter should be handled? Wu Xianling directly challenged him. My lord, is it appropriate to make things difficult for a subordinate because of a woman? Yuan Mingxiu sneered, so, Wu Xianling, you think my act of being imprisoned for a day and a night for investigating the truth is an abuse of power? Or do you think this lord deserves to be locked up for a day and a night for upholding justice? Wu Xianling was shocked. How could a rejected fiancé be the lord's evidence? Yuan Mingxiu's expression darkened. Are you doubting the emperor's judgment in clearing this lord's name, or are you doubting this lord's ability to choose a wife? Wu Xianling knelt and begged for mercy, taking all the blame upon himself, but refused to reveal the person behind the scenes. Yuan Mingxiu ordered him to be imprisoned, letting him experience the treatment Jiyu Qiyu received. Wu Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he lived, he could start over. Yuan Mingxiu then found Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue glared at him. What's with this posture? Are you begging for forgiveness? But, considering you came to rescue me this time, I'll magnanimously forgive you for the sake of the emperor. Yuan Mingxiu clearly remembered her deceiving him. It was as if he could refuse. Jiyu Chuyue was instantly furious. Does this man even know how to talk? Yuan Mingxiu calmly stared at her. He didn't show any anger, but Jiyu Chuyue felt a chill down her spine, sensing the calm before the storm. As expected, Yuan Mingxiu grabbed her hand angrily. You're so troublesome. How many times have you caused trouble for this lord? Do you think you're very smart? Or do you think you can do whatever you want just because you know a bit of martial arts? I just felt that my people couldn't be bullied by others. Ling Momo is like family to me. I couldn't pretend not to see him suffer. Yuan Mingxiu paused, his initial anger dissipating. He looked at Jiyu Chuyue with a hint of resentment. Jiyu Chuyue felt her scalp tingle. Just talk. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Yuan Mingxiu asked. You just said your people. You don't want them to be bullied, right? Jiyu Chuyue nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. My people are naturally under my protection. What's wrong with that? General Da Dao, what a waste of his life. Shifu risked his life for a magic cat. She said she wouldn't let her people suffer. Yuan Mingxiu's expression softened. What about this lord? If this lord were in trouble, would you speak up for this lord? Meanwhile, Wu Xianling was also imprisoned by Yuan Mingxiu, letting him experience what Jiyu Chuyue had endured. Unexpectedly, someone came to deliver food. Wu Xianling angrily told him to get lost. Who had the mood to eat now? But the jailer suddenly turned cold, emanating a murderous aura. Magistrate Ling, this meal is something you must eat, whether you like it or not. With that, he choked him to death. Soon, Wu Xianling stopped breathing. Sha Xian's teeth chattered in fear. Jiyu Chuyue immediately performed an autopsy and discovered Wu Xianling had been poisoned after consuming the prison food. Yuan Mingxiu also received the news from Lin Erbiaoshu. Jiyu Chuyue gritted her teeth in hatred. The person behind this was so heartless. Yuan Mingxiu seemed surprised. Weren't you saying these people deserved to die? Why are you speaking up for them now? Do you actually feel sorry for their deaths? People really do change. Jiyu Chuyue rolled her eyes. There are laws. How can we resort to lynching? Besides, the person who killed Wu Xianling isn't necessarily the culprit. Yuan Mingxiu was surprised. He didn't expect her to be so law-abiding. Jiyu Chuyue pressed her advantage. I not only respect the law, but am also an obedient subordinate. My lord, do you want to consider giving me more authority? She often flirted with this man. She should get something in return. If it weren't for his handsome looks and persistence, she would have dumped him long ago. Yuan Mingxiu could tell she was cursing him in her mind. And you want more authority. When you stop cursing me in your heart, then we can discuss. Jiyu Chuyue ground her teeth. Carry your great-grandpa to our room. I'm going to give him a good beating. Her resentment was palpable. She, a dignified doctor, was being used as a thug. It was a waste of talent. Yai was stunned. I heard Jiyu family's eldest miss is a good for nothing. I didn't expect her to be such a skilled fighter. Jiyu Chuyue then arrived at Wu Xianling's body. She smiled and began the autopsy. Gong Qiong was shocked. Isn't this inappropriate? Aren't you still going to marry Yuan Mingxiu? Touching corpses like this, won't he have nightmares about you? Jiyu Chuyue was unfazed. She was born for this. She then cut him open. Sha Xian screamed. Hong Qiong fainted. Yai quickly moved him aside. Jiyu Chuyue remained calm. Anyone who's uncomfortable, leave now. The autopsy quickly concluded. Yai was amazed. This young lady was even more skilled than a professional coroner. He was filled with admiration for Jiyu Chuyue, and suddenly understood why Yuan Mingxiu wanted to marry this disfigured young lady. Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. Couldn't he have admired her medical skills? She quickly explained the case. Wu Xianling was indeed poisoned. His heart and lungs are black. It should be the Shiyu Shidu poison. This snake is a poisonous creature from the Qianshan Mountains. The person who possesses this poison is definitely not ordinary. Yuan Mingxiu knew what to do next. He instructed Jiyu Chuyue not to get involved anymore. Jiyu Chuyue was unwilling. Ling Momo's death had a preliminary conclusion, which avenged him. But the mastermind hadn't been caught. The situation was too complicated and could only be handled by Yu Wenmingxiu. Ji Yuchuyue went to Ling Momo's grave to pay her respects. She told him not to be sad. Ling Momo wouldn't want to see him like this, but Ji Yuchuyue still felt guilty. Lin Jingwu was Ling Momo's cousin. Now, because of her, he was sentenced to death. Ling Momo was smart and knew those dirty tricks. He knew Lin Erbiaoshu and Lin Jingwu's true nature, but chose to turn a blind eye due to family ties. He was only disappointed in his relatives. Ji Yuchuyue felt incredibly sad. Why did Momo forget about her? Even Xing Feng was moved to tears. Ming Lu quickly comforted her. Even if Ling Momo is gone, there's still me. When you become the general's wife, there'll be so many servants. We'll help you manage them. Ji Yuchuyue smiled. I'll make sure all the servants in the mansion listen to you. Ming Lu was speechless. These servants were too easy to please. Ji Yuchuyue then went to Lin village. This time, the village chief was very welcoming and even remembered something. A while ago, Ling Momo couldn't find something and asked him to keep it safe. Ji Yuchuyue was surprised by this unexpected development. The village chief also found it strange. It just contained some homemade toys and clothes. He said he was worried his son would mess with them, so he asked me to keep them. Who knew something would happen just a few days later? He then had someone bring out the box and give it to Ji Yuchuyue. Hey Dai immediately stepped forward. This thing is quite heavy. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it. But Hey Dai suddenly stepped back. Ji Yuchuyue effortlessly lifted the box with one hand. She carried it on her shoulder and walked towards the carriage. The village chief was shocked. Is this really a woman? At this moment, Yu Wenmingxiu arrived. Ji Yuchuyue grinned mischievously. You take the box to the carriage. Don't let my Erlang tire himself out. Everyone was shocked. Ji Yuchuyue was going to be in trouble. This general appeared cold and ruthless, but he was actually a softie in front of Shifu. If she told him to carry the box, he would carry it. Ji Yuchuyue told him to take the box to the carriage, also giving the servants a break. Everyone was terrified. That was Yu Wendaran. Ji Yuchuyue dared to order him around. It was audacious. Yu Wenmingxiu would definitely refuse. Besides, which man would do chores for a woman? But Yu Wenmingxiu didn't say a word. He lifted the box and walked towards the carriage. The servants knelt down, terrified. How could a subordinate not do the work, but the Lord did it himself? This was unbelievable. Ji Yuchuyue said matter-of-factly, men doing some chores is only right. Hey Dai was filled with admiration. Yu Wenmingxiu, who terrified the imperial court, was so gentle in front of Ji Yuchuyue. To have this fearsome general do chores was an unbelievable sight. After getting into the carriage and away from prying eyes, Yu Wenmingxiu said coldly, "You're quite good at ordering this lord around." Ji Yuchuyue was a bit nervous. Could this man be angry just because of this little thing? Yu Wenmingxiu snorted. He wasn't the type to get angry over such trivial matters. Ji Yuchuyue didn't believe him. You say you're not angry, but your face says otherwise. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone offended you. Yu Wenmingxiu gave her a meaningful look. Ji Yuchuyue felt goosebumps all over. She had a bad feeling and was sure he was angry. She saw him doing the chores without complaint, but she knew this man was not easy to deal with. She quickly tried to remedy the situation. I did this to establish a kind and gentle image for you. As a general with such a bad reputation, this is necessary. It prevents people from misunderstanding you as cruel and tyrannical. Yu Wenmingxiu's face darkened. Was this how she saw him? Ji Yuchuyue quickly flattered him. In my heart, you're as bright as the moon, as pure as jade, as powerful as a martial god. Yu Wenmingxiu was exasperated. So you like this lord doing chores? This lord should thank you then. Ji Yuchuyue didn't dare accept his thanks. She just hoped he wouldn't hold a grudge. Yu Wenmingxiu suddenly stroked her head gently. I won't hold a grudge. Ji Yuchuyue was surprised by his good mood, but the next second, Yu Wenmingxiu pulled her into his arms. He held her tight. Ji Yuchuyue blushed and struggled. This is indecent. Pulling and tugging is unbecoming. Yu Wenmingxiu refused to let go. This lord helped you carry the box, so I deserve some interest. I can't let you take all the advantage. Ji Yuchuyue was stunned. She had never seen such a shameless person. Before she could react, Yu Wenmingxiu kissed her passionately. The atmosphere in the carriage became heated. Ji Yuchuyue's face was red. She almost lost control. Yu Wen Mingxiu finally stopped. Ji Yu Chuyue was panting, still lost in the moment. Yu Wen Mingxiu smirked. Seems like you don't want this lord to stop. Ji Yu Chuyue quickly backed away. What was this man talking about? Yu Wen Mingxiu felt it was a pity to let her go, but it wasn't the time yet. Ji Yu Chuyue realized he meant he almost lost control. Her face burned even hotter. This shameless dog man. She glanced at him and saw he seemed to be in a good mood. She carefully asked, "Why did you come to save me so quickly this time?" Yu Wen Mingxiu didn't even open his eyes, telling her to figure it out herself. Ji Yu Chuyue became smug. Could this guy have fallen for her? I knew my charm was irresistible. Even someone as powerful as Yu Wen Mingxiu couldn't resist me. Yu Wen Mingxiu doused her with cold water. You're this lord's consort. If anything happened to you, this lord would lose face. Ji Yu Chuyue clenched her fists, wanting to kick him, but she didn't dare. Soon, the carriage arrived at Xianyang Gate. Yu Wen Mingxiu instructed Jueisha to escort Ji Yu Chuyue back. He stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. Ji Yu Chuyue was extremely reluctant. She didn't want to leave just like that. She wanted to see the villain brought to justice. There must be something behind this. She couldn't just give up. Jueisha could only remain silent. He didn't dare interrupt a couple's quarrel. Yu Wen Mingxiu's face darkened. Just because this lord helped you carry that box, you think you can order this lord around? Ji Yu Chuyue stomped her foot, glaring at him defiantly. Yu Wen Mingxiu felt he had a problem. Ji Yu Chuyue was clearly unreasonable, but he found her anger endearing. He patiently explained, the mastermind behind this is cunning and meticulous. Investigating him will put you and those around you in danger. This lord has the emperor's protection. Who do you have? Ji Yu Chuyue was speechless. Yu Wen Mingxiu took her hand. You've just become the Yixing princess. Many people are plotting against you. The mansion isn't safe. I don't have enough power to protect everyone around you. How hateful is this enemy? My younger sister even came to provoke me. She used Ling Momo's death to stimulate me. Ji Yu Chuyue angrily kicked her down. Then she tied her up. Ji Yu Xinrong's voice trembled. Ji Yu Chuyue. Are you crazy? I'm your sister. What are you doing? Ji Yu Chuyue didn't acknowledge this sister. You ruined my reputation and tried to frame me, which is fine. But why did you poison Ling Momo? Ji Yu Xinrong denied it, claiming she was just showing concern and scolded her for being ungrateful. Ji Yu Chuyue didn't bother with her and locked her up. Ji Yu Xinrong finally realized she was serious and threatened her. If you dare hurt me, my mother won't let you off. Ji Yu Chuyue wanted to teach her a lesson. She needed to take responsibility for her actions. Sadly, she had always been spoiled and ignorant. Ji Yu Xinrong cursed, are you crazy? I'm your sister. That Ling Momo is just a lowly servant. How can she compare to our sisterhood? Ji Yu Chuyue slapped her. Ji Yu Xinrong was stunned. She actually dared to hit her. Ji Yu Chuyue looked down at her. Do you think I'll never hit you? I even give in to you every time we talk. Ji Yu Xinrong said nonchalantly, Ling Momo is just an outsider. Even if I did something to her, it was just dealing with a disobedient servant. Ji Yu Chuyue took out a whip. So you admit you're involved? Ji Yu Xinrong stammered, Sister, I did it for your own good. Ling Momo is old and not qualified to serve you anymore. I just helped you get rid of her. Ji Yu Chuyue felt a pang of guilt. Ling Momo died because of her. She took a deep breath and asked how she killed Ling Momo. Ji Yu Xinrong thought it was simple. Ling Momo only trusts you. I just told him something about you. He's thinking of you. Just listen to Ji Tong. We're all family. Why make a fuss? I already know him wrong. I won't do it again. Wu Xinrong was most afraid of being involved in this matter. She instantly flew into a rage. No way. He wouldn't dare. He's not like that. Disbelief filled her heart as she looked up abruptly. Ji Yu Chuyue's body radiated killing intent. I've given you so many chances, but you still break the law. I won't tolerate it any longer. You must be punished for your mistakes. It'll make you understand that the law is unforgiving. It'll make you understand the meaning of consequences. Wu Xinrong's face paled, realizing he was serious this time. She ran outside, screaming for help. Ji Yu Chuyue flashed in front of her, grabbed her, and threw her back. Wu Xinrong, terrified, screamed even louder, urging anyone who heard to get help. Qing Feng and Ming Yu, hearing the commotion, were about to intervene. But Ji Yuchuyue stopped them, telling them to wait. He wanted Bu Xinrong to understand that this mistake couldn't be excused by anyone. Bu Xinrong glared defiantly, not believing he had such power. Meanwhile, Huaji rushed to the study. Master! The eldest miss has gone mad. She's locked the third miss in a room. We don't know what she's doing. Hurry! Ji Yanqing's face changed color. What's happening now? Worried, Ji Yushu urged him to go check. Since Ji Yuchuyue was now the general's wife and held significant power, ignoring the situation could lead to trouble. Ji Yanqing reluctantly agreed to investigate. Just as they reached Ji Yuchuyue's courtyard, they met Jing Xuelian rushing over. Jing Xuelian burst into tears upon seeing Ji Yanqing. She cried, "My poor daughter. How can she live? Ji Yuchuyue, that vicious woman, is now the general's wife and thinks she can do as she pleases. She's going to kill Ronga. She's trying to kill her own sister." Ji Yanqing pushed her away, wanting to shut her up. This family squabble is minor, but affecting the imperial court is a major issue. Don't say such nonsense. You'll get me killed. Jing Xuelian was taken aback. It was the first time he'd spoken to her so harshly. Ji Yushu, worried, rushed inside to see his eldest sister. He saw Ji Yuchuyue calmly sipping tea. Ji Yuchuyue sat in the courtyard, crossing her legs. "So, they've come." Jing Xuelian exploded. "What have you done to my daughter? You think you can do as you please just because you're going to be the general's wife? I warn you, the marriage isn't official yet. Release Ronga." Ji Yuchuyue refused. She must face the consequences of her actions. Bu Xinrong's mistake is serious. I've decided to send her for religious training. It will give her time to reflect on her actions. Everyone was stunned. Jing Xuelian was furious. Ji Yuchuyue remained calm. "Well, see if I dare." Ji Yushu was worried about her anger. Ji Yuchuyue ordered Bu Xinrong to be brought out. Upon seeing her father, Bu Xinrong cried, "Father! Save me! Ji Yuchuyue has gone mad. She wants to kill me." Jing Xuelian's heart ached, and she rushed forward. He Dai suddenly blocked her. Jing Xuelian cursed. "You vicious dog! How dare you!" Ji Yuchuyue, domineering, set about punishing her family. She sent Ji Xinrong to a nunnery. Jing Xuelian tried to intervene. He Dai stopped her. Jing Xuelian raged, "You vicious dog! How dare you!" Ji Yuchuyue sneered, "Madam, your temper is quite something. Insulting General Yuan's gift to me. If this gets out, I wonder what he'll think." Jing Xuelian flinched. Ji Yuchuyue was using General Yuan to threaten her. She wasn't going to let her sister go. "You've bullied me enough. Go ahead and keep pushing it. Complain to the emperor if you dare. We'll see what happens." Jing Xuelian, defeated, ordered Ji Yanqing to make Ji Yuchuyue release her sister. Ji Yuchuyue retorted, "Since childhood, father has favored Bu Xinrong and ignored me. If it weren't for Ling Momo, I would have. A cold-hearted person like you wouldn't understand what Ling Momo means to me." Ji Yanqing felt guilty and apologized, but Ji Yuchuyue ignored his empty words. She wanted the person who harmed Ling Momo to pay. Seeing Ji Yanqing was useless, Jing Xuelian urged Ji Yushu to help. Ji Yushu, however, supported his eldest sister's decision. Bu Xinrong had to face the consequences. He stood with his eldest sister. No one was above the law. Jing Xuelian slapped him. "You useless son," she declared, "I'll stay here and protect my daughter. I'll see what you'll do. Imprison me or kill me. I'm the future general's wife. Let's see if you dare risk the infamy of driving me to death." She then pretended to ram her head into the wall, driving the general's wife to suicide. He Dai swiftly caught her. He asked Ji Yuchuyue for further instructions. Ji Yuchuyue trusted his judgment. They expected He Dai to simply restrain Jing Xuelian, but He Dai, unexpectedly furious, threatened to send her to the Imperial Censorate for slandering the eldest miss. Jing Xuelian's face turned pale, and she fell to her knees, no longer threatening suicide. Ji Yuchuyue was shocked. He Dai was more ruthless than her. Ji Yanqing shouted, "Insolent! Release her!" While he fumed, He Dai ignored him. He only obeyed Ji Yuchuyue. Ji Yanqing realized He Dai was General Yuan's subordinate, and fell silent. Ji Yuchuyue sneered, "Don't bother arguing. I control the household. No one will listen to you." Ji Yanqing was furious. She was courting disaster. Ji Yuchuyue remained unfazed. Loyalty was rewarded, betrayal punished. Ji Yanqing was devastated by her change. Unable to control her, he compromised. "I'll confine Ronga to the Buddhist hall to reflect. I'll prepare a room for Ling Momo in the Jiu residence." Jiu Chuyue scoffed. "You think concessions will change my mind?" She refused. "Ling Momo is a living being, not a trinket." Jiu Yanqing was livid. "You'd throw Ling Momo's body into the Jiu residence, but you can tell right from wrong with your own sister. You value a servant over family. Aren't you afraid of being the laughingstock?" To Jiu Chuyue, her family couldn't compare to Ling Momo and Qingfeng Mingyu. "When I was sick and bullied, none of you visited me. How dare you beg me now?" Jiu Yanqing was speechless. Jiu Chuyue, enraged, ordered He Dai to take Jiu Xinrong away. Jing Xuelian shielded her daughter. "If anyone touches my daughter, I'll fight you to the death." Then she pleaded with Jiu Yanqing. "How can you let our daughter be sent away? She's your daughter too. They are bullying her." Jiu Yanqing was torn. He couldn't bring himself to plead with Jiu Chuyue. Seeing he wouldn't help, Jing Xuelian turned on Jiu Chuyue. She pointed at Jiu Chuyue and cursed, "I've lowered myself, and you still won't relent. You and that vixen are the same." Jiu Yanqing was shocked by her vulgarity. Jing Xuelian turned on him. "You're useless. You let your daughter bully us. I was blind to marry you. If it weren't for the belief that the emperor would favor you, I would never have married you." Jiu Yanqing was humiliated. He slapped her. He cursed, "Let's end this charade." The servants watched in shock. He dragged Bu Xinrong away. Jing Xuelian couldn't stop him. Bu Xinrong, surprisingly calm, cursed at her mother. "It's all your fault. You said we had to teach eldest sister a lesson." She pushed Jing Xuelian away. She then knelt before Jiu Chuyue, begging for forgiveness. She blamed everything on Jing Xuelian, reminding Jiu Chuyue that Jing Xuelian was married to General Yuan and only benefited from her. Jing Xuelian was heartbroken by her daughter's betrayal. Jiu Chuyue, unconvinced, ordered her to be taken to the nunnery. Bu Xinrong was horrified. She didn't want to become a nun. This overbearing general was too much. Yuan Mingxiu protected his fiancée. He had their sons arrested. Jiu Chuyue sent Jiu Xinrong to the nunnery as a replacement for Ling Momo. Bu Xinrong was terrified. She didn't want to be a nun, eating vegetarian food and chanting scriptures every day. How could she face anyone, let alone attend social gatherings, if she was bald? Even Jiu Yanqing objected. "It's just a servant. This punishment is too severe." Jiu Chuyue retorted, "Bu Xinrong not only harmed Ling Momo, but also caused a guard's death, even involving General Yuan. If I don't punish her, they'll come for us. Do you want to lose your position?" Jiu Yanqing instantly prioritized his position. He begged Bu Xinrong to obey, and not jeopardize his career. Bu Xinrong raised her hand to hit him. Jiu Chuyue found their father-daughter love ironic. Since no one objected, she had Bu Xinrong taken away. Though resolved, Jiu Chuyue remained worried. Why did Bu Xinrong dare provoke Jing Xuelian in such a precarious situation? She wouldn't burn bridges unless she had a backup plan. She must have a powerful backer. Jiu Chuyue sensed trouble brewing. Bu Xinrong arrived at the nunnery. The nuns gossiped about her, recognizing her as the notorious Jiu family daughter. A burly nun grabbed Bu Xinrong, leering at her. Such delicate skin. Bu Xinrong felt disgusted. She slapped the nun's hand and cursed, "I'm the Jiu family's miss. If you disrespect me, you'll regret it." The nuns laughed. "Still acting arrogant here." One grabbed her hair and yanked. "Behave, and maybe you'll have it easier." She slapped Bu Xinrong hard. Bu Xinrong was stunned. How dare a servant hit her? The nun slapped her repeatedly. Bu Xinrong covered her head, cursing. "It must be that vile Jiu Chuyue. She bribed you." The nun didn't know Jiu Chuyue, but admitted to being bribed. Bu Xinrong paled. Who else had she offended? She clung to the nun, begging for mercy. "I'll give you money. Please let me go." The nun was skeptical. Desperate, Bu Xinrong offered all her money and pledged to send her monthly earnings. The nun agreed, warning her against lying. The nun softened her attitude. Bu Xinrong sighed in relief. As long as they had weaknesses, she could escape. She would have her revenge. Trouble brewed in the capital. Ningguang sent people posing as Jiu Chiyu's servants to cause trouble at Qingling Academy, damaging property and injuring students. Rumors of Jiu Chiyu's tyranny spread. She was accused of seducing a teacher, causing a scandal, and damaging a farmer's tools. Public outrage grew, and people protested at the Jiu residence. Even Zhu Guyue and Ren Hanqing heard the news and came to inquire. Someone was clearly targeting Jiu Chiyue. Would Yuan Mingxiu help? Ji Yuchuyue remained calm. If Yuan Mingxiu helped, she would reward him handsomely. If he refused, she would find a more powerful backer and destroy him. Zhu Guyue and Ren Hanqing were amused by her confidence. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxiu investigated the incident at Qingling Academy. Zhueisha reported that sons of officials and influential families were involved. Yuan Mingxiu realized Ning Guang was stirring up trouble. Zhueisha was worried. Ning Guang had a poor track record against their master. He never won against Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu was relieved Ji Yuchuyue was keeping a low profile. She caused trouble and expected him to clean up the mess. Zhueisha was used to it. Yuan Mingxiu ordered the arrest of the officials' sons. Since Ji Yuchuyue enjoyed theatrics, he would give her a show. Zhueisha was stunned by his casual ruthlessness. Officials petitioned against the tyrannical Ji Yuchuyue. The domineering general protected his fiancée. Rumors of Ji Yuchuyue's misdeeds spread throughout the capital. People protested at the Jiyu residence. Officials petitioned the emperor to save their sons. They accused Yuan Mingxiu of indulging Ji Yuchuyue's tyranny. The emperor was intrigued. He summoned Yuan Mingxiu for an explanation. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. The emperor asked why he was amused. Yuan Mingxiu mocked the officials' foolishness. The officials were outraged. Some threatened to fight him. The emperor asked for details of their accusations. What wrong had they suffered? Yuan Mingxiu feigned reluctance, making the officials furious. The emperor assured him of protection. Yuan Mingxiu then criticized the officials for their incompetence, burdening the emperor with trivial matters. The emperor agreed, complaining about being disturbed during his vacation. The officials argued that their complaints were serious. They accused Ji Yuchuyue of disrupting order and challenging Qingling Academy. They described her as unladylike and disrespectful to the academy. They pleaded for the release of their sons. The emperor was stunned. How many had Yuan Mingxiu arrested? Yuan Mingxiu casually revealed they were all at the 5th Prince's Delhi Temple prison. The emperor was speechless. The 5th Prince was unwittingly involved. He instructed the officials to seek the 5th Prince's help. Unable to find the 5th Prince, the officials asked Yuan Mingxiu to intervene. Yuan Mingxiu flatly refused without hesitation. This all stems from my fiancée. It's all my fault for not disciplining her. I'll take full responsibility and continue to stay home in self-reflection. I can't help you all find Wu Wang. Everyone's faces instantly fell. Their earnest pleas were useless. He even used their own words against them. Who knew Yuan Mingxiu could be even more ruthless? I never thought that just one fiancé would cause such trouble for hundreds of officials and thousands of people. I'm deeply grateful for His Majesty's kindness and to my ancestors, so I ask Your Majesty to take back my generalship. The officials were greatly surprised. This Yuan Mingxiu was playing hard to get. He was so capable at such a young age. There's still a team of his family's soldiers waiting outside, plus a large army at the border under my command. Who dares to dismiss him? The emperor was anxious and began to sweat. If Yuan Mingxiu left, it would be like cutting off his own arm. The emperor pointed at the officials and roared angrily, "Are you happy now? If Yuan Mingxiu leaves, what will happen to his generals and soldiers? Do you want to take over?" The scene instantly fell silent. None of the officials dared to respond. Sudaran knelt down and pleaded his innocence. Everyone in the court knew how difficult Yuan Mingxiu's subordinates were to manage. They were all battle-hardened veterans. If those soldiers learned that someone forced Yuan Mingxiu away and wanted to be their new leader, they would rebel. Sudaran quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Lord Yuan must have been joking. We're all just concerned. Ouyang Luo also advised him not to be impulsive. This court is, after all, a place for young people to advance. But how could Yuan Mingxiu let them off so easily? If you two have any questions, shouldn't you settle them with those who wrongly accused me? Otherwise, I still need to resign. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was still unwilling to compromise at this point, but the emperor saw through his act. Yuan Mingxiu might not care about anyone, but he cared about his fiancée. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced the empress to agree to Ji Yuchuyue's marriage. If someone bullied Ji Yuchuyue, he wouldn't tolerate it. The emperor immediately put pressure on the officials. A good official now wants to resign and go home. Do you have any replacements? The officials immediately changed their tune. There must be a hidden agenda. Your Majesty shouldn't listen to one side of the story. Lord Yuan must have been framed. He loves the people and has trained his soldiers well. He would never do such a cruel thing. Please investigate this matter thoroughly, Your Majesty. The emperor glanced at Yuan Mingxiu meaningfully. Seeing him remain silent, he knew he wasn't really leaving. Sudaran, forcing a smile, continued to praise Ji Yuqiu's character, mentioning her donations to the academy and her emphasis on students. She's a perfect example of a virtuous woman. There must be a conspiracy. We must investigate thoroughly and clear her name. The more the officials spoke, the more absurd the matter seemed. They had successfully shifted the blame. The emperor naturally played along. Yuan Mingxue finally looked satisfied and prepared to leave. Su Daran led the way, kneeling before him. He glared at them. Yuan Mingxue then said he needed to go home and discuss it with Miss Ji Yu, and would wait until the truth was revealed before returning to his post. The officials were all dumbfounded. Who would dare provoke his fiancée with the mighty Yuan family backing her? Whoever dared to stop Ji Yuqiu from marrying Yuan Mingxue would be facing the wrath of the entire Yuan family. They would face the full force of the Yuan family's wrath. The descendants of the officials who spread the rumors would be brought to his wife for punishment. Early in the morning, Ji Yuqiu was taken to Bailu Academy. Zhu Jiyu and Ren Hanxing came to her worriedly. We heard things are getting serious. 500 officials complained to the emperor about you. You might be punished. Ji Yuqiu was unfazed. These are small matters. Yuan Mingxia's fiancé. He won't just stand by and do nothing. The fifth prince walked out looking exhausted. Seeing Ji Yuqiu, he seemed relieved. Ji Yuqiu pretended to be nervous. If it wasn't a big deal, why would you come? But the fifth prince said with a grim face. Yuan Mingxue said if you didn't come, he'd bring your father here. You can guess what that means. Ji Yuqiu cursed inwardly. This was a blatant threat. Yuan Mingxue was truly despicable. She angrily asked, why wouldn't he dare? At that moment, Yuan Mingxue suddenly appeared. He asked tenderly, are you thinking about me, Miss Ji Yu? How are you today? Ji Yuqiu was embarrassed, her anger dissipating. She didn't know how to respond. Yuan Mingxue bent down and looked at her closely. You look well, just a little thin. His sudden concern made Ji Yuqiu blush. Yuan Mingxue also uncharacteristically didn't tease her further. He simply smiled and took her hand. Everyone thought they were hallucinating. The notorious Yuan Mingxue was holding Ji Yuqiu's hand. Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this still the cold-blooded, ruthless Yuan Xiangjuan? The fifth prince sighed. Even General Yuan is vulnerable to a beautiful woman. Love can truly change a person. It was the first time he saw such a goofy smile on Yuan Mingxia's face. He started to look forward to meeting someone like that, so he could also experience the joy of love. The others' faces went numb. Weren't these famous last words? When Ji Yuqiu arrived at the academy square, she found it packed with people. She was surprised. The academy was usually empty. Why was it so crowded today? Yuan Mingxue whispered, maybe these students suddenly want to improve their physical fitness. Ji Yuqiu wasn't fooled. Their pale faces and weak legs showed they were clearly forced to be here. Some were so fat they could barely stand. This shameless Yuan Mingxue was clearly treating her like a fool. Yuan Mingxue wasn't angry, but instead praised her intelligence with a smile. Ji Yuqiu snorted, you're the fool. You'll regret this sooner or later. Yuan Mingxue didn't dare provoke her further. He quickly got down to business. These people dared to spread rumors about you at the academy. I've brought them all here. You can punish them however you like. Ji Yuqiu finally understood. They complained to the emperor because of these spoiled brats. Yuan Mingxue said smugly, too bad their complaints won't work. Ji Yuqiu felt a headache coming on. Then why drag me into this? You're the general, not me. Yuan Mingxue smirked, you're my fiancé. I can't let you suffer such grievances. Anyone who offends you, you can take revenge on personally. Those officials may be rich and powerful, but their ability to discipline their children is pathetic. It's best to leave it to Miss Ji Yu. Ji Yuqiu's anger flared. She knew this dog man had ulterior motives. He was throwing her into the fire. If she could break off the engagement, she would write a letter right away and be done with him. But Yuan Mingxue said with a murderous look, you can try. I guarantee your entire Ji Yu family will be exterminated. Ji Yuqiu didn't dare say anything more. But it was too much to ask her to discipline so many people. He had so many capable subordinates, wouldn't it be easier for them to handle these brats? Yuan Mingxue immediately replied, I believe you can handle 100 people. If you're not confident, you'll ask the emperor for an imperial edict. Ji Yuqiu instantly felt emboldened. With Yuan Mingxia's backing, she didn't fear anyone. Meanwhile, the fathers of the brats were panicking. They were arrested for doing nothing, just for admiring her beauty. They heard it was the daughter of a fourth-rank official. She must be crazy. Yang San, the son of the Minister of Revenue, also complained. Ji Yuchuyue must be insane. Just then, Ji Yuchuyue walked up. Seeing her, they immediately started to plead. They thought she would just let them go. Hong Xiang was terrified. How could these young masters dare to offend the future general's wife? Weren't they afraid of the consequences? Ji Yuchuyue smiled. Why are you so scared? It's just a small matter. She had already dealt with those troublemakers at the old house, but she didn't want to show weakness. He Dai patted his chest, promising to protect her. Bing Jiyu stepped forward with a sinister smile. We haven't settled the score for the Bailu Academy incident yet, and now you're messing with us again. Don't hold back. They immediately warned the brats in front of Ji Yuchuyue. Yang San laughed arrogantly. What can you do to me? You're nothing. I can find a dozen like you in my house, all weak and easy to defeat. He Dai's face darkened. Without a word, he grabbed Yang San. He flipped him over and slammed him to the ground.